On here this morning. Oh my goodness. Hello, Chris. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Charmini. Hello, Sheila. Hello. We are so excited to have everybody joining us. Hello, Mindy. As you know, we are starting the Global Healers Summit right now, and it is so exciting. I am here as Rochel Rittgers with my co-hosts, Jody Curtis and Anne Fernandez, and we are just excited to have you here. Jody, Anne, do you want to share anything?
Hi.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, Jody.
Oh, go ahead, Anne.
Yes. Hi, everyone, and welcome. As Rochelle said, we are excited and so happy that we have so many amazing presenters here with us today and look forward to an amazing day. And like we keep saying, this is about everyone together. We are together in this, raising the frequency of the planet. And when you guys get a moment, if you can put in the chat where you are from or where you are at the moment, that would be awesome.
Yes. I just want to echo what you guys said. We're very excited. We have a wide variety of amazing healers and presenters and speakers here today. And we're looking forward to raising the vibration of the entire planet coming together in this way.
Yes, definitely put in the chat where you're coming from. Hello, Sausalito. We see, Gary. Hello, Gary. Just here from Pittsburgh. Welcome. Who else is here? Dan is from, or Laura is. Hi, Laura. Good to see you from California. Dan, well, I don't even know what the name of that town is. And let's see, Laurel is here from California as well. Paradise Island, Cornelia, we want to be there with you. There it is. Laura's correcting San Jose, California. That makes sense. Thank you, dear. Anne is in from California as well. Utah. Paige is here from Utah. I am here from Iowa, right in the middle of the United States. So we've got a wonderful representation here. And also put in the chat, what is it that you came here to enjoy through this summit? What drew you to the summit, so that we can get a feel and maybe even address some of your interests during the entire summit time. As you know, this is going on for 3 full days, and everybody is, we are so excited because the frequency of everybody coming together as a collective is going to make a significant impact on the frequency of the whole planet. And so that's what I'm here for, is to just create this collective love vibration that goes out to the world and makes an impact on the world at large. Yeah.
And I want to say a welcome and hello to all the people I know online, but a special hello to my dear friend, Laurel Rosen. Thank you for being here today. Hi, Laurel. Good morning. Laurel is in Santa Monica, right? Awesome.
Oh my gosh, we have Clinton and Millie on. So good to have you guys from Utah. We know they're from the Salt Lake City area. So good to have you. Millie, we're giving you a big hug. We haven't seen you in a while, so this is wonderful. So wonderful. Yes. Jody, do you have any comments, any thoughts right now?
No, I'm just thinking about all the different presenters we have, and I'm looking so forward to Gary opening this morning. Gary Malkin, 7-time Emmy Award-winning composer, and he's got some wonderful music to bring to us this morning to kick off the event.
Yes, that's the. See somebody waving at us from Mindy's. Anne in the background.
Hi, Anne. It's good to have you too, dear. We're so excited. Mindy is hosting a home, what do you call it? A home party. Yeah. And so Anne is there coming from Philadelphia. Is that right? Pittsburgh, somewhere in that area, on the eastern side of the U.S., to be all the way in Colorado to be in that event. So that's really exciting. Yes. And so, Jody, would love to hear some of your wisdom about the planning of this event, perhaps, and, what all has gone into it.
Sure. Well, a lot of intention and planning and organization and tech has gone into this. And I just really have loved working with the two of you, Anne and Rochel, in bringing this together. And I wanted to just say that this event, the Global Healer Summit, we did in 2020. It was the intuitive arising of Allison Maya Rose Rogers now. So she put a call out in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic to ask if anybody would want to be a founding member of this Global Healer Summit group. And so I said, oh, I would love to help. And Rochelle and Anne and I were also speakers at that event. And then we were asking, when this is going to be happening again. And she said, why don't you guys spearhead it and just move forward with it? So we all said yes. And we've been working on it for a few months, getting all the pieces in order. And we're just very excited to bring these presenters to showcase them.
Yes, that is so true. It's been such a wonderful ride to put the pieces together. I love how you said that, and really, it's fallen into place in such a brilliant way because well, the universe wanted it to happen. So when that is going on, everything just sort of the red carpet gets rolled out and all the pieces flow together, and we're just sort of managing them a little bit, massaging them to make sure that the details are in order. So we have a wonderfully strong group of participants now, and we are excited to see you. And I'm going to look in the chat to see if anybody has shared with us why you came, what drew you to the Global Healer Summit this time. We invite you to be present at all of the talks, and we did talk about it today. We're going to make the recordings for some of you. You won't be able to be here for the entire time, so we're going to make the recordings available a little longer than we had originally planned. We know that we have to shut it down at some point, but we want to make sure that everybody has a chance in this day of so many opportunities and this time of so many opportunities that you'll be able to have plenty of time to listen to the recording. So we'll make those available to you afterwards if you've not had a chance to see them in the next, during the time live. And so we've got some quietness going on in the chat right now. We'd love to, for those people coming in, be sure to put in the chat where you're coming from, okay? And Sheila is saying, I want to meet some of the people that my daughter-in-law, Jody, has told me about. Oh, I love that. That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Yes. And
instead of putting it in the chat, ditto on that, meeting all these wonderful, amazing people, Sheila. Thank you for sharing that. And of course, I was drawn to this because of what happened in 2020. It was just so amazing. The energy, the vibration, the frequency was just out of this world. And so I feel that same energy coming into this today with not only my co-hosts, but with everyone who accepted to join us here today. So I truly, truly appreciate all of you for being here.
Also in the chat, we have Laura saying that her mom is in the hospital and struggling, so can send some good energy to Laura's mom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's beautiful. And we have developed I don't know if it's a habit, but a wonderful concept of sending love to people with our hands in the Ancient Secrets. Thank you, Dr. Clint, and the Ancient Secrets programs on Sunday morning. And so whenever we feel the need to really send love, why don't we just take this moment, yes. Everybody send love to Laura's mom as she's in the hospital. Yeah.
Where is she? What state is she in?
Let's see if Laura makes a comment in there.
She's in the state of receiving love.
That's right. Come in.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that tender time also, Laura. And she's in Arizona, according to Laura. She's saying she's in Arizona. So thank you for sharing that tender moment with us. And please allow her to receive these gifts that we have for her. And I don't know if anybody else is in the mood, but I feel like maybe we want to just start with a short, quiet, centering time.
Yes.
And And you are an expert at doing that kind of thing. Would you be willing to lead us in a short centering time before we actually open with our first speaker?
Absolutely, yes. So if we can all just take a deep breath and close your eyes. I know some people like to keep their eyes open, but I find it just allows me to just go within immediately when I close my eyes. And I share this all the time, but in the morning before I get out of bed, I take a deep breath and I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And just that energy changes my whole day. So if we could for a moment, just take a deep breath and inwardly say, thank you. Thank you for that breath of life. Thank you for this opportunity to be here on this beautiful, amazing planet. Thank you for this opportunity to be here with like-minded people and to share in raising this frequency. And as you take that deep breath and you say, thank you for the breath of life, allow your awareness to drop deeper down within yourself so that as you participate today, you are listening, you're taking in from your heart center, from that place within, so that all that you need, all the tools that you need to assist you along your way on this life path will take root at that deep level. So take another deep breath and bring your awareness back, being fully present here and now. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mm. Thank you so much, Anne.
Yeah.
That was the perfect beginning to an amazing, exquisite, world-changing event. Yes, and everybody, thank you so much for being here, the participants, and be sure to share this with others so that we continue to grow this audience. And Jody, I believe it's your turn. No, it's my turn. I get to introduce Gary. Oh my gosh, let me get started introducing Gary so that we can get him started. For those who don't know Gary, I'm on the wrong page here. Oh, Gary, I'm so excited. It's hard for me to read this because I adore you so much. But let me tell everybody what the big news is, and then I'll get you on so you can have all your time. So Gary Malkin is the founder and chief visionary officer of the Wisdom of the World Wellness, and is a 7-time Emmy award-winning composer, public speaker, and music and health innovator who champions the power of music to promote health, wellness, and compassion. During his 20 years as a nationally known composer and producer for film, television, and commercials, Gary received 7 ASCAP film and TV awards for such shows as the iconic Unsolved Mysteries series. Since then, through his company, Wisdom of the World Wellness, he has focused on developing music and related resources that serve 4 goals: easing the dying process, enhancing bonding with newborns, alleviating stress for health care providers, and deepening heart-centered mindfulness. And his presentation, which is entitled The Listening Fire, Harnessing Humanity's Universal Language for Wellness. It is my privilege and honor to present to you fellow thought leader and dear friend, Gary Malkin. It's yours, Gary.
Oh, what a thrill. What a thrill. It's really wonderful to step up to the plate with everyone who recognizes that this is all about uplifting our frequency and the connection that everyone is becoming aware of around the fact that we are vibrational beings at the common denominator of all life. And so this is what brings us together. The artist and the healer are one. And my commitment has been for the last 25 years exploring the intersection between mindfulness, leadership, coherence, spirituality, and awakening to the optimal wellness that's possible. I presented something for you, and I prepared something for you, and I'm looking forward to doing this. So let's just begin. I'm going to start with my PowerPoint here, and I'll see you on the well, no, we'll be together on this all the way. And so before I officially share, I just want to say one thing. It's really important. I want to invite all of you to awaken a deeper understanding of your witness of what's happening within you and around you and what's happening in this experience. Because the very heart of what I'm going to be talking about has to do with the quality of your attention and your presence and the link that has to your wellness and to the ability for you to experience life fully, right? So if there's any part of you that has gotten used to being on Zoom and there's this distraction and there's things going on, we're doing text and something, I really want to invite you to have an experiment and let yourself be in the laboratory of understanding the connection between your presence, your attention, your capacity to be fully here. That's what this talk is about. When we're fully here, we're uplifting our frequency, and we're more actually in a state of optimal wellness. That's the premise. I finished it. We don't need to do the presentation. That's it. That's the heart of it. Okay, here we go. And da 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 da. Here we go. Play. There it is. Da da. The listening fire, harnessing humanity's universal language for optimal wellness. So let's just go for it. Now, I just want you to imagine, and I have this fire video for us to imagine even more, that we're all gathered around the fire. You hear the crickets? Wind. Make sure we're all muted so that I can share this audio. And just really imagine, do you remember when you've ever been around a fire with beloved friends? It's not really the place where you want to start talking about things at the office, is it? Suddenly, in some ways, you actually feel compelled not to speak. I just want you to breathe in the virtual air of the lake. Breathe in the community of all of us surrounding the fire, because my hope is that this will be an introduction to the beginning of your understanding that we are at the beginning of the listening revolution. Listening itself is healing. So just hold the awareness of this feeling in your body of being around a fire when we listen, okay? So now let's go deeper. If there was an image that epitomized what's going on underneath the surface of many, many, many people today, many people avoid the dark aspects of what's going on today because, frankly, it's not fun. If we were fully alive and sensitive to what's happening in Pakistan, in the Ukraine, the refugee crisis in the Middle East and everywhere, in Africa, everywhere, and we didn't desensitize ourselves to being a part of the oneness of the planet and the fact that we're all interconnected, what might we feel or reluctantly become aware of that, if not we're feeling, that we know a lot of people are today? And you've seen this before if you've seen my talk with Hope Fitzgerald. This is the territory as a result of since COVID, where millions of people weren't able to be at the bedside of people they loved. At the result of just feeling what's happening on the planet today, what's happening right in your neighborhood with the homelessness problems. How do we allow ourselves to be feeling human beings, sensitized to what's happening without it destroying us and without us overly subjugating this to making believe it doesn't exist? So what's related to that is this wonderful quote that Einstein did. It's amazing how Einstein has turned out to be this enlightened being. There are so many things he said that really were prescient and so inspirational. And the fact that we live in a culture that honors the servant of the rational mind and elevated it to become the leader rather than the faithful servant, right? But what else is going on today? I'm just going to run down these really quickly. The first thing is this awareness fragmentation disorder. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But this is what I want to tell you what that is. But the next thing, so I'll tell you about that in a minute. But then this is another dynamic. Dangerous imbalances between being and doing, often reflected in our work-life imbalance. A profound nature deficit disorder, mostly in the cities and the children in the inner cities, mostly disadvantaged youth. Hyperlinear rational engagement. That's that servant thing that Einstein talked about. Over-engagement with digital devices. In fact, addictions to digital devices. And then this youth-obsessed culture that avoids the negative, the dark, the sad, the grief, that we avoid the illness, the death, the dying, the grief. That's massive amounts of people who are feeling in the shadows of life today, right? Now let's talk a little bit about awareness fragmentation disorder. I have made this term up, even though it's not in the book of, Gray's Anatomy or whatever that is, that famous book of disorders, because what it is the subjugation and the disavowal of the reality of multiple forms of intelligence. Now, HeartMath, God love them, has done enough research to demonstrate that heart intelligence is started a whole new field of neurocardiology, the representation that there's more signals that come from the heart to the brain than any other organ in the body. And it's an enormous center of neurological activity that controls what's going on in our self-regulation capacity, right? Our ability to calm ourselves and be in what they call optimal heart rate variability. But there's also somatic intelligence. Some people call it gut IQ or gut intelligence. Then there's what I call soul intelligence, which is our capacity that's innate in every person to tap into their intuition. And then vibrational intelligence really is spiritual intelligence, because vibrations are the common denominator of the universe, right? So awareness fragmentation disorder is a disengagement of these other forms of intelligence. And because we're able to subjugate it, like I talked about in the shadow of the darkness, people don't want to focus on the quote unquote negative sides of life. They end up not only subjugating it, they destroy their awareness of it. And that threatens our capacity to be human. Some of you have seen this video, but just imagine if this was a picture of your biochemical internal frequency, of the inner thoughts that are going on in your mind. So the score you're going to hear acts as a metaphor for your internal inner self-talk, and how often we can be so chaotic or calm, depending on how we're able to self-regulate what's going on within the chaos of life. I'm going to take this up for a minute because I already can tell there is no way I'm going to share all the slides that I had. No way. No way. So I'm going to have to, in the moment, drop into what's most important around this talk and just survey my PowerPoint and share with you a few things. So can you see, many people have seen this, but if you haven't seen it, the first half is this chaos. How many people can relate to that when they're affected by the chaos of the planet, right? Yeah, right. And then how many, Paco Bell is the stand-in for optimal heart rate variability, right? So we are the drivers of that energetic frequency, right? And if we're allowing ourselves to be the leaf on the top of the turbulent ocean, right? Well, that turns out that listening itself, around that listening fire, listening itself is healing. So I'm going to pick some, please forgive me as I bypass some slides because I just so underestimated. So if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change, right? But now I'm just going to go past some things. You can look at them for a minute. A little nod to the famous work of Masaru Emoto. And this is just so mind-blowing. If you know the law of cymatics, this idea, oh, I didn't share anything. Hold on, I didn't share the screen. All right, hold on. So I'm going to go and look at you guys. I'm so glad we're among friends here. I'm going to go to the slide here. So this is one of the reasons why I developed these things called transformances. This awareness fragmentation disorder is a rampant pandemic in our time. And essentially, most stress can be attributed to not being in the here and now. Now, that sounds very glib, right? But the truth is, to be in the here and now, in our bodies, in our minds, in our hearts, in our spirits, requires more effort, intention, and clarity and skill now than ever before. How many, and please put in the chat, how many are noticing that this is the rheostats turning up? Ukraine, Pakistan, all these things, right? So what we need on our Zoom calls and on our live gatherings is the tool to bring us present, because most people aren't acknowledging the reality of our awareness fragmentation disorder. So what needs to happen in order to up-level our frequency for optimal wellness is, there's the slow food movement, there's the slow money movement. I'm a huge proponent of the slow music movement. We need to slow down, because what naturally happens is that we reclaim our emotional capacity to feel again. And when we feel together in community, we awaken to receptive states that naturally bring the wholeness of who we are back into the present moment. So I'm going to share this, and this is instead of, or in addition to the opening meditations, that this could create an aligned way to bring your group, your community, whether it's 5,000 people or 3 people. So listen to this.
As we open this virtual space, let's connect and be present with each other. Let's get to know each other with kindness and gentleness.
Keep breathing, presence yourself.
Let's listen to each other with generosity in our hearts. Let's learn from each other with curiosity and wonder. We are a part of nature. We are a part of Earth. We are a part of life. May we use our time together to add to peace and truth and goodness in the world. May we honor the uniqueness and innate beauty of every member of this community. May we be united with each other. For the sake of ourselves and of all future generations.
There is so much to unpack. I realize, I have all these slides, right? But there's so much to unpack with that one thing. And I'll tell you why. As global healers, which I believe the new modality that is required for living in the 21st century is claiming yourself as a global healer, whether you identify with that as egoically or not. Did you notice with that video how there was a lot of movement in the beginning? But then when she went down to the moment that said, you're a part of Earth, you're right. Do you notice how everything slowed down? If we start with that level of presence to today's audience out the gate, we're missing the opportunity to give people a chance to titrate down from the current contractions that require us to be hardened and subjugated in the world, right? So we have to acknowledge as healers that if you meet people at the depth of your presence, initially when you're with someone, it's enormously presumptuous. Because what's happening, we need to understand as global healers that how to meet people where they are is to recognize the epidemic of awareness fragmentation disorder and allow us to titrate people into the earned presence of that moment when you saw the tree, right? So what happens is, if you don't, when you get to the rainbow and the wonderful droplets in the water, the sensitivity of that, if we're open and we're aligned to our heart, body, mind, and soul intelligence, instead of just, oh yeah, I've seen that, we're so inured, we're so numb to all the things if we're in our contracted worldly self. But when we titrate ourselves down to essence and restore our capacity to have our heart, body, mind, soul, IQ intact, right? Suddenly, awe, the portal to the miracle of life, awe, the portal to gratitude, awe, the understanding that you are the miracle, awe, the experience of looking in the mirror and saying, wow. Otherwise, it just goes over your head, right? So I've never done this before, where since I did so many slides, I realized it was all in that 1 2-minute video. It's all there, right? So one of the things I want to talk about is, I'm going to go now to it's really challenging to figure out what to say in the next 10 minutes. What will I say? Oh my God. All right. Well, all right. I know what I'm going to do. So hold on. I'm going to pick something really important. All right. Yeah. So first of all, I just want to say this. Thank you for your patience and your tolerance of me changing everything at the last minute. So I'm excited that Hope Fitzgerald and I, the woman that I did the grief assimilation program with you guys with Ancient Secrets, this is what our workshop is about. How do we live fully alive? And we've come up with this 4-part code. And we're just going to give you an overview of it. I'm not going to be able to give you the experience of it, but grief literacy is the first piece. And the reason why is because it's the one that everyone avoids most and has not a clue how to metabolize loss so that it moves to the next steps, which is what its intention and its purpose is for. So asking the question, how do I metabolize loss? And one of the ways you can do is to go right to Graceful Passages, which is the work that I'm most known for, and it's the greatest thing that ever came through me. And it is purpose. Its purpose is for metabolizing loss. Listen to the music in spoken word. Go to wisdomoftheworld.com and download it. You'll thank me for it. The next code for fully living is this self-love, self-acceptance through forgiveness. This is the piece that I want to talk about for a second, because if I hadn't worked with Gerald and Allison Rogers in the last 2 years, and how many of you have worked or are aware of the legendary community? So I had to decrust and decalcify myself. So on every level of my molecules were crusty. Amy knows this. Hello, Amy. Thank you for all the healings you've given me and been a part of. If it wasn't for Amy, I wouldn't have joined the legendary community. I actually went deep into a healing process. And I came out to be able to say that I am experiencing levels of self-love and self-acceptance that I never dreamed were possible. But I never even understood how that was part of the deal, that was the gateway, right? So I just want to do, I'm moving quick here, but I really want to go to the essence. Yeah. So here we go. So here. So what I want to do is, if I left this talk in 7 minutes without saying this, I would be remiss. I wouldn't be where I am right now, where I could look in the mirror authentically and go like, oh my God, I get it, right? If it weren't for this man. This man came into my life in 2010 when I was in the worst possible shape of mental hygiene. I gave lip service to what that meant, mental hygiene, all about the power of intention, Wayne Dyer, mental hygiene. It's about the thoughts we allow ourselves to have. But Clint showed me unconditional love at a level that no one in my life has ever done. I start tearing up when I just think about the contribution he made to me. And I know Clint's on this call right now. And so both, ironically, the Rogers clan, Gerald and Clint and Allison, have changed my life. So now I could be the agent of change that you're experiencing right now. And it really enabled me to have this true aha of the fact that the gateway to being who we came here to be is to find and discover and cultivate whatever can get you to the place where you authentically can look in the mirror and go, wow. Rochel, shout out to the whole book that you've written. Amy, the book you've written. I know that you are who you are because you went through a similar process.
Gary, can you share the screen?
Oh, no, not yet. No, not yet. I want to because I'm doing my best not to share the screen because I have too much to share and I only have 5 minutes left. So I'm trying to share with you the bottom line. Uplifting our frequency has to do with slowing down, has to do with facing that which we don't want to face around the unassimilated losses in our lives. And I had a wound that was in the womb. I had a wound that was so deep. There was no one at my birth that bonded to me and said to me, wow, aren't you beautiful? I got your back. Let's find out who you really are. Right? No. So here, spotlight for everyone. There, is that better? So I went deep in. And I have all these healing techniques that I've used in addition to the work I did at Legendary. But mostly what I did was come back home to who I really am, which is this person that's devoted to spreading the message around listening. And so let's experience a piece of listening together in my last 4 minutes that allows us to have a transmission of, if we can dream of a world where our love has triumphed, then that axiom that I've heard from Maya Rogers, we create from the frequency at which we vibrate, becomes an active practice, a daily practice. So I'm going to play this piece of music. And again, shout out to Clint, because when we were listening to this cue from Thrive, yeah, it was basically, he said, I actually said, let me share this with you. And he said, you should share that music, right? So this piece of music is going to be the last thing I offer with I might go over 1 or 2 minutes. Please allow me to do that if you can. If not, I understand. But here we go. So allow yourself, either close your eyes and listen. I created images for this. And this is basically music that is perfect to vibrate at the frequency of love, the frequency of triumph. Here we go. Oh, I have to share. Sorry, I'm not sharing. Keep on forgetting. Oh, okay. Ha ha ha. Oh God, humanity is so imperfect. Isn't it funny? Ha ha ha. Here we go.
You're doing great, Gary.
What are you birthing right now? Feel this. What inner child wants to come home to your arms? Celebrate your vulnerability, your innocence. Oneness with all beings. So this is the moral of the story. And I know that I have to end now, so I understand. I'm just going to play a couple of slides for self-promotion, but because I want you to know about the workshop coming up. But the moral of the story is that we must, here's this workshop. Please find out about it. Graceful Passage's first ever workshop we're doing in Virginia. Really only 25 people can join, and we're really excited about it. I'm just doing a little shameless self-promotion. Here's a World Peace Concert coming up. There's all kinds of things going on. But if you sign up for wisdomoftheworld.com, you'll get all kinds of things. You can have your private soul song from me. But here's the moral of the story. Here's the moral of the story. And I'm going to end it really quickly right now because I know I need to, because the hook is going to come any second. I never understood before that our expanding our capacity to feel our emotions makes us intensely human, which awakens us to the optimal frequencies of being a wellness, optimal wellness, being in states of optimal wellness. I never really understood that. Music is the universal language of humanity because it allows us to replenish and lubricate and expand our capacity to feel. So slow down, take a breath, and feel again the innocence of your inner child, the beauty and the awe of your beautiful miracle that you are. And may this conference, this summit, celebrate the beauty of all of our abilities to be global healers. And I thank you for the invitation. I'm going to end now. And thank you for allowing me to change everything at the last minute. But I hope I conveyed the core of what I'm about and what this is all about. We are vibrational beings. Welcome to the listening revolution, to wake up to who we really are. Aho.
Gary, thank you so much. You were absolutely amazing. I've been awakened for a while, but I have to tell you, after your presentation, I didn't think that could be even expanded more, but it has.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for tolerating my going over a little bit. Thank you for that.
Anytime.
Blessings on the rest of the beautiful work. Yay.
So if you enjoyed Gary, please look in the chat. There's some information how you can connect with Gary there. And I know Gary's always got a lot of things going on. So just check in the chat and you'll get some information there.
And I don't know if you know, 99 Days of Peace. There's a peacethroughunity.net or com or Earth or whatever. There's a massive amounts of things happening through International Peace Week coming up through Unity Earth. Really want to join that community. They are your brothers and sisters. They are doing this work on a global scale. So please line up for unityearth.org. You'll find out all about the Peace Week activities coming up. And I am going to shut up now. Love you. Bye.
Bless you, Gary.
Love you, Gary.
I'm stepping in because we have got to move on. It's my talk time right now. So, and I'm long-winded as well. So go ahead, Anne.
Coming right up. So anyway, look in the chat after, before, and during, and after each speaker, and you'll get information there as how to connect with that particular person. So I'm so excited and happy to present my wonderful friend, Rochel. We have spent time with Jody and myself and put this together. And we have come to really understand each other at a much deeper level. So before any further ado, not taking away from your time, Rochel. Rochel is an intuitive breakthrough strategist and the author of the upcoming book, Radiate, Change Your Frequency, Change Your Life. She's the founder and CEO of Infinite Living Center of Holistic Experience and the Infinite Living Institute. She has been a featured presenter and MC on radio, television, and national and international stages, sharing her unique techniques to assist people in achieving business success. Rochel is especially passionate about helping people realize who they really are so that they can step into their most authentic power. She enjoys clearing people's inner chaos so that they can experience complete inner freedom. And as an acclaimed medical intuitive, she's committed to helping clients release buried pain through a combination of her signature intensive emotional release therapy, medical qigong, and crystal and sound healing so that they can thrive in life and in business. By the way, Rochel also enjoys leading and hosting spiritual retreats, loving on her four-legged fur babies, and climbing trees. So without further ado, Rochel's topic today is Manifest Your Destiny, the 3 R's to unleashing your emotional freedom. So let's welcome Rochel, everyone. So unmute yourself, Rochel. We're excited to hear you.
Hello, and thank you so much, Anne, for that beautiful introduction. I am so excited. And Gary, I totally understand what you are going through because I also always go over. So I'm watching the time tick away and going, oh my gosh, this is terrible. But I love you and I understand. And so my mission is to get to 2 points today. And so that's what I'm going to strive to do. So what I want to do is just get everybody involved in the chat right now. And as Anne said, my talk is entitled Manifest Your Destiny, and I've added an R, so we now have 4 R's to emotional freedom, essentially. And so that's what we've got going on. And I want to ask a question of you. And in the chat, you're going to answer, okay? So we can keep people awake and alive in this chat and in this summit room, okay? And so my first question is, how many of you have ever felt like in some way you weren't good enough, whether it be happy enough, strong enough, pretty enough, athletic enough, smart enough, whatever it is? Have you ever felt like you weren't enough in some way? Yes, I'm seeing it. Yes, we've got yeses. Senior LP 180, Michelle. Okay, Michelle. Cornelia, yes, exactly. I didn't realize that this was my common theme in life, is that somehow I wasn't good enough. And so I didn't measure up in so many ways. And that's so huge because many of us are carrying that burden around. And of course, I thought I was the only one, but turns out it's not true, right? So many of you have already said, sorry to say, yes. Thank you, Laura. So I've got another question for you. And that is, have you had ever in your world, in your life, in your experience, do you have an intense desire and know deep within that you have something more to give to the world, but there's somehow, some way, something that's holding you back from doing that? And, it can be anything. Maybe you want to show up and be more aware, more out there in the world as far as, a speaker or a leader or something like that. Yeah, I've got a lot of absolutely's here. And it just felt like this invisible thing, whatever it was, is holding you back and keeping you from really stepping forward into the amazing, dynamic, incredible individual that you can be. All right. Yes, Vera. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. Mary says for sure. Yeah. Isn't that an amazing phenomena that we all feel like there's something more we can do, but there's something holding us back and keeping us from doing that? And one more question before we move into the meat of this thing. Have you ever experienced a time in your life where you were triggered in some way, and during that trigger, your emotions took on a life of their own, and you became a person that you had never seen before and never experienced before? You look back on that experience and go, what the heck happened to me? And who was that showed up in that experience? Has anybody had that experience? I tell you, this happened to me 2 weeks ago, and I was so embarrassed afterwards. I didn't know how to unfold it, right? I didn't know how to get out of this tremendous level of embarrassment that I had created for myself, right? And it was so unusual because I have never seen that person in my entire life show up. And it was such a mundane situation, but it took me over. And yes, Cornelia says yes. Oh my gosh. And Mary, yes, sorry to say again, but yes. Okay, so you guys are understanding the experience we're going through, right? We're getting to the core of what's causing these kinds of things. So I hope that you have paper or a journal or something that you can write on, because in this summit, you're going to have a lot of time and a lot of desire to be recording what's going on, because each of us is going to provide an experience. Okay, so if you don't have a journal or paper, I want you to bring that forward so you can record in that way. And I want you to know, and let me share my slides here. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do this. Gary, I just knocked you off from your sound. So let me just go down to this slide here. And so you're in the right place right now. If you are seeking to have, in some way, being released from the seed that's been holding you back, to break that seed loose from inside of you that has been holding you in a prison of self-doubt, a prison of not enoughness, a prison of your emotions taking over like they're some separate person from you, a prison of not stepping into the life that you know you deserve. So you are in the right place if you have come and this is happening and you are looking for this kind of thing to happen to you. Mm-hmm. And I just want to tell you a little bit about me, and tell you my story, and we'll look at this for a moment. And you can see that I've studied with a lot of high intensity thought leaders. I started my life living on a farm, and that on the farm, my family was surrounding me. We had the family of origin as well as grandparents, and we had cousins all over the place. And I had this cocoon of love surrounding me when I was young. And then we moved because my parents divorced, and we moved to the city, and we moved away from all of my family. But starting at that point, I started attending the Unity Church, was all about the metaphysics of the mind, and God is love and the power of positive thinking and all of that. And so from that point forward, which was in the 3rd grade, I started studying, thought things, grooming my mind to be this, control person who was able to manage what's going on in my thoughts and my world. And it continued. I was one of the earliest participants of the Dale Carnegie classes, which for those of us in this genre, we know that that was the Tony Robbins of the early days. And I not only took the classes, but I taught them. And so I was really steeped into the personal development world. And yet when I was in my 80s, in the 80s, no, it was later than that. It was when I was in my late 40s that I realized that I still had this deep sense of impending self-doubt. And I didn't understand why that would be the case if I'd spent my entire life working on self-development circumstances, right? And it just didn't make any sense to me. And so I decided at the time, when I figured this out, I was reading a book by Susan Shumsky entitled, Divine Intervention. And in that book, it explained the meditation technique, which I now know took me into the theta state. And then in that state, you can just ask yourself any question, ask the universe any question, and the answer will come to you immediately. I wasn't convinced that this was going to be true, but I said, all right, it's worth a try. So I went into meditation. I did the technique. When I got to the bottom of the consciousness level, I asked the question, and it was just this sort of flippant question, what's with the self-doubt, right? And instantly I saw a picture of my father driving away in the car when my parents divorced. And that picture I had seen over and over again as a memory. I thought I'd seen it, and it showed up in my, my inner vision. And I thought, oh, there's that memory again. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times there's that memory again. And this time I asked, yeah, but what's it all about? And this was absolutely stunning to me after all the work that I had gone through. But the words that came to my mind, the wisdom that came to my mind at that moment was, if your father would leave you, it means he doesn't love you. And if he doesn't love you, no one will. Oh my gosh, friends, I was carrying around this burden inside of me that told me I was not lovable by anyone, regardless of how much self-help business I was involved with. And because of that, that inner understanding of who I was the wall, was the curtain, was the veil that kept me from stepping forward big in my life. Because after all, if no one's loving me, then it's not going to do any good for me to step out, right? And so I went through additional meditations to learn what I needed to do to unfold this. And it was such a gift from the stars, the heavens, the universe, our source, our God, that they showed me the technique for myself as well as for you. And I got to tell you right now, there is freedom on the other side of release. There is absolute freedom on the other side of release. And when we can release our freedom, release our inner bondage, release our inner emotions, release that which is holding us back. Oh, it feels so good, first of all. And I'm going to get to this here. What I learned from all of that work is that we are what we hold within. So I want you to think about that. I want you to even chant it in your mind. There is freedom on the other side of release. And that freedom allows us to step into a bigger representation of who we are than we have ever been. And that's what I want for you. And that's why I teach this information. And in my opinion, this is the most important information that we can have in our world. This is the most important work that we can do in our lifetimes. So we are what we hold within. And this image, as you know, is from Burning Man, probably several years ago, but it's so perfect to show you that the traumas that we hold from our childhood are stuck inside of our adult selves and holding our adult selves hostage from being the most vibrant people that we can be. And I'm inviting you now, and I have to get through two more things. I don't even know what the time is. So if one of you can share with me what I have available to me, we're going to do the 4 R's from emotional release. And we're just going to do the first 2 today. And then I want you to make sure and put this on your calendar, because the next 2 are coming tomorrow at 2:00 Pacific time. And that'll be in my second talk. And we're going to finish the process tomorrow. So thank you, Jody. So let's move into this. First of all, I just want to, this is just sharing what it is. We want to realize and identify where the density is stored in your body, in your emotions, right? Emotions are stored as density in your bodies, and it's stored inside you somewhere. And then we want to reconnect by identifying the age that you were when you stored those emotions. That's what we're going to do today. And then we're going to realign by identifying your core shadow beliefs, like mine was, I'm not lovable, right? And then finally, we're going to do the huge release that it's going to take to release the seed. Remember, we're going to break open the seed and release the emotions that are stored within that have been holding you in a perpetual state of stuckness for as long as you might know, right? So that's where we're going. And I am going to start with this. And first of all, we're going to identify the density that's stored in your body and what is attached to it, okay? And many of you will probably know the Chinese philosophy, but I'm going to go over this because it's vital to this talk. And the energy systems in the Chinese philosophy, the meridian channels, are sort of analogous with our neurological system in the Western medicine ideal. And what the Chinese philosophy says is if there's a block in the energy system, everything above that block, it's like a dam in a river. Everything above that block has too much energy. And everything below that block has not enough energy. And so ailments can begin from not enough energy or too much energy. And ultimately, those blocks come from 7 different things. But the most, I'm not going to go into that, that's a whole nother talk. But the most important thing and the most significant thing is stored emotions. So emotions are truly the most significant aspect of our experiences that block our energy channels. And so we need to unblock those energy channels, because if we don't, health challenges begin, okay? And health challenges start as aches and pains, and then they begin to build over time. And to illustrate that point, in the chat, I want you, who will be the first one to tell me what is the leading cause of biological death these days? Does anybody know? Throw that in there. Wow, Paige, that was incredible. Very well, so quick. Our first answer, E, knows the answer to that. And indeed, it is heart disease or heart attack. And so to illustrate the point that I'm trying to make, with a show of hands, how many of you have experienced in your lifetime some kind of heartache, some kind of loss of love, some type of loss of a loved one, maybe through death or grief or, breakup, that sort of thing? How many of us in our younger years, yeah, Vera, in our younger years, felt like we were madly in love and then the relationship broke? And the difficulty with that is we have not been really taught how to manage our emotions. And so most of us have become PhDs at storing our emotions instead of working through them when they actually occur. And so as a result, we wind up with a lot of emotional illnesses, essentially, that originated from ailments that way. So what we're going to do right now, and I'm going to come off of the share so that I can see you, is we're going to go into a short meditation to identify where the densities are stored in our body. And I'll give you just some clues. If you have tightness or pain or discomfort in some way, or just an inner sense, you might have a feeling for this. But if Cornelia can bring up a little background music, I invite you to sit with your spine straight and your shoulders relaxed. And let's just take a few centering breaths. Breathing in and sending that breath all the way down to the deepest part of your torso. And I invite you to just drop your eyes into a gentle close. And allow your whole body to come to a state of relaxation. And on the first breath, on your exhale, I want you to just say, I'm releasing my conscious mind. And on the next breath, I want you to say in your mind, I'm releasing my subconscious mind. And on your third breath, I want you to say, I'm releasing anything that is preventing me from being my highest God self. As you breathe in the next breath, breathe in the presence of your highest being, your highest self. And in this state, I want you to just go down through your body, starting at the top of your head, and I want you to feel and experience and be present with your head and your eyes and your ears and your tongue and your taste and your senses in your head. And I want you to just remember if there's any area of your head that might be uncomfortable, that might be tight, that might feel stuck. And then we're going to go down through your throat and your upper chest and feel into that space. Are you feeling clogged or tight or uncomfortable? Moving down into the back of your neck where so many of us store our emotions. And out into our shoulders. maybe into our arms and our elbows, our wrists and hands, feeling into your fingers and your joints to see if there's tightness there. And then going back and taking your focus to your chest, your heart, your lungs, where we often store grief, sadness, down into your digestive area where we often store worry, and your lower torso, our creative center. Feel into that space as there tightness, soreness, discomfort. Down into our hips, our thighs, to our knees. Are you feeling a lack of movement or stiffness in your knees, your low legs, your ankles, feet? Remember the spaces where you felt tightness, pain, hurt, and write those in your journal as you gently take a breath. Don't bring yourself back all the way in. Just bring yourself gently back into a gentle space where you can just record in your journal some of the areas of tightness that you noticed. I invite you to come back. We'll take a minute to let you record as the music continues to play. Cornelia, if you can gently turn the music down, and we will move on to the next aspect. So just stay in this quiet space. So the next step is we're going to identify the age where you were when you stored that emotion. And this is an interesting thing because we don't think we know these things, but we really will. And why is this important? The reason that this is important is because this is the key, literally, to get back to the age that you were when you stored the emotions. The story does not matter. It's the emotions that are causing the issue. And so when we can get back to the emotions and the age that you were when you stored those emotions, then we can experience an opportunity to touch the center, the core of that seed. And so that's what we're going to do. There are clues. There are often clues. And one of the clues was what I was talking about earlier, is when I was so bent out of shape a couple of weeks ago, I ended up going into meditation because this is what I experienced a couple of weeks ago. If you've ever been there, you know what that means. And I knew that wasn't me. That wasn't the real adult me. It had to be the child me. And so I asked myself, how was I acting? First of all, how old was I behaving? And good grief, it had to be no more than 3 or 4 years old is how I was behaving, just having a little tantrum is what was going on. And so when I went into meditation, I found out what the meaning behind that was. And that's what we'll do tomorrow. But for now, we're going to learn why this is so important, right? And we're going to find that individual, how old you are. So we're going to take an inner inventory because you've already found this places where the density is. We're going to identify those densities and what's stored there. And I can help you if you are having trouble with it, because I can feel into you and feel it as well. But for now, it's really powerful if you can do it, because then you can do it on your own when it comes up, right? So once again, we're going into a state of practice. And in that practice, Cornelia, if you would be willing to put some music on again, and someone give me an idea of the time, then I can feel a little more comfortable about where we are in this space and time of the world here. So I want you to just settle into this space of quiet one more time. And just allow your muscles to relax again, taking some deep, gentle breaths, and we'll drop right back into that space, that delta space or that theta space. So breathe in, and in the first breath, again, I release my conscious mind. And on the exhale, on the second breath, I release my subconscious mind. I can even go a little deeper and say on the next breath, I release my unconscious mind. And on the fourth breath, I release any and all things that keep me from being in my state of consciousness of my true God self. As you breathe in the understanding and awareness of your God self. And as you go to that first painful place, that first tight place, that first dense place, I want you to just ask in your mind, how old was I when I stored you here? And allow the message to come in as a picture, as a thought, as a knowing, maybe even as a sound. And remember it. And then we'll go to the second one. I'm just going to do a couple today. You'll have the tools afterwards to do the rest yourself. Just ask, how old was I when I stored this here? Again, watch for the picture or the words, the thought, the knowing. When you've got your answer, I want you to gently breathe in and come back to the here and now. Put in the chat, first of all, where you found perhaps a density and how old that density is. What was your age when you stored it there? Write it in your journal. Thank you for continuing the music for just a moment. Cornelia, write it in your journal, and then let's have some communication in the chat. This is such vital information to move forward in this process. Yes, your belly at age 3, wow, and your pelvis at age 12, that's huge. Oh my gosh, your heart around age 8, that's really big. Jen, at age 30, yes, that very well can be your low back. Spine at age 8, frontal cortex at 3, oh my goodness. Age 3, Amy, your belly. Wow, and my heart at 10. Yes, stomach at 7. Oh wow, this is so huge. My hands at age 7 and throat at age 11. Oh my gosh, behind your left eye at 4. See, this is so vital, and I want you to keep this journal paper because tomorrow when we return, we're going to use this information to go the next 2 steps, which will be vital in your evolution and the evolution of your spiritual practice as well as your health. And so I honor you. I think I'm not sure how much time I have left. I think I'm complete. I have 10 minutes left. I only had 30 minutes to start with. Wow. So what I want to do is let's am I done sharing? Yes. Let's just start and bring in some ideas. And what I want to share with you is what happened with me. And that is that when I went into this meditation and I found out that I wasn't lovable, and that was the emotion which we're going to get to next time. That was the idea that I'd been holding within me for so long. It caused me to believe that I wasn't enough in any area, because when I was, well, if you don't feel lovable, right? then you think no one's going to like you in any way. All of my friends would desert me. Oh my gosh, junior high was the absolute worst time of my life because my friends all sabotaged me. And really, it wasn't them. It was me sabotaging me, but I didn't realize it, right? And Laura says my left eye too. And it's been stored there since you were in your 20s. I know, isn't that incredible? Mine was stored from the age of 9, but also the big part was stored at the age of 12, which I didn't realize. And that's when my friends started leaving me. And that was as a result of the emotions that I had been storing from my early years, my 9-year-old self. And then when I was 12, I literally stepped out of my body completely emotionally. And that can happen to a lot of people. I just turned the emotions off completely. And I didn't know it. It wasn't a conscious thing. I learned this later. But those emotions were too intense for me to handle. And for those of us, and I know many of you in here are empathic, you feel other people's stuff. And because I was feeling other people's stuff and I was feeling my own intense stuff, it was too much for me to handle. And I couldn't take it on anymore. And so if you have questions, I invite you to put it in the chat, and I would like to address any of the questions that you may have related to what you've just done. And if some of you are struggling to find any of those densities or to find how old you were when you had those densities, drop that in the chat too, because I can tap into you and I can give you an idea where that was. Yes, Anne, it is so interesting how our outer world reacts to our unspoken emotions. That's true. Everything that we carry around within us is who we become. And we don't realize it, of course. How do you help people who are shut down emotionally? How do you help them feel again? Janet, that's a valid and huge, important question. And you just invite them to feel safe in an environment of feeling first. And it's not easy. I mean, sometimes the first 1 or 2 times I'm with a client and I can tell they're completely shut down, I'm just inviting them to allow them to feel even a little bit. And they have to have complete trust that they are not going to be criticized, chastised, or overwhelmed by these emotions. And sometimes it takes the expertise of people like Paige and Gerald, who are experts in hypnotherapy, and to bring the awareness to their adult self that that's actually what they've done. I didn't know I had shut down my emotions. I was just flatlined. I didn't respond to anything, with a sense of joy or glee or happiness or excitement. And I didn't know it, right? Somebody else had to tell me. I was blind to it. So once somebody is sharing that with, if you were sharing that with a client or something like that, Janet, giving them a place of pure safety and inviting them to just tap into their body and be very present, like we did today, very present with the space within them that is talking to them, because most of us don't take the time to feel what's going on inside of us, right? And so if they take the space, the time and the moments to just go perfectly present inside, then they at least feel themselves, right? They're feeling their body. And then we can tap into the emotions that are also stored there. Most people don't even actually feel their body unless it's yelling at them in the way of pain or discomfort or lack of mobility or something like that. We don't even notice what's going on inside of our physical structure. And so that in itself is problematic, right? If we're not even paying attention until, we get hit over the head with a club, so to speak, right? The universe talks to us gently, with subtle messages first, and then we get a bigger message and a bigger message, and then we get clubbed over the head with the bat, and that's when the knee replacement has to happen, or that's when the heart attack happens, or that's when some kind of strong emotional meltdown happens, right? And those things are the clubs that are giving us clues, and even still in our society, we often don't notice those. We often don't go there. We don't realize there's a cause and effect relationship between what's gone on in our past and how we're feeling today and what's going on with regard to our health, right? We just think, oh, I ate too much junk or whatever. Yes, 2x4. Yes, and I'm so with you there. I've had a few 2x4s, and frankly, now I'm very afraid of 2x4s because they were so very physically and emotionally painful. Yes, Janet, have you had 2x4s too? Just interested. Anybody in the chat? How many of you have experienced what I named a club over the head? Yeah, or a 2x4, right? Yeah.
Rochel,
Yes.
Janet has a great question. She says, how do you help people who are shut down emotionally? How do you help them feel again?
Yeah, that's what we were addressing. And it's a great, great question. And first, you want to start by having them feel the physical body. And then you take them to the emotions that are suggested by that physical experience, right? So they've forgotten how to feel completely, physically, emotionally, mentally. And so you take them first physically because that's the easier way to feel. And then you take them into an emotional experience of feeling where their density is and what they might be feeling within them. And for me, because the empathic skills pop in from my clients, then I can step into them. I can feel them and I can say, I want you to tap into the sadness that you feel, the sadness that is in your heart right now. Because I'm feeling it. It's very strong. It's very palpable. I want you to feel it. Can you feel that there now? Just, in a safe environment. And as you gradually assist them in feeling themselves first, then you can assist them in feeling their emotions. Yes, Cornelia suggests feeling themselves in movement is really helpful as well. That's awesome. Very, very awesome. Thank you. And let's see, does anybody else have any other questions? This dialogue has been so valuable, and I really look forward to tomorrow. I want to remind you, make sure to check in tomorrow at 2:00 Pacific time when the second half of my talk will be, and we absolutely will go into the big release for a couple of these seeds that have been holding you back. Gary says, I found that awakening our innocence through inner child music. That's exactly right, Gary. I play inner child music, sometimes the music that goes along with fairy tales and that sort of thing in my background music when I'm doing inner child work with my clients. And that takes them back to their younger years too. So I love that, Gary. Thank you for that. And if you have any particular music that you've created that would be helpful for that, I love the idea of using that as well. Yeah. So I know that I'm coming to the end of my time. You guys, this has been awesome. I so appreciate you and your willingness and your courage to go through the tough stuff and to be on this summit. It is my honor and my privilege to be sharing this summit with you and the world. And it comes from my background, which is I'm writing a book. I've written a book. It's due to be published. Publishing date has been set back like 16 times. I know I can't, maybe I can show you. Radiate, change your frequency, change your life. This is the title of my book. And it's due to be published here shortly. So watch for that. But that's where the theme of this came from, this summit came from, because this is so vital in our world right now. And you are in the right place at the right time. And I just adore and love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rochel. Thank you so much, Rochel. That was absolutely amazing. So, by the way, if you guys want to look in the chat, I believe there's information there as to how you can contact Rochel. Cornelia is going to put that in the chat in a moment, or maybe Rochel will. But hopefully you guys will be in touch, and please be on tomorrow for the continuation of this. Thank you again, Rochel. That was wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's an honor, true honor. Thank you.
So we have another amazing, exciting presenter coming up. And I am so happy and proud to share her information with you. And this is my dear friend, Janet Thurgood. And Janet is CEO and founder of a company called Greater Life and Greater Impact. She was able to be liberated from 25 years of autoimmune illness through applying the tools of quantum healing. She was featured in the National Keynote Speakers Guide of 2019 as a woman of influence for her work in quantum healing. She now offers certification in a healing process called Quantum Restoration Technique. Her program has been featured on 365 news media platforms like ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and Fox. She also helps healers scale their businesses to 6 figures and beyond. And Janet's talk today is Feel Free to Prosper. Let's welcome Janet aboard.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? All right. I'm excited to get to present today. And thank you, Rochel. I love what you presented on, because that was actually going to be the first half of my talk. So you just cut my stuff down by half. I loved that. We were going to talk a little bit about getting into our bodies and finding where we're storing stuff. What I tell people, what I do personally when I'm out and about in the world, and when people ask, is I say, I'm a quantum healer. I help take people to the uncharted waters of who they really are, for healing, for spiritual awakening, for personal and spiritual transformation. And so today, what we're going to do is I'm going to take you through a process where we're going to also go into the body, kind of like what we did with Rochel, learning body awareness, learning where we're storing stuff. And but today I want to focus mainly on taking you and helping you to tap into your higher self, helping you to tap into divine, infinite intelligence. And like Anne said earlier, I did go through 25 years worth of struggling and fighting my way through autoimmune illness. And I felt so hopeless and despondent and disconnected and isolated. And I didn't know how to connect with other people, let alone how to connect with my own self. And it was a frustrating time. I was raising 6 children. I had business responsibilities, marriage responsibilities, church responsibilities, and literally, like when I typed into the chat box why I was carrying so much in my back and my shoulders was from age 30. I was literally at that point in my life carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. I was running a full-time cleaning company out of my home at age 30. I had just had my 6th baby. I was serving in a very kind of high profile calling in my church and homeschooling all 6 of my children. Well, not 6, 5 of them. And I had reached breaking point in my life. Anyways, long story short, I ended up putting all of those things aside. I quit my job, sold my business, put my kids in school, and sat on the couch. And at that point in time, I'm sitting there nursing my little baby. And I ended up having adrenal failure, because my adrenals had been on fight or flight for so long that I ended up going into adrenal failure. And when I did that, I popped out of the body and away from the body for a short time. And when I popped away from the body, I got some perspective that I wasn't expecting to get. Perspective that I kind of sort of logically knew in my brain, but had never really experienced before away from my physical body. And in that perspective, I learned 2 things. Number 1, I am not my physical body. That is not the sum total of who I am. I get that we carry these bodies with us in this mortal dimension, but the second thing that I learned from that was that our higher selves, that higher consciousness that animates this physical body, doesn't die when the body lays down. So as I was having this weird experience of recognizing the familiarity of my physical mortal body in the flesh, laying there on the ground, I recognized it. It looked familiar to me, but yet at the same time, I knew that that wasn't me. I knew that I was this divine, infinite, expansive, intelligent being. anyway, after having this shutdown of my physical body, I actually hired a mentor and a healer, a coach who took me by the hand and pulled me out of a big black hole. And what he taught me is ultimately what led to my release of all of this autoimmune problem, these spiritual illnesses that I was carrying around. And interestingly enough, he took me into an experience, a guided meditation, where I actually experienced the exact same thing. The feeling was identical to the feeling I had when I had my out-of-body experience, when I gained that perspective, when I learned about my higher self. And he took me there by not going out of the body. I didn't have to die again to have it. He took me deep into the body in order to connect to this self again. And I recognized that feeling. So I want to share that with you today. I want to take you to that place, and I want you to be able to experience it for yourselves as well. I want you to be able to tap into your higher self and know that you have access to that anytime and every time that you need it. Before we get to that point, I want to just reiterate the fact that just because we suffer doesn't mean that we did something wrong. Suffering it's a vital and integral part of the human experience, and we all go through it. We all have opportunities to go through suffering for our growth, for our learning, for our experience, for and so I'm going to teach you 6, actually, I'm going to drop it into the chat box here. I don't know if it's going to be formatted correctly, but hopefully you can understand. These are the 6 main causes of human suffering. And I'm not going to go over them all, but I just want you to know that if you can learn how to tap into your highest self, your infinite divine self, you'll be able to teach yourself how to become the kind of person who no longer requires these kinds of lessons or these kinds of experiences. Someone who no longer requires chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia and autoimmune illnesses. If you can learn how to tap into yourself and stay connected with that, tap in. So what I was going to take you through, first of all, was I was going to have you go into your body and identify with one main thing in your life that's bothering you the most. So I want you to do that actually right now. Think of one main thing that's bothering you in your life. Where are you stuck? Where are you suffering? Where are you struggling? One thing. It can't be a whole bunch of things. Just think of one thing, light it up like a Christmas tree, and notice, I want you to notice, how does that feel in your body? What's the biological effect of it? So for example, if you're feeling sad, you might feel heaviness on the heart. So we just learned how to tap into and get in touch with where you're identifying that in your body, but I just want you to notice it. So if you're brave enough and vulnerable enough, share it in the chat box and just say, I'm experiencing sadness, feeling it in my heart, and then give it a number. On a scale from 0 to 10, if 10 is the most, what number would you give it from 0 to 10? If 10 is the worst that you would feel. Go ahead and feel that. Notice how it feels. Notice where you feel it. And then we are going to jump into our bodies and we're going to tap into our higher selves. What are the last 2 forms of suffering? Oh, sorry about that. Hang on. Let me just grab them really quick. I'll just cut them and paste them. So we got up to number 4. Let me get 5 and 6 here. Copy. Thanks for bringing my awareness to that. Fear of impermanence and fear of death and loss. So these are not good feelings. Anytime you have unmet expectations, you're going to suffer. So when you can learn how to let go of expectations, unhealthy expectations, fear to move my location, 7. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so now what I want you to do, we're going to go into the body. Again, we're going to connect to the connecting point with your higher self, which is at the base of the spine. There's a lot of different connecting points, but one of the best ones that I find that is a portal to your higher self is the base of the spine. In Kundalini, they believe that's a sacred connecting point. It's where flesh and spirit meet. So what I want you to do is slow down the breath. Breathe in, breathe out. In order to slow the exhale down, because this is going to help you get in. To slow that exhale down, puff out your cheeks a little bit, tighten your lips a little bit to control that exhale. I want the exhale to be an emptying breath, a releasing breath, a surrendering breath, a letting go. So drop your shoulders on the exhale. When you breathe in, breathe deeply. Drink in all that liquid light and love and approval and acceptance, everything that you did not get that you think you needed. Breathe it in, drink it deeply. Then on the exhale, we're going to let go, let go, let go. But I want you to slow the exhale by puffing out the cheeks just a little bit. Drop your awareness down through your center. So like Rochel taught us, start at the face, behind your eyes, and just start moving down through the throat, through the heart. Breathe in, breathe out. Drop your shoulders, let them go, soften them. Dropping down into the heart space between the lungs. Breathe in, breathe out. Take your awareness now going through the sternum, behind the sternum, through your upper stomach and lower stomach. And eventually I want you to just land gently at the perineum, the base of your spine, just sitting there, rest. So just as if someone dropped you into the ocean and you gently sunk down to the bottom of the ocean, sitting there in the sand at the bottom of the ocean, I want you to pretend that you can breathe in the bottom of the ocean. And what you're breathing in is liquid light. It's love, it's peace, it's truth. Breathe that in, and on the exhale, just rest even deeper at the base of the spine, at the perineum. You can actually just get into your hips, sink down through your legs, and go underneath your feet too. If you want to, there's two places where you can rest, the base of the spine or under your feet. You pick the one that feels the most anchored to you. Breathe in, breathe out, soften on the exhale. All of that tightness that you felt in your back and in your belly and in your face when you brought up all of these problems from the pains of the past, invite those muscles to soften and release and surrender and let go. Breathe in, breathe out. Dropping down into your hips. Just let go on the exhale. Let go. Let go some more. And as you breathe out, I want you to let go of all of the disapproval that you have of yourself. Let go of disapproving of yourself some more. Breathe that out on the exhale. When you breathe in, just drink in deeply all the love and the nourishment and the nurturing and the compassion and the understanding that you didn't get. Breathe it in. Give that to yourself. Breathing out, letting go of all the disapproval that you have of yourself, that you've been holding on to. Letting go, letting go, letting go. Breathing in approval and appreciation and love and acceptance and gratitude for yourself. In fact, on the inhale, you can say, I love you. I see you. On the exhale, breathe out all the disapproval. Breathe it out. Keeping your attention at the base of the spine. Do not leave the base of the spine. This is a connecting point. It's a portal to your higher self. Another connecting point is the heart. There are many, but we're going to use the heart and the base of the spine today. So with a portion of your awareness at the base of the spine, now I'm going to take you into your heart space. So let's pretend there's a door on your heart. I want you to go inside your body, look at your heart pumping blood, watch it, tell it, thank you. Thank you for doing such a good job of keeping me alive. Thank you. Thank you for pumping my blood through my veins. Thank you. Thank you for sending signals of love throughout my being. Thank you. And now you notice there's a door on the outside of the heart. Open the door and step inside. And as you step inside, the room on the other side of this door is nothing but expansive, golden, luminous, white light. There's no floor or walls or ceiling. It just expands. So I want you to now feel into the expansion. It's more than just visualizing it. I want you to feel what it feels like to have the essence of you spread out. So now with the breath, now that you've completed letting go of all that disapproval of yourself, I want you to just take up more space in front of you. Breathe in, breathe out. Take up more space behind you. Shine, just like the sun shines. Take up more space above you. Take up more space below you. Shine, shine, shine. Bigger, almost like you stepped into the center of the sun and the sun stepped into the center of you. And these millions of tendrils of light now are going out in every direction. Expand, expand, fill up the room. Let your light touch the floor, the walls, the ceiling, the corners. And now let it just go beyond that, out farther into the universe. And I want you to notice the feeling of where does your light end and God's light begin? It's kind of a trick question because there is no beginning or ending, there just is. So notice the integration of the creator of all that is. Notice yourself connecting with the creator of all that is. Notice yourself becoming one with the trees, the sky, the earth, the universe, the planets, the stars, the light that fills the expanse of the universe. That is you. Expand out, and now you are just one with the universe. You are the light. The light is you. But the beauty of this is that you are a unique, divine, individual expression of the light. So spread out some more. Take up that space, connecting, integrating with the creator of all that is. Integrating, connecting with the oneness of the universe. But notice how unique and divine and special and individual your light shines. Notice how you shine like no other creature, no other being, no other entity can shine. And without the shininess of you, there's an emptiness in the universe. So if nobody else shines the way that you shine, nobody else can do what you do, say what you say, and be what you are. I just want you to notice how important it is that you do shine. Good. Keep breathing in through your nose, out through your mouth, expanding out. Keep a portion of your awareness connected at the base of the spine and in the heart center, expanding out bigger and brighter and wider. Can you guys drop into the chat box some adjectives? Tell me what that feels like to be in your body, connected to the higher self and shining out into the universe. What does that feel like for you? Give me adjectives. Go. Tingly, expansive. Wow, no words. Yeah, it's ineffable. Abundant, freedom, free. Yes. Loving. Thank you. So these words, keep going with your words, because you're going to notice lots of words will come to mind in this connected space with your higher self. Connected, oneness, peaceful, joy, loving. Okay, what you're describing is you. That's you. What does that feel like to connect to you? That ineffable, loving, peaceful, joyful, blissful, abundant feeling. There aren't words. No, it's ineffable. Feels like peace. Okay, this feeling that you cannot describe is you. This is who you are. When you don't feel these good feelings, yes, I am wow. Yes, you are. Every human deserves to know how incredibly awesome they are. You deserve to know how divinely unique and powerful and wonderful and gorgeous you are. When I have just a couple of minutes left, but I want to share a story. Stay in this feeling. Yes, you are, Anne. You are. Mindy, gorgeous. Yes, you are. So stay in this feeling. Stay connected by keeping your awareness at the base of the spine. Keep yourself spread out. Push that light out as you breathe into your body. Notice how prosperous and abundant and limitless and amazing you are. This is the infinite self. And when you're connected to infinity, you can't die. You can't lose anything. Nothing can be taken from you. You cannot be harmed. You can't run out of time. With all of those awarenesses now that you're connected to the powerful infinite I am, what do you have to worry about? Seriously, type it into the chat if you can think of anything. If you cannot die, nothing can be taken. You can't run out of time. You can't lose anything. You are everything. What could you possibly have to worry about? Nothing. There is nothing, right? Okay, notice how good that feels to be connected to you, the infinite you, and the creator. When you connect to yourself, you also connect to the divine. They're one. They're one in the same. So I want you to notice you can connect to this part of yourself at any point in time in your life, and you will notice that there is no suffering there. It can't happen. You cannot suffer when you're standing in the presence of the divine I am. So here's my final words with my final story. If you guys want to chat, type into the chat box what this feels like to connect to the power and the divinity of you. Type it in there. Keep going. My mother passed away in 2017, the end of 2017. And about a month after I had been working with her. She had cancer. We were trying to do some of this clearing, healing work before she passed. And I was hoping that she would maybe be healed. And she wouldn't accept the work that we were doing. And this was her exit strategy. And I was okay with that. I accepted that and honored that. Anyway, she passed away. And after about a month after her passing, she came and stood at the foot of my bed in a vision. And she showed me her higher self, this feeling. And like you guys, there were no words. It was frustrating for me to even come up with words to describe what I witnessed when I saw her. She just stood at the foot of my bed and pointed at herself and said, look at me. And it was ineffable. The feelings were just incredible. And it was the most beautiful thing I've ever laid eyes on in my life. And to this day, I still can't come up with words to describe what I witnessed. And since then, this is my life's work. This is what I do for a living now, is I take people to the uncharted waters of who they really are, for healing, for spiritual awakening, and for personal transformation, so that you can live a life of abundance, authenticity, and clarity, and connection with God. That's what I do for a living. Because after having that witness of who she was standing at the foot of my bed, I was like, every human being deserves to know how awesome they are. And today, you got a tiny little glimpse of how awesome you are, how powerful you are, how unlimited you are, and how nothing can threaten you at that infinite level. So I hope you take this into the rest of your day and float on cloud nine. Know that when you're feeling these good feelings, it's because you're connected to yourself. And when you're not feeling good feelings, you feel heavy and dark and dense, it's because you're not connected to yourself. So get back in, drop down to the base of the spine, expand out, and connect to yourself. You don't need 2 hours in a dark room to meditate to get there. Just put your awareness inside, drop down to the base, expand out. You can get there in one breath. And you should be able to practice that and do it every day. So that's it for me. You guys are awesome. I'm so grateful that you could come up with descriptive words, because it's very hard to do when you connect to yourself. So I'm glad you got to experience that.
That was
Janet.
wonderful, Janet. Thank you
Thank
so much. I love
Yeah.
going through that exercise.
Yeah, thank you so much, Janet. And I'm sure you guys have witnessed by now the frequency and the energy, the vibration. Already, I'm feeling it. And so thank you, Janet, for adding to that. If you guys want to get in touch with Janet and find out more about what she does, we'll put her information in the chat. And I think it's time for us to move on to our next speaker. So I'm going to hand it over to, I think, Rochel.
Actually, I have the pleasure of introducing this next speaker, who has been very transformative for me in my life. I met Allison Maya Rose Rogers, who this Global Healer Summit came out of her intuition. She is a intuition expert and author of the book Soul Intuition. And she came up with this during the pandemic, created this whole summit in order to raise money for some orphans in Nepal who needed a new building. And she has been featured on stages and virtual platforms all over the world. She's received many awards for her work, including the Achievement in Excellence Award from the City Summit Foundation. And she's worked with thousands of clients over the past decade to help them increase their intuition, including professional athletes, Olympians, and well-known thought leaders. And she's especially passionate about working with women to help them connect more deeply with their feminine intuition, or their femme intuition. And her presentation today is on awakening the divine feminine. And I just love Allison and Maya Rose, and she has just helped me so much in the last couple of years to be able to get over my own fears and do things like this online. And so I'm so grateful for you, Allison, in so many ways. And go right on ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. First of all, huge shout out to Jody. Thank you so much. And Anne and Rochel for taking this over and putting this all together for us. When I first got the idea and held the first Global Summit, Healer Summit 12/12/2020, I had a vision that this was something that would continue to grow and bless people's lives. By the way, just raise your hand if this is blessing your life. You can either do it virtually on the screen, or if you're on video, just raise your hand. Because the fact is that when we come together, when we connect, and we collaborate, that's really truly how we can help heal the world and spread global healing. And thank you so much for taking this on and for helping to spread this message of health and healing. So today I'm really excited to talk about aligning with the divine feminine. So we're talking about aligning with the frequency of health. And today I'm going to talk about aligning with a healthy relationship with the divine feminine. So if you're on this Global Healer Summit, I just want you to check in and tune in right now to why you're here. And I bet it falls into one of these three categories. I bet you're either wanting to gain a greater connection with yourself, a greater connection with other people, or a greater connection to your source. And if you think about that, for those that are healers at the heart, we're wanting to connect with ourselves. We're wanting to heal ourselves so that our buckets can be full. We're wanting to connect with other people so we can help bring healing and health and higher frequency into their life. And we're wanting to connect with our higher power, this divine source, to allow that healing to flow through us. Yeah. So I'm seeing on the chat box, Jody says all three for her, all three for Anne. So just write if you feel like you are here for one of those reasons at the core. Now, I also want to talk about that when you heal your relationship with your divine feminine, you're going to have a better relationship with yourself, a better relationship with others, and also a better relationship with your higher power. And let's dive into some of the dirty nitty-gritty first of all. So unfortunately, throughout history, throughout the past few millennia, really, the divine feminine has been shut down. And we've really had this society of this unconscious patriarchy. Now, I'm not saying that men are bad. I don't call myself a feminist, but look at how things have evolved over time. So millennia ago, women were taken out of godheads or religion in most religions, in most countries, in most areas of the world. And it became this very male dominated, religious scene. Also, same thing with governments, that women were taken a lot out of government heads, and now you have this male-dominated government. And the women who were in the head of governments, the queens or whatever, they were very much in their masculine energy. So it was women that were in their masculine energy. Even if you think about here in the United States or other countries where women have run for political office, they are typically women that are very much in their masculine energy. And so now we have this connection to God, right? And God is this idea of a man, or this masculine male energy. And in lots of societies, in lots of past religious cultures, it's this dominant God that gets mad at you, right? And we have this with countries and leaders as well. What about connection with other people? Well, unfortunately, over the past millennia, women have not been able to have good relationships with each other. So there were things like the Salem witch trials where women had to turn on each other to save each other's lives. Even recently, climbing the corporate ladder in the 70s and 80s and even the 90s as a woman, unfortunately, was very competitive because there were limited amounts of space. And so women have this feeling of competition with each other. And what about connection with yourself? Well, we've been taught to shut down our divine feminine. We've been taught not to listen to our intuition, not to trust ourselves, and to rely on outside things. So why am I bringing this all up? Well, if you are lacking in your relationship with your divine feminine, or you felt like, wow, I really want to step more into this, but I've been conditioned, or my culture or my society or my religion has taught me to not be in my divine feminine, you aren't alone. This is something that's been evolving for millennia. Well, the interesting thing is that in 2012, many ancient calendaring systems, including the Mayan calendar system, reported that there would be a destruction of the world. Do you guys remember that? Just type a 1 in the chat box if you remember the big thing. And I think it was like December 2012, the whole world was supposed to end and be destroyed. Yeah, you guys remember that. So what ended up happening is obviously there wasn't a physical destruction of the world, but talking to many experts and having researched and studied on the divine feminine for the past 10 years, I've learned that a lot of people believe that that was like the death of this unconscious patriarchy that we've been living under, and that it was the time to evolve and time for a new beginning where we had more awareness and where the divine feminine would now be at the forefront of leading the world. What does this mean? It means more community-centric, so more we-centric instead of me-centric. It means leading with love. It means leading with compassion and with intuition. So that we've been evolving forward in that. But there's a lot of healing we still need to do with the divine feminine. So what does this all mean, and what can you do to heal your relationship with the divine feminine? Well, there are a couple of really important steps that you can take and a couple of really important awarenesses. I see a lot of people on here who have taken some of my past courses. In fact, I'd love just type in the chat box below if you've taken a past course of mine on femintuition. Just type me in the chat box below. If you've taken a course or heard me speak on the divine feminine, yeah, Jody has, Laura has, Paige, yeah, Rochel. So a lot of you have taken this course. So we're going to do a review, and then I'm going to talk to you about the next evolution of this, how to continue to forward with the divine feminine. Now, for those of you who haven't taken this course that I'm about to review, you're welcome. I'm going to, at the end, I'll put in my calendar link so you can schedule time to talk with me. I'll give you some ideas on what we can chat about. But if you haven't taken this course, you're welcome to ask me more questions about it. How can you take it? How it would be able to help you. By the way, for those of you who have taken the course, Minnie says it's awesome. Just type in the chat box below if you felt like it helped you gain a better relationship with your divine feminine. Just type in the chat box if you felt like it helped you gain a better understanding of the divine feminine. Yeah, Jody says absolutely good. And this is what I love so much. By the way, the information that I'm going to tell you, I don't feel like is my information. This is something that I studied for years, and then deeply in meditation one day after Joe Dispenza workshop, everything kind of downloaded through me. And it's my belief that there's universal truths that are out in the universe right now. There are truths that are wanting to come through, wanting to be taught. And for those who are willing to be instruments, who meditate, who ask, how can I be an instrument in your hands? That information can be downloaded and passed through us. So that's what I was doing. I was meditating and asking, how can I be an instrument in your hands? God, universe, spirit, and being able to carry out this information. And this is when this was all downloaded to me. So quick review because a lot of you have already taken this course. Just a reminder that the divine feminine, within the divine feminine, is contained both the divine masculine and feminine. So the biggest misconception is that there's divine feminine over here and divine masculine over here, and they're completely separate. That's not true. In order to have a wholeness in divine masculine and divine feminine, you have both feminine and masculine components, both the yin components and the yang components. So the yin components of the divine feminine are the healer and the temptress. So these are components that are within all of us, right? And the healer is that part of us that's intuitive, that's connected to nature and to people and to God and to ourselves. That intuitive part of us that helps things to grow and to nurture. And the healer is so important because it's not until our own buckets are full and overflowing that we can really change the world. Now, one of the really sad things is that over the course of history, and based on, I'm sure a lot of you were taught this growing up, but women were taught to sacrifice themselves at all costs, to be the martyr, to sacrifice what they wanted, their health, their mental health, their emotional health, in order to serve and to show up and serve other people. In fact, statistics still support this today. So this is why it's so important to have a good relationship with your healer so that you can make sure your bucket's full, so that first you can listen to your own intuition on what it is you need, what you need spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, so that you can show up as the whole and complete version of yourself to serve the world. All right, so number one's the healer. The second yin component is the temptress. This is very much the now energy, that how to enjoy life now, how to flirt with life, how to feel good in your body, how to feel sexy, how to have fun. And this is a really, really important part as a woman. Now, notice whether you're thinking about a man or a woman, think of somebody that you know that just seems to love life, that enjoys every moment, that's flirty and fun and happy, that doesn't take things too seriously, laughs at jokes, is fully present in this moment. How attractive are they to you? Probably pretty attractive. And I'm not talking just on a sexual level, I'm talking on all different levels. You probably want to be around that person more. So that's really important that we're able to cultivate that part of the yin energy within us, which is the temptress. Okay, the two yang energies are first the warrior. The warrior is very much about setting boundaries, about getting stuff done, about safety, about knowing that as a person, whether you're a man or a woman, you can take care of yourself. You can set up boundaries so that your healer is protected and that you can get stuff done. You can create and produce money and results in your life. All right. And then the second masculine or yang component is the queen, or the king if you're a man. And this is where you get to sit back and look at the big picture. You have a long-term vision. You know how to delegate things. You know how to run your life. You know how to be able to see the big picture version and how all the pieces fit together. All right. So when we have these all together, when we have the healer, the temptress, the warrior, and the queen all together, we have a good relationship with all parts of us, then that creates the whole, or the divine feminine. And I'm sure you can think of people right now in your life that have this, that have all those components. And these are the people that have that attraction energy, but are producing big results in their life. These are the people that have great relationships. These are the people that are able to take everything, nothing too seriously. Like there's no problem that's greater than they are. And so this is the next evolution. This is how to really gain that divine feminine, is to gain a good relationship with all four of those components. All right, so now we're going to get into some deeper stuff. I'm going to post really quickly here for those of you who have more questions on what I just talked about, or want to take the quiz in order to see how you score on your healer, your warrior, your temptress, and your queen, to know where you are in relationship to these four archetypes. You can schedule an appointment with me. That's 11:11. Yay, Amy. You can schedule an appointment with me at schedulewithallison.com. I just put it in the chat box. And I hope all of you schedule an appointment with me. I'd love to chat with you about this divine feminine archetypes and the energy, and how to be able to create wholeness within your divine feminine. Okay. Whew. Okay, you guys ready to go deep? I wasn't planning on going this deep. Just give me a like nod. Do you want me to keep it lighter, or should we go really deep? You want to go deep? Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so fun. Okay, so I am just geeking out over this. So there are a couple of things that are really important that play into this as well. So along with these four different archetypes of the divine feminine that we call, and really the order that I go in is the healer, the warrior, the temptress, and the queen. So we have a yin, yang, yin, yang. Also, by the way, how many phases of the moon are there? There are 4 phases of the moon. Did you know that the 4 phases of the moon correspond with the 4 different energy types of the divine feminine? For those of you that are very moon sensitive, lunar sensitive like I am, you may have noticed this, right? You may have noticed that the different phases of the moon affect your feminine energy in a very different way. So the new moon corresponds with the healer. During the new moon is the best time for you to turn inward, right? This is the darkest. This is the best time for you to turn inward and to ask yourself, what do I need? And how can I give that to myself? How can I serve myself? During the new moon phase is the best time for you to get massages, for you to take naps, for you to do meditations. I mean, it's always a good time to do meditations, but this is when you're going to get the most out of it. This is when you will access your intuition at the highest level, is during the new moon phase. I'm going to lay a lot of information on you, by the way, right now, and I'm going to open it up for some questions at the end. And our next iteration of the femintuition course, we're going to talk about all of these things as well, and how to incorporate these into your life, as well as some of the feminine archetypes throughout history, like Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene. Mother Mary's very much in the healer energy, by the way. Mother Mary, once you get the codes of Mother Mary, you learn how to be your own nurturer. So you heal all your mother wounds. And it's phenomenal for relationships. We'll be covering that in the next course as well. Okay, so new moon is the best phase to be in the healer. First quarter is the best phase to step into your warrior. Follows the same pattern that we taught for those of you who have taken the class. This is the time to get stuff done. So imagine you're in your cocoon during the new moon. You ask yourself, what do I want? How can I take care of myself? And then imagine coming out of that cocoon, spreading your wings and being on fire, like, rah, it's time to get stuff done. So as the moon's transitioning, the first quarter is the best time to get stuff done. It's the best time to step into your warrior energy. It's the best time to move forward in being able to create the results that you want in your life. So this is where you think, wow, here's an immediate result I want to create in my life. I'm going to do it during the first quarter. All right. So new moon, healer, the transition, the first quarter of the moon is warrior. Full moon, guess what? That's temptress. Okay, be honest with me. How many of you have felt heightened sexual energy during the full moon? Okay, like I have literally had moongasms before. I am not joking with you. I've gone out and I'm like, oh, it's a full moon. Oh my gosh. This is the time when you're the most charismatic. It's the time when you feel the best in your body, when your sexual energy is the most heightened. Now, this doesn't mean you have to go out and have sex or sleep with people, but what is your sexual energy linked to? Creativity. This is the best time in your life to write your book, to brainstorm your ideas, to think about the things that you want to do in your life. Right? Everything that's linked with that temptress energy. This is a time to go dancing, to go out on a date, to just do the things, indulge yourself in the moment and experience pleasure. Now, this is the funnest thing is that now we have the fourth quarter, which is the queen. It's the planning phase. And if you think of this evolution, you've gone in, you've hibernated during the new moon, during the healer phase. You've tapped into your intuition. You've created fullness in your bucket, right? And then first quarter, now you go out, you produce the results, you create the things you want in your life right now in order to get things in motion and moving. And then you step back and you enjoy life. You take a moment to recenter, to celebrate, to feel sexy and good in your body. And now it's time that you've awakened that creative center to plan, to think about what it is you want 5 years from now. How are you going to delegate things? How can you create the systems that are working better in your business and your personal life? And that's what you create during that last quarter before the new moon again. All right. All right. I'm missing some funny chats on here. Oh, moongasms. Oh, moongasms are the best. True. Okay. So this has to do with the moon. There's one other thing that I would like to address, and then again, I'll open it up for questions. And I'm just pulling one thing up here. Again, I wasn't planning on talking about all this, and then I saw who was on here, and I'm like, okay, we just got to go deep and play with this a little bit more because this is really fun. Okay, so guess what else there are? Okay, there are 4 phases of your menstrual cycle. And by the way, I'm going to plant the seed. You can change your menstrual cycle to cycle with the moon phase. And if you can, you want to intentionally try and shift your mindset in your body towards when you're menstruating in the new moon. And I'll tell you why in just a moment. For those of you that aren't menstruating, you still have these phases in your body. We still have these hormonal phases. Now, this is really important to understand. Do you know that men, their hormonal phases reset every single day? Every single day, a man wakes up and he goes through the same hormonal cycle. He goes to sleep, he resets, the next day it's the same hormonal cycle. Women, we take a whole month. Whether you're menstruating or whether you've hit menopause and you aren't menstruating, your hormonal cycle, your emotional cycle, your patterns take a whole month. And this is the fun part, and you'll see how they kind of correspond. And this is the deeper stuff that we're getting into in these higher levels of the femintuition class. So you have 4 phases of your menstrual cycle. Phase number 1 is menstruate, or phase number 1. This is where I'm like, I got to look at the technical words for all this. Okay, so it's your menstruation. This is when you're actually menstruating, when there's blood coming out of your body. This corresponds with the new moon, which also corresponds with the healer phase. When you're in your actual menstrual cycle, this is the best time to tune into your healer. This is the best time to go within. It's the best time to take care of yourself, to take baths, to ask yourself what you need, what you want, and to nurture yourself. So the menstrual cycle corresponds with the healer, which, if you can cycle with the new moon, also corresponds with the new moon. Second phase that you go into is the follicular phase. So the follicular phase, you actually have the highest levels of testosterone. This is right after you menstruate. So if you're thinking about the highest level of testosterone, this is going to be a yang energy, which is the warrior. This again is when you start to produce results. This is when you get the tasks done. This is when you, if you have results you want to produce in your life, this is when you get shit done. It's during this follicular phase. This is when you step into that warrior phase of getting stuff done. So it's also a great time, by the way, to set your boundaries, to look at where in your life you want and need boundaries and to create and set those boundaries. Okay, then the third phase is your ovulation, right? This ovulation phase corresponds with the temptress, which also can correspond with the new moon. The ovulation phase is when you feel the best in your body, when you feel the sexiest. Your hormones are the heightened the most. Now, this makes sense if you think about reproduction, because this is the time when you're going to attract your partner and create reproductive cycles, right? But it's also the best time. It's the time when you're most charismatic. This is the time to go on dates. This is the time to be on camera. This is the time to go play. This is the time to just to enjoy your life and your body, to go dancing, to have fun, is during this phase, and all the hormones support it. And then the last phase is the luteal phase. So the luteal phase is right before your menstruation, and your hormones actually support long-term vision during this phase. So this is when, oh, Amy Joy, full moon, temptress, ovulation, full moon. Yes, I may have said different. Yes, Jody, you're right. Okay, so the luteal phase right before your menstruation cycle, this is the phase where hormones support long-term planning, long-term vision. This is when you're actually the most reasonable in your brain. Like your hormones as a woman are supportive of reason during this time. And so this is the best time for you to step back, for you to look at what's my long-term vision? What's my long-term plan? How do I want to create the steps to get to where I want to go, which is very much in the queen. So this is really fun. All of these correspond with each other. And in our more advanced classes, we talk about the moon phases, we talk about the menstrual phases and how they relate. We talk about the different feminine archetypes and download codes for those. So anyway, so it's really fun for those of you who haven't taken it yet. All right, so I have about 9 more minutes. I would like to open it up for questions. Look, it's like 8 minutes now. I'd like to open it up for a few questions, so 5 minutes of questions, and then I'll wrap it up, because I know I just laid a lot of information on you, but this is so phenomenal. And the women that have gone through the course and now have gone through the more advanced courses, like the results are phenomenal. They're loving their life. They're following their intuition. Money's flowing. Relationships are going better. It's just so phenomenal. So if you can really understand and grasp this, it can totally change your life. So, okay, I'm going to open it up for questions. If you have a question, maybe just take yourself off mute and ask it.
I'm curious how you would align your menstrual cycle, like change your menstrual cycle so it lands on the right time of the moon cycle.
So it's so interesting. When this first came to my awareness, the person that was teaching me is like, just start having an awareness of when the moon is, and your cycle will start to line up with it. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, do I need to do something? Do I need to be a certain way? But if you think about it, have you ever heard of this idea of when there's like an alpha woman, or when you get around other women, like women start menstruating, and usually there's one woman that they start menstruating to. Maybe you've been the alpha woman in the past. Maybe you've been the woman that starts menstruating. When you're around other women, you get in groups of women and start menstruating together. We've known this since, ancient times. If you've read the book, The Red Tent, you know this. What is the ultimate feminine energy in the universe? It's the moon. So you're just attuning yourself to the alpha yin, which is the moon. And so all you need to do is just start being aware of when the moon cycles are, and just start tuning into your body. Create that awareness. And it's so fascinating now. I've seen over a dozen women in the past year be able to shift and align their menstrual phases with the moon cycles. So to answer your question, number 1, be aware of the moon cycles. Number 2, hold that intention within your body. And number 3, start attuning to the alpha yin, which is the moon. And you'll notice that shift in your cycle.
That's really cool.
Yeah, thanks. All right, any other questions? Take yourself off mute.
This is Michelle. Were you saying it's better to be bleeding while it's a full moon or the new moon?
New moon. So new moon is the menstruation. So a lot of women get it, and I was even confused on this, between menstruation and ovulation. Menstruation is actually when you're bleeding, and ovulation is when your eggs are at the fullest. So that's when you're most fertile, and that's in the middle of your cycle. Great question.
Allison, you mentioned something about if you don't have your menstrual cycle anymore, so it's still the same kind of energy that you're following, correct?
Yeah, so what you would do here is you would start journaling, very much like when I've taught intuitive eating in the past, when you just pay attention to how you're feeling, just start paying attention, start doing some journaling. When during the month do you feel the most introverted? When do you feel the most like you want to go inward and take a bath and take care of yourself? This is more of the phase of the new moon, right? This would also be when you would menstruate. When during the month do you feel the most productive, like you want to go create something and do something? This would be more during the follicular phase or the first quarter of the moon. You know, when during the months you feel your sexiest and you're most charismatic, and this would correspond again with the full moon or that ovulation phase. And then when during the month do you feel like you step into that planner phase? So just start journaling and start paying attention. I've had women say to me, well, this is going to be really difficult. How am I going to tell without my period? But really, it's really becomes very obvious if you just pay attention and tune into what your body's wanting during that time. And you'll notice that it follows almost exactly a 28 to 31 day cycle.
Well, I have one friend that we talk like once a month, and when I usually call her, I'm feeling like so, introverted, and she'll say, well, it's the new moon or it's the dark moon right before. So I'll just have to pay attention. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And one of the things that you could do too, it's kind of, if you aren't menstruating, is just align your energy with the moon. Make it simple. So thanks. Great question, Jody. Any other questions?
Yeah, Allison. So since I haven't menstruated for many years, and that's such a blessing, by the way. So is there a certain age where you feel like that stops, like you still go through the phases? Does that stop at a certain age or just continues?
I feel like it continues. The research that I've done, the studies that I've done, is it continues. And again, it's just this idea that male energy resets every single day, and the divine feminine energy goes through a monthly cycle. It goes through that cycle of the moon. So as long as you're in tune with that divine feminine, then you'll notice this flow in your life.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anne.
I have a question related to my past. I haven't had a menstruation for many years either, but in the past, because I was always in the situation of trying to get pregnant, I knew my count, and I was always 27 days. So it was a short count instead of a longer count. And the moon phase is never a short count, right? Mm-hmm. And so do you know how that might have been affected?
Well, the interesting thing is that I've talked to women who've had longer cycles or shorter cycles. As they've attuned to their moon, their cycles have balanced out with the moon cycle. Right. So it's interesting. And, it's you can't really go back and change anything in the past, right? I remember, what's that book? Feelings Buried Alive Never Die by Carol Truman. When I first was introduced to that book and started reading it, I'd already had all 4 of my kids, my biological children. And there was this whole chapter on how, emotions in pregnancy affect your kids. I'm like, I'm not even reading that chapter because I don't want to feel guilty about anything I've done in the past or could have done better. So, but it would be fun. It would be fun for you to see if you can now start tuning to moon. Like I said, it's kind of fun if you aren't on a menstrual cycle, just to now start attuning your energy to the moon phases. So
that's great. Thank you.
All right, I know my time's almost up, and I really just want to wrap up by saying a few things. Number one is that when you heal your relationship with the divine feminine, you really will align with the frequency of greater health in the world. And by healing yourself and your relationship with your divine feminine, you will absolutely heal the world. And it's such a beautiful thing. And please, 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 I'm going to type this in the chat box one more time. Please, I am on a mission to help 1,000 women more fully awaken to their divine feminine before the end of 2023. And if you feel called to more fully tune into your divine feminine, if you want to awaken that further, if it interests you at all, if you've been drawn to Magdalene energy or Isis or any of those energies, please tune in, chat with me. This is something that I've immersed myself in over the past few years, and finally helping people to download those codes as well. So it's schedulewithallison.com. Love to hop on the phone with you. Let's spend 20 minutes together. Maybe if you haven't taken the first iteration of the femintuition program, you want to dive in there, get a better relationship with your healer, your warrior, your temptress, your queen. If you've already done that, oh my gosh, come join me. Let's play for some of these higher level classes because it is so fun. And the other thing that's really healing is being around women who are there to support you and also who you are there to support. So I love you so much. And I hear the next presenter is epic and awesome. So I'm going to end here because you definitely want to hear from him. Oh my gosh. I think he might be right here. What?
Ta-da!
Who is this sexy guy? Oh my gosh.
Isn't she amazing? Isn't she incredible?
Thank you. Thank you.
She's the best.
All right. We let you guys have Gerald out to yourself. I love you. Love you all.
Thank you, Allison.
Wow, wasn't that tremendous? Oh my gosh. Allison, you can get so much in such a short period of time. We were blasted with so much deep information, and it was vital to our futures. And thank you so much, dear. You were amazing. And now it is my pleasure to introduce her king, her amazing, wonderful king. He's the king of the jungle and king of the household, and what a king he is. And he's also my coach. So they both are such tremendous people. But let me actually read what I'm supposed to share with you here. So Gerald Rogers, is a nationally known speaker, best-selling author, and transformational seminar leader who has been featured on the Today Show, CNN, Huffington Post, TEDx, and media networks around the world. Over the last 10 years, he has led over 175 transformational retreats and seminars and helped tens of thousands of individuals on the art of intentional living and how to reclaim your divine, authentic power, discover your purpose, and reignite the passion for life and living and the abundance and joy and possibility you were meant to live. So Gerald is going to be speaking about deciphering the code of the Metatron, 7 principles for conscious creation. I couldn't be more pleased to present to you my business and inspirational coach, amazing person, awesome transformational leader, Gerald Rogers. The floor is yours. Thanks so much.
Yay! It's so fun scrolling through your pictures and seeing everyone that's here with us right now. What a special gathering. You know, it's so fun to see some faces I love deeply, and it's fun to see new faces that I'm already falling in love with. So it's such an honor, and I just really want to acknowledge Rochel and Jody and Anne and all of you that have put so much energy into creating this experience. You know, it requires a lot, you know, to put on any event, and it's a lot of I don't call it hard work. I call it heart work. It requires a lot of heart work to be able to manifest and create something like this. And that's kind of what I want to tune into. Is like for each one of you, like, what is it that you're really wanting to bring life to? What is it that you're wanting to create? What are the dreams that are alive inside of you that you want to see manifest and brought into reality? Just like these 3 beautiful goddesses have made this a reality for all of us. You know, it begins with a vision, but then between the vision and there actually being an experience for people to share, all of these elements of artwork are required, you know, in order for something to be successful. And so for every one of you that's like here, like you're here for a reason, you know, maybe that reason is you just want to hang out with some inspired people. Maybe that reason is you want, you know, to activate more of your healer gifts. Maybe that reason is to tune into your own personal dreams. Maybe you're going through a personal transition. I'm actually curious. I'm just going to ask this question right now. I would love everyone to chime in. Who feels like you right now are going through a major life transition or change? If you are, just type out number 1 in the chat. If you feel like you're going through a major life change. So Amy is, Cornelia is, Rochel, yeah, Michelle, Anne, Janet. Like this is like I want you to like really tune in, like notice, like most of the people here, if not everyone, is going through a major change right now. Paige has been going through a series of major changes for the last 15 years. Maybe that's more accurate. Who feels like you are always going through a major life transition? And And I think what's powerful about this conversation we're about to have is having a framework to know how to navigate change gracefully and powerfully, and how to actually direct our lives in a way that creates the greatest level of conscious creativity, ability for us to create the change that we desire to have in our life. And so as we drop in, I know our time that we have together is very limited, but hopefully I can drop some seeds into your heart and your mind, your soul, that are really powerful. And so to do that, I want to frame this up by talking about what allows you to show up most powerfully in your purpose. What allows you to show up most powerfully in your purpose? And I want to introduce you to a concept, and you can kind of play with this concept in your life. But the concept is that there are three brains that are always directing our life, three parts of our brain, okay? We have our conscious brain, our unconscious brain, and then the third brain, which is the superconscious. Now, we talk a lot about the conscious and the unconscious. The conscious is what we're attuned to and aware of in this moment, right? It's like what exists on the very, very surface level of the ocean. Or like if you look at, all of you are looking at a computer or a screen right now. The conscious mind is what is visually apparent to you right now, just what's on the screen. So that's what exists on our conscious mind. That, everyone has their own statistics, but that probably represents less than 1% of what is actually going on around us. It's what we're actually physically aware of. It's what our senses are attuned to in this moment. And notice how that attunement can shift in a moment, right? Like if all of a sudden I said, hey, pay attention to the sensation of your right thumb, then all of a sudden you become aware, and that becomes brought to the surface, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I actually a moment ago, I wasn't thinking about what I was feeling with my right thumb, but now you are, right? Because it was like brought to the surface, it was brought to the front of the screen. So that's the conscious mind, right? What we're currently aware of. The second part of our brain is the unconscious. The unconscious represents all of these layers underneath the surface. So if you think about your computer, it's the software, all the different programs that are running, and it's the hardware underneath the surface that's actually, makes and allows that to happen. So unconscious or subconscious, people interchange those two. So you can call it subconscious, unconscious. Either way, it's those parts of our brain that we're not physically aware of, but they're required in order for us to work. And so for us in our subconscious or unconscious mind, it is all of our autonomic nervous system. Your heart beats, you are able to transfer oxygen through your lungs without even thinking about it. All of your organs are like doing this magical dance. You have 42 trillion cells. You have 42 trillion cells right now that are all doing their job because your unconscious mind is directing them and telling what to do. In addition to that, underneath the surface is all of your memories. Did you know that your subconscious, unconscious mind never forgets anything? It remembers everything, and it's stored there in the deep hard drives of your brain. So this means that within those memories, within those experiences that you've had, your subconscious has a certain way of doing things. And think of these neural pathways that are happening in your brain as like these programs that are just telling you, hey, when this happens, this should happen. When this happens, when this should happen. And what's great about that is it allows us to operate and navigate life, and our unconscious mind filters out 99% of the information that just doesn't feel relevant to our conscious mind right now. Because if we were consciously aware of all of the information that we're being bombarded with right now, it'd be too overwhelming, and like we'd short circuit. Like there's no way we could actually do it. So our unconscious mind, one of its jobs is to filter out anything that doesn't seem relevant. Now, the challenge with the unconscious mind is in those old, outdated software programs that you're running, some of us are running on Microsoft 1998. Right. And it just isn't working. Right. And like you have these outdated programs from when you were like 3 or 4 years old, of what you were told to believe and what you experienced and what you interpreted the world to be. And your adult self is still running off of the preset programs of the little wounded child inside of you. This is why you'll meet people that are even in their 40s or 50s, but they're still running a program that says, oh my gosh, I'm not enough, or I'm not good enough, or I'm not smart, or because their third grade teachers said that they weren't good at art. They believe that, oh, I'm just not a creative person, right? Like it's almost like these viruses were installed into their operating system long ago. And so why is this important? In the world of conscious creation, to be able to like really tune into, okay, this is what I'm choosing to create. I'm aware of what my purpose is, and this is what I want to make happen. When we have unconscious patterns or programs or viruses in our operating system underneath the surface that are in contradiction to what we say we want, which will win? The conscious desire or the unconscious belief? Which will win? The unconscious belief every single time, those unconscious belief systems will overpower what we believe that we want, which is why people can say, oh my gosh, yeah, I want to be rich, or I want to have an amazing relationship, or I want to have a healthy, sexy body. And they can say they want that, but if underneath the surface, they believe they don't deserve it, they don't believe they can have it, then all of a sudden they're it's almost like they have like these like tethers, these cords, pulling them back from being able to create that. Yeah, I love how Rochel said that unconscious belief is the ruler of the frequency, right? So I want to talk about that. So today, during the short time we have, we're actually going to be talking about the third brain. And this is one that doesn't get a lot of conversation about, but it's actually the most important. It's the most relevant for creating meaningful change. And this is the superconscious. So what is the superconscious? Well, if you imagine the screen of your computer as a conscious mind, the hard drive and the operating system and the programs are all within the unconscious or subconscious. The superconscious is the Wi-Fi network. The Wi-Fi network, which connects you to every other bit of information out there in all of the universe and all of the metaverse, right? It's the mystical part of our brain, which actually allows us to access the God frequency, which allows us to communicate with psychic abilities. It allows us to activate our intuition. It allows us to do things which feel superhuman. It allows the healing energy to happen and to be transferred that's beyond like the thinking or physical brain, right? So the superconscious is actually the most powerful, potent, and important part of our soul, of our soul mind. But it's also one that we don't spend a lot of time like really tuning into. It's like, okay, how do I activate more fully the superconscious? And so what I'm going to share with you right now is just what I've uncovered in my journey, because I've spent so much time. I spent my journey, the early years of my personal development 20 years ago, were all focused on the thinking part of my brain, Tony Robbins content and Zig Ziglar and all these like do more, create more, right? The very much like program your brain to create, right? That's what most of my energy was focused on. And what I noticed is because I had so many unrecognized subconscious barriers and blocks and beliefs, I would work really hard, but I wouldn't be getting the result because I would have like this weight underneath me. And so the next stage of my development was like really searching and understanding the unconscious or subconscious mind. This is where I started studying hypnosis, neurolinguistic programming, and all of these different healing modalities to rewrite these subconscious limiting beliefs. And so I spent a lot of time focusing on that. And then I realized that there was still something that my soul hadn't been able to activate. And so for the last several years, so much of my work in terms of internally in the world that I'm creating has been focused on, okay, how do I actually align with the divine? How do I actually tap into these supernatural powers that I know are within me? How do I activate my intuitive or spiritual gifts more fully? And so this is where I started getting really curious about this super conscious. And with that, it brought me into the world of several mentors like Dr. Joe Dispenza, or, all these spiritual teachers that are, channeling, like even Esther Hicks, all these channelers that bring these codes and this information that are beyond the thinking part of our brain or beyond the unconscious part of our brain. And in that quest, part of my journey led me to this mystical world of downloading these codes, and I know that because I'm with a bunch of like crazy healers, and now I'm with a bunch of crazy healers. When I talk about downloading codes, you're like, oh, I get that, right? If I'm with people that are still like operating just in the 3D field, they're like, what the hell is he talking about? He's downloading codes? What on earth? But yeah, because I can just be real. I've been downloading codes. I've been accessing like these spiritual intuitive guidance of like things that I don't take ownership of what I'm about to share with you, but I do take stewardship. Does it make sense? Because I think that's how it works for us as we're receiving these inspired pieces of information. So these codes that I'm going to share with you, that I'm going to introduce you to, are ones that came through a series of meditations and plant ceremonies and like just visits to the 5D quantum realm, going to these like mystical places and coming back is like, oh my gosh, whoa, how come I never saw that before? So, and these codes happen to be carried through this little symbol called the Metatron's cube. Actually, here's a shirt with it in there. All right. So this is Metatron's cube. This is a very like extensive, elaborate one. But I remember the first time I saw this code, it was this geometric symbol. It was in this mandala that I had found in Nepal that was painted by this monk. And I remember seeing it and I was like, gripped my attention. I was like, there's something in this that I need to decipher. And so that was 2 years ago, and I've been actively in the deciphering of this code and wisdom since then. So I'm going to introduce you to these 7 principles of the Metatron, and then I'll take a little bit of time, the short time I have, to dive deeper into one of the primary codes, which is vibrational sovereignty. So this really is like a 3-day journey that I'm going to pack into the next 13 minutes. So I'm going to introduce these things, and I'm going to give you an invitation for those who want to like really go deeper, to join us at our next legendary event at the end of October, because it will be such a life-changing and extraordinary, incredible journey to help really activate these fully within you. And many of you have been to some of our legendary events in the future, and what we've designed for this next one is different, right? We've like redesigned content based on the growth that we've been experiencing. So let me introduce you to these. This is the framework for conscious creation. And Paige, I'm just going to say, I'm having so much fun watching you just play with that dog, like
I was hoping I wasn't on your screen, but isn't she the cutest thing ever?
She's so
okay, go
cute.
on. I don't want to distract.
No, it's okay if you distract. I like being distracted by cute dogs. All right, so here we go. The 7 principles of the Metatron. The first principle is this. And I want this to go beyond just the conscious part of your brain, even beyond the subconscious. I want somehow this to enter your superconscious as a seed, so that you can like start experiencing these more fully in your life. So the first principle is this. It's radical responsibility. All conscious change happens in our life by first taking ownership of the results that we've been experiencing. Anytime that we're in a state of victimhood, believing that the results that are showing up in our life are the cause of something outside of us, we remain powerless to create change, right? As long as you believe your relationship experience is because of your partner, because of someone else, as long as you believe that your health experience is because of something outside of you, as long as you believe that your financial problems are a result of someone else's, mistakes or choices, then you remain powerless to change it, right? Radical responsibility means taking 100% ownership, 100% ownership of the results of your life. Just imagine like your life is a garden, right? And the fruit that's showing up in your garden are there because of the choices you've made. Likewise, the weeds that are showing up in your garden are there because of your choices as well, right? So if there's any change you want, whose responsibility is it to change it? It's ours, right? Radical responsibility. The second principle, once we take radical responsibility for the results of our life, the next principle is purposeful production, like really claiming ownership for our purpose. What are you here to create? What life are you meant to live? Why have you been given the gifts that you've been given? Why have you been given the challenges you've been given? Purposeful production means creating meaningful results around your purpose and pouring your life force energy into that unique purpose that you've been given stewardship over, right? So purposeful production, creating meaningful results in the world. I am a powerful creator. The next principle is the principle of vibrational sovereignty or emotional sovereignty. Vibrational sovereignty is based on this idea that we are always creating. And we don't create based on what we want. We don't even create based on what we do. We create based on who we are. And the frequency or the vibration that we're sending out is like a signal that attracts and manifests things into our life. And we create through our frequency even more so than we do by our actions. Our actions are only one part of the frequency of our souls, right? And so with that, like our most important thing to take stewardship over is our vibration and our frequency. And the way we do this is by tuning into our emotions. Our emotions are simply a way of identifying where we're at on the vibrational scale. So when we're upset or angry or frustrated or sad or feeling shame, are we at a high vibrational state or low vibrational state? I mean, obviously we're low. And if we're in the low vibrational state, if we're creating from a level 2 or 3 energy, what are we going to create in our life? It's incredibly hard for us to live in the full power of our purpose if we're in a low vibrational energy. So on the other hand, if we're experiencing joy, if we're experiencing love, if we're experiencing peace, if we're experiencing this deep connection to God, then also we're in a high vibrational energy. And creation is so easy because there's nothing that's too hard for your level 10 self. And so our first job is to make sure that we take sovereignty. We claim sovereignty over our emotional or vibrational state. And once again, stop blaming things outside of you for how you're feeling. And what's powerful about this is when you claim full vibrational sovereignty, then all of a sudden you understand that there's no bad emotions. It's not about making the emotions wrong, but you'll understand that you have the power no matter what's going on outside of you to be at a level 10 energy state, and it's practice. After vibrational sovereignty, the next principle is unconditional love. One of the highest vibrational states we can be in is unconditional love, and we're actually sending out the signal of unconditional love. Then we manifest with such potency the things we want to create, right? So unconditional love, this principle begins by tuning into love for ourselves. You can ask this question, like, what are the parts of you that you've had a hard time loving? Are there parts of you that you felt aren't good enough or aren't lovable or that should be different than they are? Those are the parts that are most important to go and radically accept, radically love. Because when you can love your shadow fully, then all of a sudden you can love all of you and all of everyone else so easily. And what's beautiful about this is the space of unconditional love. When you can tap into unconditional love for yourself, like it sends this healing vibrational force through you, and then you become a beacon of light for others. Others can then begin to be attuned to your unconditional love frequency. And people just want to be around you. Unconditional love. So hopefully you're feeling the frequency of these different principles. I know I'm just barely touching on them right now. But the next piece of this is like, once we tune into unconditional love for ourselves, then all of a sudden we can step into the next principle of unapologetic expression. You have a very unique soul frequency on this planet. You have a very unique gift and purpose and mission. And that can only be done when you're showing up as all of you. When you feel like you are not okay, when you feel like you can't show up as you, when you feel like you need to hide parts of you in order to be safe, when you feel like you need to wear a mask in order to be accepted, then you're robbing the planet of the greatest gift that you have to offer, which is your unique light, your unique soul frequency. But it takes courage, doesn't it? It takes courage, especially when you're in cultures or in relationships or in, social dynamics where people expect you to be a certain way. That's different than who you actually are, right? It takes courage to actually show up as all of you. So the next principle, as we really tune into our unique soul frequency, the next principle is the principle of never-ending expansion. Never-ending expansion, to be in that space of pure possibility, getting beyond the known zone, where you believe what you believe you know right now, and getting into the unknown zone, because the unknown zone is a possibility zone. That's a place where all change and transformation occurs. But you have to unknow first. You have to know. This is interesting because I grew up in a religious community where everyone claimed to know the truth, right? But here's what I've noticed about truth seekers. True seekers believe they don't know anything. If you claim to be a truth seeker, then you have to first be willing to admit that everything you know might be wrong. As long as you cling to the idea that you are the one that knows the truth, you don't have access to any new truth or knowledge coming to you. Truth seekers first believe they don't know anything, right? And in that comes all this possibility and curiosity and wonder and like all of this expansion that occurs because of this space of not knowing. And this is what Joe Dispenza talks about in terms of his quantum meditations and stepping into the 5D. The 5D is all about going beyond your existing known identity of who you think you are and stepping into a place where you're no one, nowhere, no time, and no thing, right? And that's when miracles and manifestation, all of these things that are beyond explanation happen, because you're releasing your hold on what you think is true. You're releasing hold on your identity. Does this make sense? And then the final principle is the principle of connection to source. Once we let go of who we think we are, then all of a sudden we align with this deep, infinite, eternal truth. We connect to God and we become one with all things. And we allow this source code to flow through us. And we dissolve the separation between us and the divine. I'm going to say this again. We dissolve the separation between us and the divine. And in that, we enter the field of the superconscious. In that, we enter this space of pure possibility. And that's the code. And the practice is aligning with the code. And so my time's up right now, but I want to invite you to join me on this journey of exploring how to activate these into your life. And I would love for you to come to our upcoming legendary event, but I'm going to give you this gift because you're here right now. If you're interested in knowing how to apply these things in your life, and you would love to do a one-on-one activation directly with me, I would love to take 30 minutes and actually guide you through a process to help you attune to what you want to create and help you activate the energy inside of you. And then I can share with you some of the details in terms of the legendary event we have coming up and the other things we can do to serve you. So if you're interested, here's a link to my calendar. This is my private link. I have a limited amount of space on it, so it's first come, first serve. But if you go to www.coachwithgerald.com, coachwithgerald.com, you can set up a free 30-minute session with me, and I would love to serve you. I would love to tune into what you're creating and be part of your team for manifesting the life that you're meant to live. I love you so deeply. Rochel, Anne, and Jody, thank you so much for the gift of who you are and for providing a sacred space for people and for every one of you. Yeah, just know I love you deeply.
Gerald,
Love you, Gerald.
always deliver, Gerald. That was fabulous and such deep, inspiring wisdom and so important for our own evolution. So thank you so much. And yes, Gerald has impacted my life in brilliant, amazing, huge ways in the last 2-3 years, I think it's been. So thank you for being here, for sharing your wisdom. Definitely everybody sign up for a session with Gerald to learn about, how these codes can activate in you. And we look forward to your next amazing event, Gerald. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, bless you. And our next speaker was playing with a dog just a few minutes ago. So she's my inspiration. I'm dialed in tight whenever I'm getting ready to talk, and she's out playing in the yard with a little puppy. So I'm impressed and inspired by you, Paige. Let me read a little bit about Paige, and then we will bring her on for her wisdom. She is a certified hypnotherapist and yoga instructor. She's a coach and a retreat specialist. She's the founder of Clarity Consulting and has coached thousands of people to spiral up into the lives that they love through business and mindset coaching. She's been on a deep dive journey into health and happiness of her own as she juggles single motherhood, entrepreneurship, and recently overcame breast cancer. Paige is honored to share a platform with so many incredible healers and leaders, and is excited to share part of her journey and discoveries she found from the opportunity of getting to choose love over fear again and again, especially during the last year and maybe the last 15 years, right? Right, Paige. Her presentation is called Reprogramming the Subconscious. What a privilege it is for me to present this, one of the most gifted coaches that I know, one of the most beautiful people I know, one of the most talented individuals who can juggle thousands of things at the same time and come out just looking amazing. And just a beautiful speaker. So I welcome you, Paige Clark. Come on in.
Thank you so much. What a morning. Has this been incredible or what? I can't even believe how wonderful this is. I've almost felt like I was procrastinating getting ready for this talk because I just felt like I'm not quite sure what to do, but I'm so glad because all of these presenters have kind of prepared, prepared you for what I wanted to share. And I mean, just Gerald's message was exactly like half my talk, like Janet talked about. So the first thing I wanted to do after, I'm going to switch things up a little bit, is I need to get up and stand up. I was just outside, but I want to just get everyone up and out of the chair because I know that I am more awake and I learn more if I'm just a little bit more embodied. So let's just all stretch and just get our bodies moving a little bit. It's been a long day of sitting in the chair. I know some people's videos are off because you've been moving around, but if you want to just shake out a little bit. And one of the things that I love that Tony Robbins does at his event is the cheek to cheek game. So I'm going to have you just take your hand to your cheek and hand to your cheek. And we're going to just for 30 seconds kind of bring your leg up and you're gonna do a run. So just as fast as you can, move your hands like running position in place, and just kind of move your body and feel the blood moving through your body. And I was not like planning on doing this, but I've been sitting here doing this, and it's just been so fun. But I know that I'm just gonna do better in my talk if I do. So let's do the other cheek to cheek and switch sides. And again, oh my gosh, I want you to come back to the screen and just write down your biggest takeaways when you get back. Because I know I have learned some things that are gonna just change my life. So I also want to give you some puppy happiness, because she may make some noise, but she's the cutest thing ever. I've gotten to babysit her this week. So I maybe should have thought this through a little bit more, because now I'm totally out of breath, but I hope everyone's feeling a little bit more alive and ready for this next part. I talk a lot in my practice about theta, and I probably just took you guys all the way out of it, but you've gone in and out this morning, and it's just such a powerful place for our minds to access the subconscious. And Gerald talked about this, but like 90 to 95% of what we do, say, think, believe is all our subconscious. It's like a, you know, the iceberg. And so if we can, we're like, I love how all the speakers have accessed this point, because this is where true transformation can happen. I actually, like was mentioned in my intro, I just got through breast cancer and I have one more surgery, but I'm almost through it. And I actually almost hate to say it, but I've generally had a wonderful experience of it. And I know that's weird to say, but I have had so much time with loved ones. I've had so much of an inpouring of love and support and gifts, and just this like realization of how much love I have in my life. And I've gotten to focus in on my health and nutrition and do self-care that I was honestly very terrible at before. And so, but there are three principles, I guess, concepts that really supported me in having this kind of experience. And I'm not saying that I have a great experience of everything. I struggle with relationship stuff and other areas of my life I kind of have a handle on, but as far as health and as far as this journey, I've really had quite a good experience. So I wanted to just share what I've learned and the things that really, really helped me. And so the first thing is the concept that fear has the information that you don't have enough information. So when I got diagnosed, or even when I first got, you have to come back for another mammogram, or you have to come back for a biopsy, like each time I would get that information and I would feel the fear. And then I would go, oh, okay. Oh yeah, I don't have enough information. And then I'd ask the questions I could, but oftentimes it was like, you can't talk to a doctor for another week or two. And so I'd just have to wait. But I would know that like, that's all the information I could get. And so I would just take it and then I would start moving on. And it was actually like so freeing to just go, oh, I just don't have enough information. And I'm going to get all the information I can, and then I'm going to move forward. So the first thing to write down is fear has the message that you don't have enough information. Now, this could also be you're walking through the alley and you feel a bit of fear and you go, okay, I don't have information. I'm going to go and try and figure out the information, or I'm going to backtrack. So fear is important. And like, if you don't have enough information, you weigh the pros and cons, and you have to make decisions from that. But it's really it was powerful for me to understand this. The second one is that fear is a freaking liar. And I say this all the time in my coaching practice, but fear is a liar. It is not going to tell you the truth. It's going to tell you the worst case scenario. It's going to tell you you're going to die, that you're not enough, that you're not lovable, that it's going to be like horrible. It's going to tell you those things. And if you listen, you're going to go into a downward spiral. I know that if I had listened to my fear, I would have been like not sleeping, not being able to like, I totally would have isolated. I was so afraid of what I was going to tell my children. Like if I had stayed in that fear, I would have had a totally different experience. But I recognize that it's a liar. And so as soon as I just gave myself that information, and then I could step into faith, right? Then I could step into the questions, like the empowering questions, like, what's the gift? What's the invitation? If the world's conspiring for my good, then what, right? And so asking the right questions can then give us such a better experience. So those are the two big things about fear I just wanted to share. The third one is that we have the power to reprogram our minds and to up level into a new home, which is joy. And I've known this for a long time, and I've been so blessed to have incredible coaches and incredible people in my life, like so many of you people in my amazing family and my incredible mentors, and Allison and Gerald. And so I have all these amazing things, but the powerful tool of hypnosis has given me a way to go into my subconscious and reprogram really fast. And so what I'm actually going to do with you today is I'm going to give you a tool and go through a process that you can use to reprogram your subconscious in like 10 minutes, a couple times a day. And in a week or two, you will literally have reprogrammed your brain. So there's 3 ways that you can reprogram your brain. If you know this, put it in the chat below, the 3 ways, but it's kind of a common concept. That one is repetition. So of course we do affirmations, incantations. We wake up and we repeat the vision that we have. The repetition will literally reprogram the neural pathways in our brain. And Joe Dispenza says if it's every 8 hours, it's like way under 21 days that you can have totally new pathways created. The second is a heightened emotional state. So, you know, Tony Robbins is really good at this. He has 10,000 people in a stadium and everyone's just crazy. Like that heightened emotional state, of course, an accident, abuse, war, like things like that, they can also reprogram your brain just like that. But those are harder to recreate. But on a smaller scale, when we do our visualizations, even when we do our repetitions and incantations or affirmations, we can bring emotion into our bodies, and that reprograms the mind faster. So the third way is a voice of authority. So the best voice of authority that I think there is ourselves. So in hypnosis and in sessions, we go into the inner mind, we meet with our inner child or our part that is causing havoc because of a belief system that we created as a child or whatever. And we can go in and reparent or reprogram, give a promotion to those parts and recreate our outer experience when we come out of the hypnosis. So that's basically the 3 ways: repetition, heightened sense of emotion, or a voice of authority. And so what we're going to do today is I'm going to teach you a process that you're going to use all 3 of those and create what you want. And you've had so many opportunities today with Janet and with Gerald and with Jody, with Rochel, and that you've been able to decide what you want, why you're here, what you're creating, who you want to be. And so if you can think like with hypnosis, we're really working with the subconscious, and the subconscious is created from like 0 to 7 or 8 years old. So you are like we created the beliefs that we have about the world in those years. And then we started to create a critical faculty, which started to create like, this is true, this is not true kind of belief systems, and like boundaries. And so then basically you're living in a constant state of confirmation bias. And sometimes that works for you. And then sometimes it doesn't, because you have stories about being wanted or not wanted, loved or not wanted, enough or not enough, right? That we've talked about already today. So if there's somewhere that you feel like you have read all the books, studied all this stuff, but you still have the same behavior, that's subconscious. If there's something that you like, just there's a repetitive pattern, and no matter how many books or coaching or like conscious work that you do, it shows up. That's subconscious. So like you've been asked, what like, why are you here? What solutions are you looking for? Just write that down. And that's the first part of it, is just kind of recognizing what fear you want to let go of. And really there is this way of like letting go of the fear, finding your inner wisdom. And we're going to do that today. So if you are here, you're probably understanding the concept that we create our own reality. And Clint Rogers is going to talk later, but he talks so much about like figuring out what you want, like, what do I want? And so the next question is, instead of this experience, what do you want instead? Who do you want to be? And so there may be things like maybe choose a few words. And from your notes today, you probably have some questions. If you're brave enough, share in the chat what it is that you're creating. Maybe it's healthy, strong, and vibrant. Maybe it's abundant, wealthy, and generous. Maybe it's forgiving and happy. Maybe it's calm and peaceful and fulfilled. So just write 2 or 3 words down, and please share, if you can, in the chat of what you want to create. And then we'll create a mantra, and we're kind of just going through this pretty quick, but it's really good. So so you went into kind of the pain of it, but really we don't stay there very long. We just go from like, I want to stop yelling at my kids, or I want to like eat healthy foods, or I want to lose weight, or those kind of things. And then you go, okay, but what do I really want? So open heart, abundance, joy. Okay, awesome. Clarity. Yes, I love that word. Okay. So the next thing, when I create a mantra, I love to start with every day in every way. It's just like a super fun, easy way to start a mantra. So for example, you'd say, every day in every way, I am open-hearted, abundant, and full of joy. Or every day in every way, I feel and experience freedom. Every day in every way, I embody peace, love, and joy. I love that, Amy, joy. Every day in every way, I'm healthy, peaceful, and joyful. Yes. Okay. So go ahead and write that down, and then just memorize it. It's pretty simple. We're keeping it pretty simple today, but you're going to memorize that mantra. It's the reality that you're stepping into. Okay. So once you have that memorized, I'm going to put some of Gary Malkin's music on, because it's so amazing and beautiful. And we'll just begin to go into a meditation. And we're going to use your mantra. So just have that in front of you if you have to glance down in it. But let me make sure my computer doesn't die. Okay. And so you've already gone in and out of this state. It's theta is when your body is relaxed, but your mind is still active, and you're able to access the subconscious. So the first thing we do is just tune in and relax the body. So begin by taking a nice, deep, letting go breath. And then if you can, just imagine, feel a color at the crown of your head. This color is healing. peaceful, high vibration. It's beautiful. And it begins to flow down over your head, over your eyes, relaxing the sides of your eyes. Noticing that your eyelids just feel a little more heavy as that beautiful color pours down over your jaw. And as your jaw goes loose and limp, it sends a message to the rest of your body to relax and release. Taking a nice deep breath, just breathe that color into your heart. The corners of your lips may even turn up a little bit. Releasing your shoulders as you just breathe into your heart, almost as if your heart is doing the breathing. Breathing in love and exhaling gratitude. Allowing your whole body to be filled with this color of relaxation as it pours down through your arms and through your fingertips. You probably notice a little bit of tingling in your hands. Those healing hands. Notice that your belly is released and relaxed. As that color pours down around your hips, all around your organs, down around your knees and out to your feet. Again, bringing your attention to the color at the crown of your head, pouring down into your mind, clearing anything that no longer serves you for your highest good. Allowing it to wash down around your neck and all the way around your heart, intestines, reproductive organs, and all the way down through your legs and out the bottoms of your feet. And notice how good you feel. And from here, I want you to just take your attention to your eyes and notice how heavy and closed they feel. Notice how your eyes just want to stay closed. No matter how hard you try to open them, they just want to stay closed. So go ahead and just give them a good try. When you're absolutely certain that they just won't open, stop trying and say your color out loud. Very good. We're just going to count down from 5 to 1 and repeat out loud after me. I'm going deeper and deeper after each number from 5 to 1. 5. I'm going deeper and deeper. 4. I'm going deeper and deeper. 3. I'm going deeper and deeper. 2. I'm going deeper and deeper. 1. And here, you're going to repeat your affirmation 11 times in your mind, every day, every day. Just go ahead and take some time to repeat that mantra 11 times. beginning to see yourself, embodying that way of being. Feel how it feels to walk through life that way. Imagine yourself being the epitome of those words, attributes, ways of being. Really see, feel, and imagine now yourself showing up that way. In open-hearted abundance or freedom or joy, whatever is in your affirmation. Really see it and feel it. Where do you feel it in your body? Imagine what it will be like today as you step forward in this way of being. Just seal that in with a nice deep breath. And breathe in those incredible words that represent so much of who you are. Put a smile on your face and bring your hands above your head, opening your eyes. And the word is yes! Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a practice of just repeating the affirmation in a relaxed state and then visualizing it, seeing, feeling, and imagining that way of being. It's really that simple. So the best times to do it are morning. You wake up and you're already in the state of theta. Your body's totally relaxed, but your mind is active and it's turned on. So this is a perfect time to have these on recording or just put them on and have a little piece of paper that has it and just start saying it to yourself and see, feel, and imagine that. And then as you go to bed, same thing, you're setting yourself up for better sleep and you're going into theta state. And so it's a really great time to reprogram your brain. And like Joe Dispenza says, do it every 8 hours. So if you want to do it at lunchtime, that's great too. A lot of people like to buy a membership and just start going to the gym, and they're great at showing up every day. And so if you're that type of person, like you have this tool and you can go forward and you can do this. If you're more of the person that likes to have a personal trainer for the first little bit to get the hang of things, or if you want to go into a deep dive and meet your inner child and your parts and all of that, then a deeper hypnosis session is highly recommended. I think that everyone needs to do at least a package of hypnosis once a year to just reprogram and step up. It's such a powerful way to quickly and easily reprogram the brain. 90%, like there's a study that showed that 6 sessions of hypnosis has a 93% recovery rate, whereas like years of talk therapy have like a 38%. So you can look that up, but no matter what, hypnosis is just such a fast and easy way to create a different experience for yourself. And there's so many cool stories. One plug for my friend Ray Perez, has the 360 site. And if you go to paige360.com, you can see what he's created, and also my page that has all of the resources if you want to learn more about what I'm up to. But I have a special for a hypnosis package, but also if you want to just set up a complimentary strategy session with me, we can go through what working with your subconscious would look like and kind of a game plan. So anyway, let's just, if there's any questions, just put them in the chat. I have like 1 more minute, but thank you so much for being here at all, like whether with me or with everyone else. It's just such a beautiful group of humans to spend the day with and to learn from. So thank you so much. Yeah, if there's, again, any questions, just put them in the chat. But otherwise, I am going to sign off, and blessings.
Paige, it was so amazing. Thank you. Wow. Yes, I actually am a recipient of Paige's hypnotherapy sessions, and she is incredible, just incredible. We journeyed down some amazing rabbit holes with that. So that was really powerful and healing. And so Paige, thank you so much for your wisdom and your love and your authenticity. You are a gem. You truly are. So blessed to have you in my life.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Rochel.
Thank you, Paige. Thank you. And thank you, little wonderful puppy. Made me feel calm.
Right.
So I would love to introduce our next speaker. But before I do that, I just want to say that she is absolutely amazing. I've met her personally. We've worked together, and she actually interviewed all of us on her radio show, Victoria Reynolds. And Victoria is an angelic walk-in and physical embodiment of Victoria Elohim of Freedom. She was born into a polygamous cult in the mountains of Montana, where she experienced all the trauma and drama necessary to grow into her life purpose as a voice for freedom, restoration of the human heart, and creation of a new reality based solely on love. And her wonderful presentation today is Healing the Heart's Light. So let's welcome Victoria, everyone.
Uh-oh.
You are muted, Victoria.
I had myself muted so I wouldn't make noise for someone else, and then I'm not heard here. I was saying thank you, Anne, for that beautiful introduction, and thank you all for the invitation to be here and be able to be of service this morning and in the future for whoever is watching this down the road. I am delighted to be of service to humanity. It's the reason I'm incarnated here. I am an angelic walk-in. For those who don't know what that is, walk-in is an interesting thing, and it's happened more and more often on the planet. And there are places you can go if you want to reach out to me later, and I can tell you where to find more information about being a walk-in. My personality self incarnated here in the 1960s, and my higher self, my angelic self, took this body over in 2018. And I'm now here to teach the wholeness of what I'm here to teach, which is the spiritual liberation of humanity from the present fear-based reality. So for those who might not know, for the past 11,000 or so years, humanity has lived in a fear-based reality, and most of our decisions are based in fear until we learn how to consciously make choices based in love. And this is about restoring the human heart to its highest and greatest and fullest potential. We have what's called the divine human blueprint. And the divine human blueprint was created eons ago for what this divine human looks like. Now, we are all divine humans, whether we recognize it or not. All of us are divine love having a human experience. And we were created to be divine beings having this human experience. And as a collective of souls, we agreed thousands of years ago to experience the contrast of light and dark, fear and love, in order for our souls to go through this, what I call a cellular expansion, soul learning. And so we have been learning for thousands of years how to learn through the contrast. And in that sense and in that knowing, it's important to understand that fear and darkness actually serve love and light, because we can't see the light without the darkness, and we can't feel the love without the fear. Don't recognize it, I guess is a better way to put it. So in this fear-based reality we've been living in for thousands of years, fear has encapsulated the human heart and in a sense has downgraded it so that it's not working to its fullest potential. And the divine human blueprint is now being restored as Earth is restored to the garden that she once was, and fear is leaving our hearts and it is leaving the planet. And we are going to be experiencing new earth, heaven on earth. We're starting to experience it now as more and more and more people wake up to understanding that the purpose for being human is to see if we can find our light in the darkness and find our love in the fear. And we're now all working together as one humanity to transmute the fear and transmute the darkness into the nothingness from whence it came. So the heart light is part of how we do that. The human heart was created as an electromagnetic generator. It actually holds the light of source. If you think about source light and how each one of us are a stream of consciousness, a stream of source light. If you think of source of God as being the light of the universe, and every single one of us are a beam, a ray of that light. So when life is created, the very first thing that becomes viable is the heart. So when they're an embryo, the very first thing you begin to see is that pulse of the heart, that you can hear the heart at about, I believe, 8 weeks in human form. Obviously, it's different with other animals, but in human form, it's about 8 weeks you can start to hear the heart pumping light into the body. You know, from a science perspective, they see it as a physical organ that's pumping blood and, you know, building this body. Really what it is an electromagnetic generator for the light of source. And that light is being pumped into our bodies. We are all light having a human experience. We're all love having a human experience. We're all divinity having a human experience. And people are starting to now remember who they are. And that none of us have ever been separate from God, from source, from love, whatever name or label you have for the divine. Human beings have never been separate from that. We've just been told over thousands of years in this fear-based reality that we are separate from it. And those beliefs in separation cause heartache, because the heart light to be diminished. And what happens is that fear starts to encapsulate the human heart. It almost works in the same way that plaque causes blockages in the physical heart. Fear causes blockages in the electromagnetic spiritual heart. And so what we're starting to do now is understand the role that fear has played in the human experience and learning how to transmute it with love, with the light of source, so that it is no longer playing a role in our human experience. It's no longer blocking us from being the allness, the wholeness of who we are and who we are here to be. The difficult part is recognizing where and how fear is playing a role in our lives. It's very sneaky and it's very subtle. And it's aligned with the darkness. It's really difficult to see the darkness within the darkness. It's difficult to see and recognize fear within the darkness because they work hand in hand. This is part of what is often referred to as the deception. It's referred to as evil. Pick a label that works, the darkness, the deception, the fear, that all of that. That is what I refer to as the dark side of the contrast. As I said, we all agreed when we incarnated in human form to experience the contrast and to learn through the contrast. And all of that is part of the darkness that now so much light, because all of us are beginning to recognize our light, and all this light is coming, flooding the planet from source and from what I've been told is a singularity, which I believe is the great central sun. All of this light is now flooding the planet and all the darkness is being exposed. It's all being brought up to the surface for transmutation. So a lot of people are telling me this is the darkest time that has ever existed for humanity. And that might feel that way as the world feels like it's falling apart and all hell is breaking loose, because all hell is breaking loose. And it's the best thing for the human experience. And as all that is brought to the surface for us to look at, we get to recognize where fear has played a role in our lives. And one of the ways that fear has played a role in our lives is what I call fear disguised as love, which is why it's so difficult to recognize. So it requires each of us to take a look at our entire human experience and really start to understand where fear has played a role in our lives, where fear has caused us to feel separate from source, where fear has caused us to believe that we are less than divine, where fear has caused us to have attachments to the way we think things should be. And I use the word should that way because one of the things I always tell people is to not should on yourself and not should on anybody else, and don't let anybody else should on you, because should is a classic fear-based word right there with shame, blame, hatred, againstness, hopelessness. Those are all fear-based energies that actually cause a restriction to the human heart so that it can't fully emit the light of source it is meant to emit. And you can tell when it starts to come in and when the heart starts to be healed. You can start to feel your heart start to expand. You can start to see all of your human experience and all of the other humans in this reality that feels so broken sometimes. You start to experience it and feel it and see it through the eyes of love. You can start to feel it through that love consciousness that really is who we are. It's what Yeshua, I prefer to call him Yeshua rather than the name Jesus that was given to him by the people who built religions in his name. That name actually was Yeshua, and he is my favorite spiritual teacher. I do communicate with him pretty much on almost a daily basis. And this remembering our heart's light and remembering, that is remembering this back into ourselves. That's what he meant when he said to love your enemies and pray for those who spitefully use you. It is to come to this place of loving within your heart. It's different than the emotional love that we feel for our friends and our family and our children. It's that unconditional love of source that begins to anchor and root into your heart, and it starts to expand into every cell of your entire being. When you feel it, you can actually feel your heart changing its physical molecular makeup, and you can feel the heart start to expand this light out through you. And you can feel when you go to the grocery store and you sense that you're radiating this light. And that's who all of us were really here to be. When we start to recognize how fear has played a role in our lives, we can start to transmute it with this love, with this electromagnetic energy from our heart. And it's funny, I want to share with you that we actually are making love. So when people say that we connect with another person, we're hugging each other, or this idea of how you're making love when you're physically involved with someone intimately, we're actually making love as well when we hug each other, when we send love back and forth to each other. We are generating love. We are actually making love. We are actually growing the light of source within our hearts. And when enough of us understand this, that we are the generators of love and we are generators of light, that all of this darkness that's playing out in the world right now will have no choice but to dissipate, because darkness cannot exist in the presence of light, and fear cannot exist in the presence of love. This is where it's so important to understand that we are the ones we've been waiting for. And I know in the spiritual community, we've been saying that for years. And what's starting to happen, which is so incredibly wonderful and miraculous, is that people all over the world are starting to wake up. This mass awakening started a few years ago, and people are starting to wake up and understand that we are the ones we've been waiting for. It isn't about waiting for anyone else, not waiting for conditions to be right, not waiting for a savior of some kind. Really understanding it's about us. We are the electromagnetic generators of source light and of source love on the planet. And as we start to remove that encapsulation of fear around our hearts, then our hearts can start being the generators they were meant to be. So people have asked me before about the people on the planet who are not very loving and who are consumed with the disease of greed. What's important to understand is that the word disease actually means dis-ease. And you've probably already talked about that today, how our natural state of being is a state of ease. And as fear comes into our life, it pulls us out of that natural state of ease and creates dis-ease. So as we begin to heal our hearts, that dis-ease starts to dissipate and we come back to our true beingness of ease. And in this state of ease, we can see all of life through the eyes of love, and even the most hurtful beings on the planet through the eyes of love, through the eyes of Source. God doesn't hate any of its creations. There is only love and variations of love, and fear happens to be the lowest vibration of love, but there is still love in it. If you think about fear and how a mother will get the sensation that something is going to happen and she'll run out and grab her child and protect her child, that is a type of fear. So you can see how in that there is love in that. Fear actually is simply this lowest vibration of fear, that it's a sense of self-preservation. When we're no longer in that need for self-preservation, the fear starts to dissipate. So this is all about when you begin to feel fearful, asking yourself, what is this? What is it about this situation that's asking for my attention? What is about this situation that I need to heal? What is my body trying to tell me about this situation that I need to bring attention into? So there's that. The other thing you can do as you're looking for what it is that's blocking me from moving forward in my life, what is the fear behind it that is preventing me from moving forward? And what's really fascinating, I call these fear-based beliefs, as you start to uncover them. You'll have a surface fear that's blocking you from moving forward, then a fear beneath that, and a fear beneath that, and a fear beneath that, and a fear beneath that. And a lot of times you might find yourself going all the way back to birth, maybe even pre-birth. It might even be a fear that came from previous life experience, from another one of your human incarnations. And some may even be an incarnation from another planet, but we bring all of these beliefs and karmic experiences with us into this now moment. And what's really extraordinary about what's happening on planet Earth right now is that in this moment, we have the opportunity to clear up and resolve all karmic experiences now, so that we never again have to carry them forward into another experience. We're actually turning planet Earth from a learning planet to a planet of peace. We're returning to the Garden of Gaia, back to the paradise this planet initially was. And the way to do that is to begin to process all of our fear-based beliefs, all of our experiences, all of the attachments we have to all experiences, all of the attachments to how we think things should be, should have been, where they, it keeps saying you can't do anything. There is no such thing as should have, could have, would have. It's impossible. It's already done. All that is left is the experience and learning from the experience. So now what we're talking about is going into that experience and learning how to transmute any fear-based beliefs you have about that experience and transmute them into love. So the experience itself, while may have been very painful, has within it the building blocks to create an entirely new you. As you start to peel those fear-based beliefs off of your heart and you lift up that heaviness that's on your heart and you start blasting away those bits and pieces of calcification that are inside the heart, and it starts becoming, you start feeling yourself become lighter. You start feeling yourself become more loving. You start to feel yourself no longer holding anyone or anything in resentment of any kind. You start wishing for not only your own well-being and your own healing, but you start wishing for the healing and the well-being of even those who have created the greatest suffering across the planet. Understanding that they are working through their own dis-ease. And all of us are trying to get back home to the loving within ourselves, back home to the light of Source within ourselves, back home to that wholeness, the holiness that each one of us are. As we begin to remember each one of the broken members and broken aspects of ourselves, and we remember them back into our wholeness. And we start to transmute all of those feelings, all of those beliefs of shame, guilt, resentment, blame that were fed to us as part of the human experience. Those are all based in fear. There is nothing loving about blame. There is nothing light about shame. Those are simply some of the beliefs, what I call fear-based beliefs, again, disguised as love. And so, which is why sometimes they're very difficult to recognize, because they've been passed down generation after generation after generation after generation. I call these hand-me-down beliefs. So it's really important that we start to open up our box of beliefs and take out the hand-me-downs. Just because they came from our parents and from our grandparents and were handed down generation by generation doesn't necessarily mean that they're what's best for you. It doesn't necessarily mean they are the most loving and light-filled beliefs. So if we take out the box of beliefs, maybe it's a particular religiosity that you were raised in, or political party, or whatever. I don't do politics and all of that. It's just understanding that every single one of us are dragging around or carrying around our box of beliefs. So it's like, okay, I got this one from my dad. I got this one from my mom. I got this one from school. I got this one from whatever. We all have this, our package, our box of beliefs. We can take out that box and start unpacking it. And then start asking ourselves, where did this belief come from? Is this a loving belief, or it is a belief that's actually in fear? And the best way to tell is if that belief is restrictive, is constricting, or if it's expanding. If it lifts up your heart and you start to feel that expanding out of your heart, or if you feel it kind of, if it's heavy and restrictive. If there is any kind of attachment applied to it, for example, if you don't do this, this is going to be the response. If you don't do it my way, then the result is going to be some fear-based response. There is no one right way back to loving. There is no one right way back to source, because every single one of us are a stream of source consciousness. Every single one of us is a unique divination of source. And this belief that we're separate is what has created the broken hearts of humanity. In a sense, we've been experiencing separation anxiety for thousands of years. That separation anxiety comes from being disconnected to the divine mother aspect of source. So people are praying to daddy, 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 favors, Father God, but they're forgetting about the mother aspect of source. And the mother aspect of source is the heart of source. Her light, her love is always feeding us, always nurturing us, always guiding us, always loving us forward. And so when we feel disconnected from love, it's because I'm getting the visual of when, many of us who are moms, you drop off your child at that first day of preschool and they cry and cry and cry, mommy, mommy. And we as mothers get in the car and we cry too, because we've been separated from our babies. That is part of the separation anxiety that humanity's been feeling. We got separated from the divine mother when we chose as a collective of humanity to leave the garden, to leave her garden of peace, and go out onto the playground and learn with the other children, learn through that contrast. And what's beginning to happen is that humanity is starting to embrace the love and remember the mother's heart and bring the divine mother. And I'm not talking about Mother Mary, I'm talking about Mother, Father, Creator, bringing that divine mother's heart, her wisdom, her nurturing, her love into our human experience. Her love, her compassion is what's healing our collective heart. Now, whether people recognize it or not because of their own beliefs, it's irrelevant. The truth is the divine mother is starting to heal the human heart. Her love and her light is now being invoked into every human heart, and our hearts are being healed. We can speed that process, of course, by doing the work ourselves, by consciously bringing that love into our hearts and consciously transmuting our fear-based beliefs and consciously transmuting all of the beliefs that are in that box of beliefs from a fear-based belief into a love-based truth. And we do that by recognizing the experience and saying, I see that was a very painful experience, and I've been carrying this fear-based belief around me all of my life. How can I take that experience and now turn it into a positive? What did I learn from that experience? How can I be grateful for that experience? How can I forgive myself for harboring resentment toward that experience and everyone else within that experience? Because when we harbor any resentment toward ourselves or to anyone else, we're creating congestion in our own hearts. And I know that's really difficult for a lot of humanity to accept, because we want to go through life blaming someone else for the reason for our own suffering. When the truth is, the suffering is simply part of being a human experience. It's part of the learning process. The question is how long we choose to suffer. Everyone experiences something painful. It's part of being human. It's part of the decision that we made when we incarnated here. But what we do with it and what we learn from it, so that it becomes an experience that we learn to love because of the lessons it has generated in our lives, is what causes it to no longer have a hold on our hearts. This is why I'm now able to look at my entire childhood, and I went through all the drama and trauma, as Anne said, in order for me to be who I'm here to be, as the teacher that I've incarnated now to be, and to help guide humanity forward into this loving reality we're beginning to create. And so every single one of us has the ability to cross that bridge out of this fear-based reality and into this new reality that's based in love. That's what we're creating. It is a new heart-based reality that is now being constructed. Now, there are a lot of different words for it: 5D, heaven on earth, new earth. It doesn't matter what label you use for it. The truth is we are creating a heart-based reality. And in the etheric field, it's already been created. Our own hearts are simply beginning to make it physically manifest within our physical experience. And every single one of us manifests that through the energy that we emit from our hearts. So every single one of us need to take personal responsibility for healing our own heart light, for no longer being willing to hold anyone or anything in againstness, to be willing to go into every single one of those painful experiences, as painful as they may be to revisit, and transmute the experience from a painful experience to a learning experience. Transmute all of the blame, shame, anger, resentment that's attached to it into gratitude and forgiving. When we're able to do that, all of those stories simply become, well, they go from being the baggage that we drag behind us and the blocks in our heart to becoming the wings that allow us to fly. And so that is my message for all of you today. In the couple of minutes I have left, I invite you to close your eyes, take a couple of deep breaths, and go into that heart space and feel the love in your heart. Feel that. Breathe in love into your heart. Just breathe into your heart space. And now feeling that heart, the love in your heart, moving down through your body, down through your feet, down through the earth, and down into Mama Gaia's heart. Her heart, where she nourishes and nurtures and loves every single one of us. We were created from her heart and from her body, and the love that she feels for us is immeasurable. Feel that love coming up into your heart as you connect into the heart of Mother Earth. And now take that heart light and connect in all the way up to the Mother Heart of Source, knowing that we were created energetically in her womb, and all the love and all the compassion and all the wisdom to be all that we are here to be as we remember who we are, as love having a human experience, now anchoring into your heart, breathing in her heart and breathing in that light, and now feeling that light move out through your heart, from your heart into every cell of your entire body. Feel your heart light, your heart body, your light body being activated with the light of Source. As you remember who you are, as divine love having a human experience, nothing less. And as you remember who you are, stay in this. And whenever you begin to feel yourself go astray into the fear, come back here and breathe into your heart and remember that all is well. And that fear is nothing more than an illusion created to remind us to find our heart, our love. And you can open your eyes. And just remember to go into this space whenever fear starts coming in and messing with your mind, because this is always here. It's always available to us, and we've never been separate from us. And for anyone who wants to dive deeper into this process, I do teach what I call the transcendence process. It's the process of transmuting your fear-based beliefs into love. I have a class coming up in a couple of weeks. You can learn more about that on my website. And I also do one-on-one consultations for anyone who, I call them spiritual sessions. If you have a spiritual session or issue that you need resolution with, I do help with that as well. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for being the love that you are, for being the light that you are, and for being the presence on the planet that you are. We are all in this together, and together we will see this through. And together we, as one love and one heart, will create heaven on earth.
Thank you so much, Victoria. That was powerful, wonderful, heartfelt, if I may say. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome
for your presence. So I believe we have her information in the chat.
Yep, I put her website in the chat. Thank you so much, Victoria. That was so beautiful. And you're definitely a shining example of someone who has your heart light activated. And I appreciate your work on the planet. And so
just invite everybody to feel into the essence of Victoria. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Her essence is just so radiant and so powerful. And just feeling into that while she is present on the screen is just so awakening, really. Just your presence is awakening, Victoria. Thank you so much.
I'm amazed at how wonderfully all these presentations are kind of leading. I mean, we didn't really have a plan, and we didn't know, I mean, we didn't have a plan of how they were all going to mix and meld together, but it's really phenomenal when Source designs the whole thing. So I'm just excited to hear the rest of the presenters as well. And we're going into break, right, ladies, right now for a lunch break until 1:15. We'll have our next keynote speaker, Peter Sterling, who is a master harpist and sound traveler. So that should be a wonderful experience coming up for all of us. And so Rochel, Anne, are we going to be back here, everybody back at 1:15 for Peter's talk?
Actually, 1 o'clock, we come back for our meditation time, and then Peter starts at 1:15. Yes.
If you guys have the opportunity, you have to check out Peter. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's got 12 albums, and his information came through from Source when Source invited him to play the harp, and he insisted he was going to play the guitar, but apparently the harp idea won out, and and so that's where he's coming from. And as a result, he's been touching the world for many years with his harp magic, and that's who's going to be leading our afternoon. He's our keynote speaker for the afternoon session today. So definitely get back on here and be here for him.
So I'm sorry, Rochelle. Anna just asked what time zone. So that's PST. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Amy.
Yes. all of the talking that we'll be doing is in Pacific time, even though I'm in Central time. But just as a matter of keeping it congruent, it's always going to be stated in Pacific time. So
yes. And what a wonderful way to segue into a little lunch or snack, stretching our bodies. And we look forward to seeing you all back here around 1 o'clock.
You're welcome to stay on board and just turn your camera off if you'd like, or you can check out and check back in. Either way is fine with us. Bless you all, and we'll see you in an hour.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, great. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're just going to do a quick meditation to get back in the energy, and then maybe a few breaths just to, come back alive after lunch. And then we will have Peter Sterling, the world-renowned harpist. So to get started, just close your eyes and begin to feel into your own being. Take a deep breath in through the nose and let it out with a sigh. And just feeling so much gratitude for being able to be here together today in this way, enjoying all these amazing human beings from around the world sharing their gifts and their wisdom and understanding. We give thanks, we give thanks, we do give thanks. And now another deep breath in through the nose, giving thanks for the breath of life all the way deep down into the belly, exhaling with a sigh. Just feeling your spine straight and aligned, thinking upward to the top of your head, and imagining a great ball of golden light at the top of your head, bringing that light down, bringing it all the way down, not missing one cell in the body, activating every cell with love and light and joy and peace. Giving thanks for our breath of life, the breath without which there is no life, the breath that connects us all. And now just to activate our hemispheres in our brain, take your right thumb and plug your right nostril and inhale through the left for the count of 4. And then holding for the count of 16. Unplugging the right, exhaling for 8. Now again, 4 through that nostril. Holding for 16. This is the alternate nostril breathing in most yogic traditions, which balances both hemispheres of your brain. And then exhaling for 8, sorry. One more time, inhale 4. Thinking upward to the top of your head, feeling joyful. Unplugging the right, exhaling for 8. And then the last time, when we're breathing in for 4 through the right nostril, we're activating our nervous system. We're holding for the balance for 16. And then exhaling through the left, which is our circulatory system. And now I'd like to just stand up since we just ate lunch. We'll just stand up and do a few active breaths. Maybe do a little stretching coming back. So just whatever feels good to you, reaching up, breathing in, side to side. I hear some cracking happening. Give yourself a big hug. And now we're just going to do some fast breathing the way that we've done before where we're just like that, pull it down. So we're going to do 10 and then rest, and then 10 more and rest, and then the final 10 and rest. All right, so here we go. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Breathe all the way in, hold it. Hold it, thinking upward, expanding your lungs as full as possible. And now exhaling all the way out and leaving a space at the end of the exhale. And then whenever you're ready, take that deep breath in through the nose and relax right down. Let's try it one more time. Here we go. Thinking of everything you're grateful for, imagining every cell of your being activating with love and light and life. One more, hold it in. Expand your lungs, one little sniff, all the way filling your lungs, all the way full, holding it, thinking upward. Whenever you're ready, just exhale with a sigh. And then breathe all that air out and just wait for a moment before you take another breath in. And when you're ready, choose that next breath. And then relax right down. Okay, one more set of 10, just to get ourselves activated, making it your very best set of 10. Are we ready? Go. Breathe all the way in and hold it. One more sniff. Expand your lungs, hold it. Thinking upward, feeling happy, giving thanks, and exhale it all the way out, all the way, squeezing all that old air out, making room. Just staying in that quiet, still space before you choose your next breath, and then slowly deep down into the belly. And then exhale with a sigh. And now with your eyes closed, just feel that stillness. If you're standing, just find that centered balance point in which you're just feeling so strong and grounded and centered, thinking upward, feeling grateful. And let's just take a moment to think of all the wonderful things we're grateful for. I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. Grateful to have the opportunity to host this Global Healer Summit and hear everybody's wonderful presentations. What are you grateful for? All your organs that work every second of every day without you even having to think about it. The breath of life that comes in and out. The breath that breathes us, that gives us life. So much to be grateful for. Our challenges that are our opportunities in life. Can be grateful for those too. Now, hopefully you're feeling that gratitude in every single cell of your being, feeling that light coming in every cell, healing you, aligning yourself with that frequency of health, creating those conditions within your own being that are conducive to health itself. We have everything we need to live in this high state of health and wellness. Our bodies know exactly what to do if given the right conditions. And we're always seeking balance and wholeness. It's 1:11 my time. Let's take a big deep breath in, raise our hands up, and again, a couple more stretches. Get ourselves activated after lunch. Maybe do a little jogging in place or shaking it out. Shake your whole body. Get things moving, happy, active. Feels so good. And Rochel, do you have anything you want to add for the last 3 minutes before we get into it?
Just thank you, Jody. That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that energy starting out our afternoon, that beautiful energy.
That was a huge boost of energy. Even though it was quiet and meditative, it still feeds our soul, and that brings the energy into our bodies. Thank you. That was excellent.
Thanks, Rochel.
Yeah. So let's see here. Right. So we have this beautiful lineup for this afternoon. For those of you who have made it back after the morning, oh my gosh, I know that you were just, well, I guess I should only speak for myself, but every single speaker blew me away in an even more amazing way than the previous one. And each one was exquisite in their own light. And we were talking at lunch about how amazing it was that it's like this divine web was woven, and everybody's experience and everybody's talk was leading into the next talk, even though we've not had a conversation with anybody about anything. And so it just was this divine thread that was coming through the entire morning. And I know that that thread is going to continue to propel us forward in the afternoon experience. And I want to just, I'm so honored, honestly. I'm taking a few moments to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is our keynote speaker for the afternoon, Peter Sterling, who is a master harpist and sound traveler. And devoted listeners of his music have consistently reported a greater sense of peace, spiritual visions, and even miraculous healings. His 25 years of deep space exploration, he puts that in quotations, have provided him with a vast body of knowledge to enable mankind to understand what else exists beyond that which meets the eye, and to open to new dimensional awarenesses. Peter is presenting today. His talk is entitled Keys to the Kingdom, which is a multimedia exploratory journey into the nature of multidimensional realities. From the supracosmic to the subatomic, we will explore the harmonic structure of sound and light as it is revealed through the codes of creation. Portals within the consciousness open into quantum realities of unimaginable beauty and symmetry that blossom fractal-like into ever-folding panoramas of eternal light. This will be an experiential workshop where we delve into sacred geometry, the harmonics of sound and light, the mystery of crop circles, the evolution of DNA, and so much more. Peter, I can't even imagine what this is going to be. It's going to be so exciting. Besides being highly enjoyable, you will be imparted with crucial information at this juncture in human potential to guide you seamlessly into the new earth. And isn't that why we're here today, to help the world transition seamlessly into the new earth? It is my joy, my privilege, my honor to offer to you, wow, you've got 12 albums out there, Peter, isn't that right?
17 now.
17. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I've got quite a few of them, but not 17 at all. So Peter has his albums are harp magic albums, and he comes to us with great wisdom from the harp world. And Peter, it is so exciting. I would also like to add that he is an artist in his own light with regard to stained glass and paint and acrylics, and it is incredible the things that he creates. So he is one of our creative wisdom keepers on the planet, and a good friend. So thank you, Peter, for joining us in this miraculous, amazing day. It's all yours. Yes.
Thank you, Rochel, for inviting me to be part of the Global Healers Summit. I feel really honored to be with everybody and with such a high caliber of presenters, teachers, and explorers. So I need to update my bio. It's actually, that was the older one I chose for this group. It's actually been like 40 years or 45 years, 50 years of exploration now. I wrote a book called Hearing the Angels Sing, a true story of angelic assistance. That was published in the year 2012, and that actually tells my life story. I've actually been having cosmic and mystical experiences since I was my son's age, who's now 11. And if you'd like to learn more about that, my book, Hearing the Angels Sing, you can see that in all of my CDs at harpmagic.com. Just getting ready to release my 17th CD called The Mystic Voyager. And my previous CD, The Winding Way, won New Age Album of the Year this year at the International New Age Trade Show, and that won the Visionary Award for Music this year at the Gold Awards. So, and also what's of interest, kind of a thing, my most recent single called The Long Cold Winter, which I released a few months ago, has been winning awards around the world in international film festivals for best music videos. So I hope you all can see that, called The Long Cold Winter. It was something that came through divine guidance to create, compose, and create the music video. And it was inspired by the war in Ukraine when that broke out. And my angels gave me this whole vision as a peace song and for the people of Ukraine. So you can go see that. I hope you do. And so I'd like to start off with playing the harp a little bit for you, since we're talking about sound and music and healing. My music came to me about 30 years ago when I came to Sedona, and I was led on a vision quest and to discover my true purpose, my mission in life. Like many of us, I knew I was a light worker for a long time, and I had had different missions given to me over the years. But when I came to Sedona in the late 1980s, I just had a feeling I was going to get a mission upgrade. There's going to be some major something was going to happen to me here. And I was guided to release all of my material possessions and retreat into the backcountry. I acquired a Volkswagen camper van, and I was told that I was going to be led around to different places to discover something of great importance for me, something of great value to my soul. And I retreated into the canyons. I spent a lot of time here hiking by myself into the ancient canyons, exploring the ruins and the petroglyphs and the rock art, and living in my van, sleeping every night in the silence of these canyons. And back in the 80s, it was very, very quiet here in Sedona. There wasn't as much busyness now, and it was even before cell towers. So the energy out in the backcountry was really pristine. It still is very special. I am a guide here. I have my own tour company called Sedona Sacred Land Journeys. You can learn about that on my website as well. But I've been exploring these canyons for 30 years. And what I discovered here all that time ago was I was led to just go and sit in the silence that exists here in the canyons and just listen to silence. And it was there that I would find what it is I was seeking. And so that's what I did. And as I went deep into the silence here, as I was doing simultaneously very deep healing work on myself, lots of activation, working with crystals. I have my beautiful double terminated, Madagascar, very rare channeling crystal, which I'm going to be holding on to today as I'm sharing with you guys today. But just working with crystals, doing everything I can to raise my vibration. That was the secret, the key was that you have to raise your vibration in any way you can. So I changed my diet. I became more raw foods and vegan foods and did a lot of fasting and cleansing, did a lot of chiropractic work. I probably did 300 sessions of network chiropractic, acupuncture, energy clearing, shamanic journeys, all of this, healing the inner child, which was very, very important to do that work, to awaken the wonder child. So you're just at awe of all of creation like you were when you were a kid. That's very important. Just as it says, you know, if you want to enter into the kingdom, into the higher dimension, you have to become as little children. Reclaim your innocence, open your mind, and get into the wonder child again as the mysteries of the universe are unveiled for you to experience. So that's what happened to me, and sitting in silence, and all of a sudden I started to hear the subtle strains of some sort of music, and I was guided to just, it was very faint at first, but the more I listened to it, the louder it became, to where all of a sudden I was lifted on the sound current up into the light, out of my body, and taken up into the light. And it was there that I heard the glorious music of the angels, the angelic choirs, the symphonic music of the heavens, that, you know, the music of the spheres, that so many mystics and saints and spiritual traditions speak of this phenomenon. And I had known about it for a long time, but this was my experience now, for me to have a direct experience with the inner sound current and the inner light. And it was amazing. It was extraordinary, and it was beyond almost beyond description. But I was taken up out of my crown chakra, up a central pillar of light, into the golden light. And it was there that I heard the angels' music. And then the angels ended up appearing around me. We developed telepathic communication. I could see them. The little cherubs, they were playing harps and flutes and violins, just like is depicted in the great Renaissance art of the masters, who were also visited by the angels and inspired by them during the Renaissance time. So that's how the music came to me. They told me my mission was to play the harp, channel the heavenly music, what I call the heavenly harmonics, bring through a special music at this time for the dawning of the golden age, for the ascension, because music carries frequency and can move us in powerful ways. And the harp is the most sacred instrument, probably, in great antiquity and ancient history. It's found all over the world. We have a harp that's 5,000 years ago that was unearthed in ancient Iraq, in ancient Samaria, in the land of Ur, that was played in the royal courts 5,000 years ago, before Egypt, right? So it's a very ancient instrument, and even was known in the temples of Atlantis before that. So this is the lineage I bring with me, also the magic of Merlin and the bards, and I'm Irish in my ancestry. So that's how I play. I weave magic with the harp, and that's how the angels have shown me. So I'm gonna play a little bit, and then I'm gonna get into my slideshow, and we're going to explore some super cool stuff. So I invite you to just sit back. I'll set a tone, let you experience this is my little harp. This is my little travel harp. I take this out on the land. I do the wind harp with it. I also travel with it internationally, can fit in the overhead of the plane. It's a sweet little harp. So here we go.
Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we need to change the audio settings because it's breaking up. We are not hearing all the sounds that are coming off your
Darn. Okay, let's fix that.
Yeah, if you go into your setting at the bottom in the audio settings, when you click on the next to the microphone, audio settings,
yes.
And make sure that the music and professional audio that you have show in meeting option to enable original sound. Make sure that this is ticked.
Where is that?
When you are in the audio settings, can you see those? They are underneath the mic. There are two kind of bold things. One is suppress background noise, and the next underneath is music and professional audio.
Okay.
And that needs to be ticked on the left. Show in option.
How about suppress background noise? Should that be automatic?
It has more to do with what it's picking up in the sound. So I need you to have original sound enabled.
Okay, I have it in high fidelity music mode.
And also echo cancellation, and also tick in the stereo audio.
Okay, let's try it. Okay, I got it. Anything else?
Let's try that, please.
Sorry, let's go right back to where we were. How's that?
It's a bit better. It's not ideal yet, but better.
All right, there you go. That's it for now. So I'm just going to jump into my presentation as time is clicking away. So I'd like to start with screen sharing here. All participants can see. Why is it asking me that? Okay. There we go. Can you see my screen now? Good. Okay.
Yes.
So I was saying I'd like to start off with, this is where it all started for me in the canyons of Sedona all those years ago. This is Boynton Canyon, such a powerful place. Come on, Ken. There we go. I used to just live back here. I used to sleep out here, and it's so amazing. And many clairvoyants have seen a fifth dimensional temple of light floating over this back heart of the canyon. This is the fourth major vortex site of Sedona, and it's known as a balanced energy electromagnetic, very powerful interdimensional doorway here. Lots of myths and legends about this place, lots of paranormal phenomena has been observed, ships flying in and out of here. But this is where I sat and did a lot of my shamanic journeys, and this is where I was taken up into the light. Just a couple other shots of Sedona from my tours. Here's the few shots of the wind harp. I love to take people out on the land and let the wind play the harp for them. It's such a powerful sound. It's probably the most unique sound you had ever heard. It's the wind blows through the strings and vibrates the string. So every string is playing, and it's ultra high frequency harmonics. And the wind makes the sound, creates variation in the sound, and comes in waves and bursts, and it's very, very powerful. Here I am with Emmy award-winning musician, legend Chris Spears in New Age music, dear friend of mine, lives here too. Here's William Henry doing the wind harp from Ancient Aliens. We won't get into that now, but here is a picture of the cherubs, the ones that appeared to me in my mind's eye as I was seeing into the higher planes, into the higher dimensions. This is what they look like, exactly like this. The cherubs are amazing because they're, you think they're little chubby baby angels, but they're very old souls actually. And according to angelology, the cherubs are one of the highest order of angels. They actually exist the closest to the flame, the closest to the throne, the closest to Paradise Island of where God lives. And they're amazing, and they can move faster than the speed of light, and they can create miracles. And what's amazing, they can actually interpenetrate into our reality and affect physical change. Like they can save us from car accidents, or all sorts of things. They can appear to us. Of course, the cherubs will help connect us with our beloved. Now, I went on many journeys with them as I was doing this work. And in my book, I talk about how I was using ketamine at the time to facilitate these profound out-of-body experiences. And at the time I was doing this, I was living in my van. Ketamine came to me through a very mystical, synchronistic series of events, and I was guided to do it. It was very clear. I met John Lilly, who developed the flotation isolation tank and wrote about his experiences with ketamine starting in the 1950s. So when I was doing it, I was very much like a rebel back in the day. It was very illegal to have in your possession if you weren't a doctor. But now it's legal. We have legal ketamine therapy now in Sedona. My friend just did a series of sessions in Salt Lake City with a walk-in clinic there, and you can actually leave your body and go up into the light and take a 45-minute lunch break and go have ketamine therapy now. It's legal. Now, isn't that amazing? But one of the most amazing places was I was brought to here, and I saw the luminous sphere of golden light that so many mystic visions speak about, and people that have had near-death experiences speak about. But at first it was, this blazing light. The angels took me to see it, and they told me this is the source of all love and light in the universe. This is God. And basically, as I was looking at it, I came into focus, and I can see that surrounding this luminous sphere of light was the multitudes of angels of all different shapes and sizes, and they were all singing praises, these supplications, this ecstatic singing of the most glorious sound, and they were spiraling into eternity around this luminous sphere of golden light that was pulsating pure love, and it just cleansed my soul. It brought tears to my eyes. It was amazing, and it was a life-changing experience. I actually found this image some years later that was exactly what I had experienced. This is from 1926. It's an ink block etching from Gustave Doré, the artist who illustrated Dante's writings about the angels, the battles between heaven and earth with the angels and all that. So it's really quite profound. Here's a few other images of his. Obviously, he was a very inspired artist who the angels obviously came to him and opened up the heavenly visions to him so he could see this. So it was really amazing. And I like to show this picture just to show people how powerful the harp is. This was in Peru in 2009. I was on Lake Titicaca cruising with a group doing shamanic journeys on our Peru quest. I traveled with a harp. These were the people we stayed with. This is the morning we were leaving, and my angels said, play the harp for them and invite some angels into their home. So this was the first picture. Then a moment later, my friend took this picture, and you can see actually how an ethereal being, an angel, appeared in the room with us, and the camera was able to catch it. This picture I love because once I started playing the harp, the angels actually overshadowed me, and one angel in particular became my personal harp teacher. And I could completely relax my body, and my arms would go limp, but something would animate them, and they would play through me. And I could just relax my hands on the strings, and they would just play by themselves. It was an amazing experience, very intense. This picture I like to show because it shows the circuit I have out the top of my head. You can see this beam of light. This was taken in front of a group I was playing for in a conference room in a hotel without a flash, but it caught my aura, and it caught the pillar of light going out the top of my head. This is when I play the harp. I have this circuit now with the angels that connects me, and they play through me, because my mission given to the angels was to play the harp and bring through special music at this time of the dawning of the golden age to assist with raising the vibration and help souls make their ascension into the higher plane. Now, before the harp, I've always been an artist my whole life, and I started doing stained glass as a teenager, and I was always doing mandalas. It was just something that very naturally came through me that I pursued my whole life. And I apprenticed with a glass master in Laguna Beach back in the 1970s, who taught me Tiffany style stained glass art. But I had no interest in making realistic patterns or designs. I was always interested in creating these kind of kaleidoscopic mandalas. And so I was kind of obsessed with it. As a childhood in elementary school, I would doodle. My doodles looked like this in my notebooks, you know, how we all doodled. I was always doing these starbursts just like this. So it was something that was encoded in my DNA my whole life. It was something I came in with by knowing this about the geometries and the harmonics. And that's my life's quest was to uncover this esoteric knowledge and learn about it and then express it through me in my craft. Because you see, these are called portals of light. These are the images. My angel showed me how to photograph my stained glass windows with a kaleidoscopic effect. And then I create these images, which I print out and do all sorts of different mixed media applications on them. But the name came through portals of light because the stained glass windows were always put in churches as a portal into the heavenly world. They believed in the early days of the church that the beautiful colors and the stained glass was a portal into the heavenly worlds, and that you could have a mystical experience with that. And that's no wonder I was attracted to it. I have a whole magical story about how it came into my life in my book. And then in most recent times, this is what the current pieces look like, where I print the images out in large format and apply crystals and gems to them to create these crystal grids on the art. So this is always like, this is like a visual representation of my music, because my music blossoms like fractals, the way I create a pattern, but then in music on the heart, but then it just evolves and morphs and changes into further expressions of the same pattern, just like sacred geometry does in fractals. Here's one of my tables. This is in my home. This is my showroom where I bring my clients to come and look at my art and have an experience in my home with me. But I've always been fascinated by yantras. I'm going to have to move through this very quick because we only have 20 minutes left and I want to get it all in. So I was fascinated by the science of yantras in yoga. And so I studied that. And then I discovered the yantra of them all. It's the Shri yantra. It's very powerful. If you look at Wikipedia, they say it is a portal beyond space and time. There's 9 pyramids within it. So we have in the Sri Yantra, we have a progression of 3, 6, and 9. It's tetrahedral, and then there's 3, 6, and 9 encoded into the Sri Yantra. Who was it who said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, understand the 3, 6, and 9? That was Nikola Tesla. Okay? Here is the Kala Chakra of the Tibetan Buddhists of the Dalai Lama lineage, Vajrayana Buddhism. I was initiated by the Dalai Lama into the Vajrayana Buddhism, took my Bodhisattva vows in 1988 in LA. But this is a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional temple that the Dalai Lama takes us into blindfolded in a group meditation and just receive initiation. Very powerful experience using mandalas like that. And then that led me into the, exploring cymatics, which is how frequency creates patterns. Using different mediums here, we can see a silica sand on a plate vibrating with different frequency. These are images in a liquid medium, applying different frequencies like 528 hertz or 432 or different ones to create. And each frequency bandwidth has a different pattern associated with it. Isn't that interesting? So 3-dimensional standing wave patterns in liquid. And we see how that could be related to the crop circles, which I went to for 3 years. I led groups 2009, 10, and 11 to England with my harp into the crop circles to experience them firsthand. But we can learn all sorts of things from studying the crop circles. There's a quantum communication occurring here from a higher intelligence that was teaching us about electromagnetics, physics, genetics, all sorts of things are communicated, are coded into the crop circles. Now, these are earlier crop circles before 2012, because after 2012, the most profound and multidimensional crop circles really stopped happening after 2012, which when I was there in 29, 10 and 11, we were receiving information that they would stop at 2012. Now, most of them are man-made, unfortunately. And you can tell, like, look how perfect, flawless this is. Nothing appears to this degree of complexity anymore in the fields. They're all very, very simple, and you can tell the difference. Okay, so I call this the codes of what's called the keys to the kingdom, because these are coded keys that open up our consciousness so that we can expand our perceptions beyond the physical realm into the invisible worlds of the higher planes of light, into the ultraviolet realms. One of the most key patterns that we need to understand is the phi ratio spiral, which we see appears all over nature. Okay, even in our ear, this is the cochlea spirals in that perfect phi ratio spiral, even hurricane spiral in the same proportion. This is Hurricane Andrew. It's a perfect phi ratio golden section we see in the hurricane there. And even galaxy spiral to the same progression, the same proportion. Isn't that fascinating? So this is how we create it. It's called squaring the circle, where we take squares and they all fit together, and that's connect the line. You see how the crop circles even teach us about this. This was a very, this was appeared right next to Stonehenge in the middle of the night, that has 24-hour armed military security. Imagine how they could have made a crop circle with night vision all around, all sorts of things. So perfect phi ratio proportion. It's called the golden section, the golden mean. Here we can see some people standing in the circles in this one. Okay, now what creates that? Well, I found this image on the NASA website some years ago. This is our sun with the solar system, and one of the space-based telescopes of NASA discovered that there's a huge magnetic field emitted from our sun over our whole solar system that spirals in the same pattern. Isn't that interesting? See the connection, the correlation. Okay, so one thing that's influenced me all these years is the Hermetic principles, as above, so below, and so forth. But one of the main ones is the law of correspondences. So we see how there's similarities in different things, which we look at the correspondence, and that connects them and creates a unified whole. So this image, we can see how our DNA spirals in a perfect phi ratio, just like the seashell, and how we square the circle to make that. Notice these three circles here on the bottom image. You see, then well, it'll come in a second, but our whole body has this phi ratio proportion throughout it. Okay, isn't that amazing? This connects to the Fibonacci sequence of numbers, which also creates a perfect spiral. And this also connects to the Mayan calendar, the Tzolk'in, the 260-day count of the Mayan calendar, which gave us the end date of 2012, uses three circles, just like we find in squaring the circle to create the perfect spiral. So the Mayans knew that we live in a time spiral, that time is not linear. Okay, so in modern Western science, we think time goes from past, present to future, but no, the ancients knew that it's actually a time spiral. And they left us glyphs about this, the ancient cultures found all over the world. Even the crop circles reflect it. This is the great spiral over Norway. It appeared when Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize. We thought that was a sign from the ETs that they approved. He was going to do disclosure, but he never did. This I love. It shows ancient peoples on a rock in Arizona. Here's a spiral, right? And here they are holding hands, dancing with headdresses on, up, and away, because there is a theory that some of the ancient peoples went through a portal, wormhole, and disappeared off the planet. One of the other major patterns we see on our journey to understand is that of the hexagonal shape, because this is quartz crystal, it's the crystalline world. This also connects to the flower of life pattern here. This is a hologram. So if we stare at it, we can see that this is made all from concentric circles, comes from Egypt. This is the first original one, but we can see pyramids in here. I was staring at it, I saw pyramids throughout it. And then I saw how the Sri Yantra, the master portal of yoga, 5,000 years old from the Rishis, is also related to this pattern. I see it. So then somebody created the Sri Yantra in 3D form. This is called the vector equilibrium. And when you shine a light down through it, look at the shadow it plays here on the ground. So we can see how a 3D of the Sri Yantra is just a reflection of the flower of life. Everything is electromagnetic, yin yang. So the Sri Yantra came from India, from the rishis. It was a male sect. And the flower of life came from the right eye of Horus, which was more of like a feminine teachings to Egypt, where the flower of life came. But we can see how they overlay with one another. This is the major key and portal understanding in your consciousness to understand. Oh, come on, what happened to my pictures? Why'd you do that? Hold on. I'm not done. Okay. So then we get into the Platonic solids. I don't have time. When you connect them all, they make Metatron's cube, a very important form for us to understand. We can start to visualize ourselves within these beautiful geometric patterns as our chakras are lit up. We activate the codes in our DNA, our light body code. What do I want to share with you? I'm going to jump ahead here because time is limited. But you know, we studied the water crystals, this hexagonal, the work of Dr. Emoto. We see the patterns in water. It's the same of atomic structure with the electrons and protons, the nucleus. These same patterns we see. I'm going to skip this part. Okay, I'm going to just go into this patterning, very important. You see this shape. This is related to the tube torus. We have this field around the Earth, an electromagnetic field, like a battery, the Earth in the north magnetic pole, the south magnetic pole. But we also have this around our body. So we are electrical beings. We can visualize this field around us and activate it. As you do that, then you regain your superpowers. We can see how the crop circles also teach us very important about electromagnetics. Little synchronicity here, correspondence with quartz crystal. All quartz crystals, the facets are at 52 degrees, always, every quartz crystal, hexagonal in nature. And the Great Pyramid is 52-degree angle, and it's made out of, the sandstone there is very high in silicon, like in quartz. And quartz grow, they spiral in their growth. In the Northern Hemisphere, they spiral one way. And in the Southern Hemisphere, they spiral the other. Okay, let's look at this. This is some cool stuff in the last few minutes here about how sound waves move through time and space. There's an image of sound waves. Now we see those, and then we look at the Om symbol, which appeared 5,000 years ago also to the rishis, who brought through the Sri Yantra and the Sanskrit language. They were able to see in the ethers in their deep meditations. This appeared to them the symbol of Om, which represents the sound of creation. And we can see how it's basically just a frozen sound wave in suspended animation. What was interesting, here we have the Sanskrit language, right, associated with yoga. It came through 5,000 years ago with the rishis. Now, one day I was in my yoga class and I was in downward dog looking through my legs at a poster of Sanskrit like this on the wall. And when I looked at it upside down, it looked like this. And I realized, oh, look at the Sanskrit language. It's just people doing different yoga poses. Can you see the back bend and kicking one leg up and kicking one leg up, the body out here, the head, the arms. Isn't that amazing? So yoga poses are an expression of the sound, the ecstatic sound. They channel. So when you put your body in the yoga poses with the Sanskrit names, it's one of the most powerful things you could do because it taps you into a morphinogenic field that's over 5,000 years old with so many ascended beings and awakened beings who've gone down the yoga path, but it's traditional yoga with the Sanskrit names. That's the only thing that will take you to those higher levels of consciousness, of samadhi. Okay, so there's 5 primordial light languages, Tibetan Sanskrit, Hebrew, Chinese, Greek. Then we can get into the Enochian alphabet. I don't have time to get into all this. Let's look at some more pictures of the harmonics, how sound moves through time and space. Different images of how sound moves. Are the dimensions harmonically arranged according to the laws of musical proportion? Yes, so like we have 7 lower chakras, right? This is our ground base chakra system that's associated with the musical scale of 7 notes, right? Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, the white notes on a piano, the 7 colors of the rainbow. But many esoteric and occult teachings teach about other chakras outside the body. Perhaps there's 5 other chakras outside the body, taking us all the way up to our I am presence, or our soul star, or our Christ being, or whatever you want to call it. And those 5 chakras could relate to the 5 black keys on the piano. See the correspondence there. Isn't that interesting? Here's some images of how the harmonics work. Again, this is really cool, because like when we say a prayer, I play the harp, the harmonics vibrate up to levels that we can't even hear, and out through time and space, out into the universe. So when you sing your prayers out, your prayers and your wishes will be carried on your voice up into the heavens if it's sung with pure intent. I'm not going to get into all this. This was the Temple of Sound in Egypt I went to. I normally do this presentation in 2 hours, but I want to whip through. I was able to go to Egypt, play my harp in the Temple of Sound. It was really amazing. Something more about crop circles. And then you see, here's where we exist in the visible spectrum of light. Most humans only use a very small portion of their brain capacity. And, most of the brain is dormant. They call it gray matter, and neurologists, they don't really know what it's for, but the dormant brain and the gray matter is directly related to the dormant DNA, the junk DNA, right? There's about 80% of our DNA, the genetics don't even know what it's for. They call it junk DNA. It's very much related to the dormant parts in our brain. So our mission, and see, that keeps us very limited. This is where we're able to perceive, but there's all these other realms that we can't see. But as we turn on, activate our codes, it turns on our light body system, and then our extrasensory perceptions start to be activated and come online so we can see into the invisible worlds. We're receiving right now as we're sitting here, our sun is very active. There's a lot of, the magnetic field of the earth is weak. So there's an influx of supercharged particles and cosmic rays coming in. Right now, as we're sitting here right now, we have photons, neutrinos, and supercharged particles of light that are passing through us at faster than the speed of light, that are activating, tickling and tingling and activating our DNA, telling it to wake up, to evolve, because the sun, these light filaments coming in are very much a driver for evolution for humanity, because we are on an evolutionary species. We are on the 3rd dimensional time and space continuum. We are moving forward in linear time, right? But our DNA is being activated right now more than ever. Isn't that exciting? So this is the side view of DNA. Then looking down, straight down DNA, look at that. That's what DNA looks like. And look how it's directly related to the flower of life. See? Da, 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 da. This is all encoded into our DNA, right? So I do a whole thing. This is super cool. The Zolkin 260-day count of the Mayan calendar, which is the most accurate calendar in the world from ancient antiquity. This is actually showing 2 strands of DNA that weave right through the Mayan timekeeping in the phi ratio spiral. So we activate our chakras, the central channel, we clear so we can get up into the higher chakras, open our 3rd eye and our crown chakra. You have to do all the work, heal all the trauma and the emotional imprints, and unclog your chakras that we're all carrying our stuff in here. So you have to clear the central channel. This is the whole thing on the I Ching, how this is harmonic. This is 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, totally relates to the 64 codons of the DNA. But that's why the I Ching from 5,000 years ago, Lao Tzu, is such an accurate oracle to use. I suggest if you haven't experimented with I Ching, it can be profound. These are the 64 color-coded hexagrams of the I Ching. I can't get into all this. Here's some more beautiful images. Let me flip through this. I wanted to see if there's anybody has any questions. Please feel free to leave it in the chat box and let me know. This is cool. Watch how this is how the tree of life from the Kabbalah overlays perfectly on the flower of life pattern. See, they all relate. Isn't that amazing? So, and I'll finish with this, see how much time we have, but this is cell mitosis. This is a process of development we all go through within hours, minutes of being conceived, right? So cell mitosis, cell division, sacred geometry reflects that. This is called the vesica Pisces. See how it's on the over the well hatch at the Glastonbury, over the Chalice well. But here's the first 8 cells of cell mitosis. And look how that relates. There it is again. And look how it relates to this. This is called the center circles here of the center 6 leaves of the flower of life. This is called the seed of life. And this part out here is called the flower. No, the fruit. The fruit. So this is the seed and the fruit of life. Isn't that amazing? And how it relates to atomic structure. Here is the zygote. This is after several hours of cell division, and we can see how this relates more to this pattern of the full flower of life. And we all unfurl out of a spiral as we develop in the womb. So our sun is very active right now. Lots of solar flares going off, charging our atmosphere. Earth is being pummeled by cosmic rays after the sun's face turned on us in flame. This was back in 2019. So what we do is we go out in the sun and receive the supercharged particles coming from our sun. Get out every day, take your sunglasses off. Our star is stimulating our DNA. It's awakening our rainbow light body into Homo luminous. Our dormant parts of our brain are being activated, coming online. Pineal is coming online. New neural pathways are opening up to process more light-coded information. We're becoming luminous beings of light. We're seeing the sacred geometries. We're accessing into the quantum realm. We see our energy body. We're vibrating higher frequency. We're in the sacred geometries of light in the Merkaba. We get our angelic wings so we can soar up into the higher planes and access beautiful rainbow worlds. We can attract a harmonically aligned partner into our life that wants to explore the evolution of our soul together. And it's a new day. We make our angelic ascension into the light and become beings, luminous beings of light, free from the confines of the third dimension. And we connect with our I am presence. And all these rainbow colors represent all of our gifts, all of our superpowers. They're waiting. So just go up the central channel, connect with your I am presence, come into resonance with it, and then you will see the gifts of heaven will be given to you and you'll be empowered to live your life and make a huge impact and be part of the team of ascension. So thank you so much for having me today. It's been lovely to share with you. And that's it. Ta-da.
Wow, Peter, that was absolutely stunning. And I don't know about anybody else, but you just blew the roof off all of my understanding of life. Oh gosh, that was incredible. Incredible. Yeah, we do have a couple of minutes if anybody wants to drop a question into the chat or a comment or a thought or anything like that to just give Peter our love, because that was exquisite, truly. I think we're all being drawn to Sedona now.
I just want to show you that I keep that on my desk, Peter.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, isn't it wonderful?
I am presence. Oh, I look at that every day.
Awesome.
So
yeah. Ascended Masters played a huge part for me for my empowerment. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Cornelia says she's blown away by your presentation. I agree, Cornelia, totally blown away.
Can we set you up for the 2-hour presentation?
Yeah, let's do that.
That is, my mind is like, I'm reeling from this.
No, wait a minute. How about we just come to Sedona?
Oh, we're going to Sedona.
And have Peter give his power.
Next time we can have the Global Healers Summit in person here in Sedona, in the Performing Arts Center. Beautiful 600 pieces where all the big people come now. It'd be really wonderful.
Oh, that would be stunning.
But Peter, I would love to do the 2-hour presentation on your network here as well.
That would be incredible. Yeah. Peter, can you let us know how we can get a hold of you if you have any magic that you want to share as far as any programs that you have going on or anything coming out or coming up?
Yes. you can email me at peterharpmagic@gmail. If you go to harpmagic.com, I have my social media links there, especially my Facebook music page. I post all of a lot of people don't do Facebook, but on Facebook, Instagram, if you if you send me an email, we can connect, I guess. Yeah.
Well, we
Go
should
to Heart
get to know
Magic,
you.
my links are there. What's that, Jody?
I said we should get to know you before we all come to your house soon.
Yeah. I love bringing people into my home. My home is like a vortex in itself. I have crystal grids all over the property, and I've really created a portal here with my art and my music. It's a different energy here at my home, and people love to come here. I have beautiful gardens, and you see my workshop and my studio, recording studio, and all that. So look forward to sharing it with you guys when you come.
Bless you. This has been
Thank you so
absolutely magical and amazing, and we will be connecting with you in the future very soon. Yeah.
Yay.
Yes.
Totally amazing. Totally amazing. And coming up next, we have another wonderful presenter, Amy Joy. And she is a #1 best-selling author and a breakthrough strategist at Amy Joy Coaching, and founder and CEO of Upaya, I hope I'm saying that right, Healing Center. She's a sacred Kambo facilitator, Reiki master, and she's certified in sound, instant miracle, and crystal healing. Amy worked 4 years as a missionary in the jungles of Papua New Guinea. She's a single mother of 2 sons by birth and another son by unofficial adoption. And she escaped an abusive marriage, started over in a foreign country, and is now thriving and living her very best life. She's also a child of the planet, having visited 62 countries. Amy loves people and is passionate about helping and inspiring them to live extraordinary lives. So today she's presenting It's Time for Freedom, Importance of Energetically Releasing Trauma from the Body and Clearing Unseen Negative Influences. And I've had the pleasure of seeing both Amy's presentation at a legendary retreat and also receiving 2 healings from her that shifted my life profoundly. And so I'm honored that she is part of the Global Healers Summit. And if you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you, Jody. So exciting to be here. Peter, holy cow. That was amazing. I'm like vibrating so high just watching those images and knowing what you're doing. I definitely want to come experience the vortex of you and your home and what you're doing there. And thank you for what you're doing for the planet.
You're welcome.
And Jody, Rochel, thank you for doing this. It has been a magical morning. It's amazing how everyone has built on top of everyone else. If you can come on camera, I would love it. I love seeing people's faces. If you can't, I get it. But if you can stand up for a minute, let's stretch. Let's get into an even higher vibration as we breathe. So this presentation is going to be a little weird and wonderful. Okay, so just let it be weird. So you're going to breathe in and you're going to exhale. And I want you to hang your tongue out. And I just had a smoothie, so you're going to see that I just had a smoothie. All right, ready? Breathe in. And exhale anything that doesn't serve you. Again, breathe in deep. Don't worry about what you look like. It doesn't matter. Get rid of any stale energy. And one more time, breathe in and exhale. Now take your right arm and drag it across your shoulder down to your opposite hip and back and forth. And what we're going to do here is get our energies crossing over, which is optimal. All right. When we get homolateral, that's when the energy goes up and down. It messes us up. And so this is an easy peasy way to get centered and to feel amazing. All right. Shake it off, shake it off. Think about one thing you're thankful for, or a few. We have a lot. And breathe one more time. and sit down. Have a seat. All right. So here's what I want to know. Did you know that 1 in 2 people have experienced a traumatic event? 1 in 2. Who in their core that's true? Raise your hand or put a 1 in the chat. This is going to be, we're going to interact here. So get your fingers ready. So put a 1 in the chat if you know that this is true. And if you put a 2 in the chat, if you know it's true for you. That 1 in 2 people have experienced a traumatic event. Personally, I think it's higher than that, but let's just go with what they have on Google. All right. Is anybody interacting here? Let's see. All right, there we go. I had to scroll up. Perfect. 8 million Americans have post-traumatic stress disorder. 8 million. And this is a disease. This is epidemic. We got to do something about it. And this is my mission, is to liberate people from suffering and help them light the path to love and joy. Yeah. Hey. So thanks for turning your cameras on, guys. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to get my screen share going. And you guys let me know if you can see this. Verbal. Can someone say yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So it's time for freedom. I'm tired of being stuck. Who here is tired of being stuck? We got to get this energy out of the body. Okay. Now there's a quote. One of my favorite doctors is Dr. Reichtgerd Hammer. And he says this: when an individual is traumatized, especially early on in life, the memory of the trauma is stored both in the brain and in the body. So it is very, very physical. If you want to geek out on Dr. Reichtgerd Hammer, I encourage you to. If you have cancer, know anybody with cancer, or don't want to get cancer, this is a geek out on this. It is life changing. And what are some of the things that happen when we are traumatized, when there's been a trauma? Cognitively, we have nightmares. Personally, I went through 10 years every night of nightmares. I ran for my life to protect my boys, moved to Mexico. That's where I am now, to protect my boys and to start over. And I had 10 years of nightmares until I got help, and specifically energetic removal of trauma. We get confused and we get mood swings, and physically we get insomnia and disease and edginess and all kinds of nasty things. And psychologically, we endure shame, anxiety, and fear. If anyone of you have seen Power versus Force, read the book Power versus Force by Dr. David Hawkins, he gets into the vibrations of energy, and shame is at the bottom of the barrel. We have got to run from shame. What it does to our bodies is incredible. So take a look at this. There's 3 ways trauma gets stuck in our body. Dr. Reich talks about this, Dr. Hammer. The first way is if something happens and it's acute, it's strong, it's intense. The second way is if it's unexpected. Okay, it comes out from nowhere, so to speak. And if we have perceived that we're living it alone, maybe there's people around us, but we feel like nobody gets it. Does this make sense? 3 ways that trauma gets stuck in the body. So here's what I want you to do. Take a picture of that, write it down, because you won't remember tomorrow. You're like, what's that really cool thing Amy said? So first thing is acute, 2 is unexpected, 3 is it's experienced and lived out alone. And what it does is it causes dis-ease. Victoria mentioned this morning, Rochel, Janet, so much has built up for this, which is perfect. All right, so it creates dis-ease in the body. I'm going to share. All right, was everybody able to see that? Thumbs up. Okay, I like seeing people's faces. I can't stand talking to a screen. All right, so what I want to do is share a little story. There was a boy, he was 2 years old, and his mother had to run for their life. And years later, emotionally, just really cut off. really unattached to his emotions, kind of like Rochel was sharing earlier, where she just was completely disassociated. So the mother got help. The psychologist said, yeah, he's stuck. He's basically stuck at a 2-year-old level, which as a mother, I was like, no, right? And yes, it's about me. It's about my son. And so it wasn't until I had an energetic healer, our guru, our spiritual master, our coach, worked with him, where he was able to move that energy out. And in the first session, I could see a difference. Like, it was unbelievable. And as the weeks went on, he became his physical coach and all kinds, taught him to surf and did all kinds of things. But energetically, the work that he did changed his life. And my son Tate is now 21 years old, and he is now a mentor for other kids, helping them navigate life and helping them release energy from the body. And so what it does for you is epic, as Jody mentioned, and there's a few people here that I've had the privilege of sharing and working with and helping get rid of this energy that gets stuck. So there's another quote here, and I'm just going to read it instead of going up on the slides. Do you think that you would navigate life differently if you cleared your biggest trauma? Put a 1 in the chat if you know that that's true. And thanks to Rochel doing that beautiful activity, you guys know exactly where it is and at what age it happened. Right? With this process this morning. All right. Who do you know that if you were able to clear this from your body, it would make all the difference in the world? Okay, I got a lot of 1s. All right, perfect. So here's what I want to do. I've been feeling led since I was given the call and the opportunity to be here to do a live healing. I've never done that before. and that's beautiful and perfect. And so what I want to do, if you know in your heart of hearts that this is one of the reasons you're here today, now that I've said it out loud, and you know that you have some emotional trauma, I can help physically as well, but today I want to help with an emotional trauma that has been stuck, and possibly you've tried all kinds of things and you haven't been able to move it out. Who here has tried many, many things and haven't been able to move things out? Yeah. Mindy, I see your hand up. Carolina.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say, Mindy's got her hand up. She is all over that.
Mindy's
Okay.
my sister.
Is she? Oh, that's amazing. How great is that?
She's been through a lot. She's been through a lot.
Okay, Mindy, you're up, girlfriend. So if you guys know how to put her on the screen next to me so that we can focus on her. I don't know how to do that. All right, there you are, Mindy. Perfect. So all I need, Mindy, from you is an open, willing heart. Are you open and willing? Okay, you're muted, so we're going to need you unmuted.
There we go. I had
okay.
My thing is so tiny because you're on my giant 86-inch TV.
and who's their sister? I couldn't tell who said that.
Jody Curtis is my sister.
So perfect. Okay, very cool. So this is Weird and Wonderful. Are you okay with Weird and Wonderful?
I love Weird and Wonderful. Yes.
Okay. Have you had energy work done on you before?
Allison's done some Reiki. I've got osteopathic doctor, and she's here at my house right now. I've done some Ralphing. So
okay, perfect. And as we know very, very well from this beautiful event, is that it's never one thing, is it?
No. There's
so many ways that we can heal, and this is one of them. And so we're gonna do that today. So what I want you to do, Mindy, is Rochel or Jody or Anne, if you can give me the 3-minute warning, because I get lost in this. That would be amazing. All right, so Mindy, I want you to close your eyes for a minute, and I want you to ask your higher self. I want you to ask your intuition. What are you here to heal with me today?
Sexual trauma from when I was molested.
Okay. Now here's what's beautiful. Sorry, my internet. Everyone send love to my internet. I'm in Mexico. We just had a hurricane and things are funny. So if everyone could just send love to it, that would be amazing. Okay, and I want to honor you for saying that out loud. I do. I'm grateful. I also want you to know, Mindy, that you don't have to share anything you don't want. Okay, it's not important for me to know the story. If it helps to share it and you know it would empower somebody else, then go for it. Okay, but this is about the
first. There's a couple in my story that it perpetuates, and I have more trauma. It's all sexual trauma, right? That's what I need to get past this of like, I have a healthy relationship now. I have all this good in my life, but I need to heal. This trapped in my body, the PTSD,
Yep. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And we don't even know how many lifetimes or generations you've been carrying around as well, right? So let's get rid of it. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to go into the story. We're only going to go into the story of that event, the one that you mentioned at the beginning. Okay, the one that you've been carrying around. I only want you to go there for a minute until you can find it in your body. As soon as you know where it is in your body, you're going to leave that story and you're going to go right into the feeling in your body. Okay. And I'm going to send you high frequency healing. Is that cool with you?
Yes.
Okay. When you have it in your body, let me know.
Yeah, I have it.
Where is it?
It's like underneath my heart. It's like my spine underneath my heart.
Okay.
Like this
I want
parallel.
you to put your finger on it. Now, it'll probably move. It could be rascal, okay? It could move to your big toe. I don't care how weird it is. Just tell me what's true, okay? And here's what's important too. Don't tell me it's not actually going, okay? I'm okay with the truth. I'm not going to hurt my feelings. And I want you to know if it takes longer than the few minutes I have, I'm going to follow up with you and we're going to annihilate it, okay? The universe knows and has called you today. So I'm pretty sure it's going to work out in the timing that we need it to. Okay. All right. So I want you to put your finger on that. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how intense is it?
Right now, it's like a 3.
Okay. So I'm going to make weird noises. Don't mind me. Okay. I want you to follow it. How much space does it take up in your body?
Too much. I would say like it's maybe like 5 inches long and like 2 or 3 inches wide.
Perfect. And is it solid, gaseous, goopy, or liquid?
I'm thinking solid.
Okay, so I can grab it, so to speak, and it won't fall apart in my hand.
I don't know. It might. It feels solid, but I don't think it truly is.
Okay, so I should vacuum.
Yeah, I think it's all of the above. It's wet and it's solid, but it's not, but it is, but it's not, but it is.
Amy, it's like bring in the vacuum.
Yeah, it's like goop, right? All right, Rochel, please help me and do your thing. Rochel and I together, it's like, woo! All right, so I'm gonna vacuum that out, okay? And on 3, we're gonna work together, okay? Because I'm not gonna do permission.
Yes.
So when I say 3, I'm gonna say I do, and you're gonna freaking mean it, okay? Okay.
What do you want me to say?
I release you. You're going to speak to whatever that is in your belly, and you're going to say, I release you. Okay. On 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I release you.
Okay. Put your hand away and just check in with yourself. And whatever is true is true. Is it bigger, smaller, different, changed? What's happening?
I feel like it's not so solid. It's kind of spread out now. Instead of being all along my spine, now I feel like it's all like in my stomach.
Yeah.
Okay. More gassy now?
It's like my intuition, my guts are like in knots. Like I feel like my guts are knotted, like
Okay.
butterflies, but like kind of like I want to vomit, like not cool.
Okay. So I want you to know it's leaving. Okay. This is temporary. I want you to put your finger on it again, on the most intense part. And I want you to send it love. And I want you to say, I release you.
I release you.
I release you.
I release you.
Does it have a color, Mindy?
Red.
Okay. Did it move?
Yeah, now it's more like my reproductive area, like your uterus area.
Okay. Put your finger on it. You're doing great. You're doing great. Put your finger on it. And what are you feeling there now?
No, now I'm just feeling all this like reproductive energy of like wanting to have more babies and all the babies I've had. And
okay.
No, but the sexual trauma from childbirth, you know, like the trauma of having babies, like it's coming up right now. That's what I'm feeling in my body, is like the birthing stories of my children.
Okay. All right. Put your finger on it. Send it love. Just presence it, Mindy. Don't make it right or wrong, good or bad. All right. You're just going to presence that. And on 3, you're going to say, I release you. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I release you.
Mindy, there's a deep, deep sense of anger in your womb space. When you say I release you, I want you to like feel it deep in your soul. Okay?
You're safe here. You're safe here. This is the time.
We've got you. We've got you. Okay?
You gotta scream it out. Just scream it. Just scream it out. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
I release you!
Yes.
My kids are gonna hear that one. My husband probably heard that one. I think I peed myself. Oh my God. I've had 4 kids. When I laugh, I cry and I pee. And
that was.
I can relate. I'm proud of you. You're doing the work. You're doing the work.
I wanted to make sure everything's okay. Yes. Yes. I'm doing energy work. Sorry if I scared you. I love you. Everything's okay. My husband want to make sure everything's okay.
All right. I want you to check in for a minute. Everything's perfect. You're doing amazing.
Yes.
When you think about that story, that original story, I want you to check in. Where are you holding it in your body?
Oh, it's downward more. It's like my root chakra. It's like the red, orange, and yellow chakra, all the lower area. It's that whole thing.
So
it's like my heart down. It's more than just at the heart, under the heart. It's everything.
It can take as much space as it takes up. It's all good. There's no right or wrong answer. Okay. Now I'm going to ask a weird question. Does it need to be removed, what it is that you feel? Or does it need an upgrade?
It needs an upgrade.
Okay. So this is what so what's going on is who we're seeing and feeling now is, and you tell me if this is in alignment with you, but this is little Mindy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I can't get rid of little Mindy, nor do I want to.
She's like, no, she's part of me.
Exactly. So I want you to know we got rid of the negative stuck energy in and around that event and the other events. Okay, so it's gone. Okay. And now you just need to connect with little Mindy. How old is she?
7.
Right now when you 7. Okay. I want you to think logically. I want you to feel into it. Okay. And where is she? What is she feeling right now?
I wanted to wear my yellow dress.
Hmm. And what does she need right now from her big older self? Older self. What does she need? You can ask her. She's old enough to tell you.
I need to know that it's safe to come out and play.
Hmm.
I need to know it's safe.
Yeah. So tell her what's true. Is she safe?
Yes, evil exists, but you're safe to come out. It's okay.
How fierce are you, Mindy? Actually,
What?
how strong? How fierce and how strong are you?
Oh, I'm mighty.
I feel you. So tell her how fierce and strong she is, how resilient she is.
Fearless and conquering and amazing. And if there is evil, I'll fucking smack it to the last and make it fucking go to the corner. Get out of here.
Right? Right. And what good and what gifts have come from these hard events in your life? What do you now know? Who are you now? And who have you helped because of this situation?
Oh, so many girls, so many women. I know what pain is. I know what abusive relationships are. I know what sexual energy is, and I know how it feels in the body. And I know that there's healing that comes after this. There's healing in my body and my spirit. There's healing on such scale that I didn't even think was that little girl didn't know, right? She didn't know that this healing was going to happen.
No. Okay.
I sang
I want you to check in with her again. See how she's feeling now. Is she feeling fierce and powerful? What does she now know is true?
Yeah, that she's just here for a reason, and she can still come out and play and do what God meant me, what I meant to do, that it's okay. It's safe to come and talk to and make friends. It's okay to go shopping. It's okay to go.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's all perfect. It's all perfect in the end, isn't it? Yeah. So when you think about that event that you mentioned in the beginning, are you holding that anymore in your body, or are you at a zero? Here's what zero looks like. Here, zero means that just happened. That was something that happened. It doesn't control you. It doesn't affect you anymore. You know what I mean? You don't have a charge about it. So are you at zero? Is there a little bit left? Whatever's true is true. All good.
I don't think it's totally gone, but it's definitely less than it was.
Okay, we're not going for relative. We're going to get rid of it. So where is it, my love? Where is it?
Well, now I'm feeling it in my heart, like just this immense sadness.
There it is. Yes, that's the sadness. Okay, so I want you to put your finger on it. We have 1 minute left. Let's do this. Ready? I want you to feel it. Is it solid, gaseous, or goopy?
Oh, I think this one's like air, effervescent.
On 3, I'm going to release you. You say, I release you, and I'm going to vacuum it out. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
I release you.
There it is. How do you feel?
I feel like crying.
Okay, cry. Cry in a relief way, a sad way, cry how?
I don't know, like it's almost happy, but it's I don't know. I don't really, it's like I don't have words for it, Like it just feels like it's acknowledging a sad in me that I've never been able to have words to, It's just like you see me, right? Like I'm being witnessed. So
Yeah. Receive that. You're so loved. You're so loved. You're so loved. So completely and utterly loved by this group of people and by the divine and by, I'm sure, most people you meet. Is that true or not true? Is that true or not true?
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband was talking about the dogs needing to go out for a walk, and I didn't hear what you just said. I'm sorry.
You're so loved. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'm loved.
So here's what I want you to do. I want you to talk to little Mindy once we're done here, and I want you to create a plan with her for her to get your attention when she needs you. A way that doesn't cause pain. Okay, none of the ways that maybe she's been getting your attention before. No pain allowed.
No
A
pain
fun, simple way for her to connect with you so that you check in with her and say, what do you need? I'm here. Okay, so that you can navigate this wonderful up and down world that we're living in. Okay. How do you feel on a scale of 0 to 10? Where are you at?
On a, like, how good do I feel?
Like from the what we were measuring before, are you at a 0 or you still feel like there's something there? Because I can follow up with you if we need to.
I feel like it's mostly cleared up, but I'd love to follow up just to make sure that because I have the camera on me and I feel a little pressure, but
Perfect.
But I feel a lot better. I mean, it was like a 3, it was this resonating, I couldn't get rid of it. And now I feel like it's really freed up. I really do feel lighter. I mean, even that primordial scream was like, thank you guys.
So yeah. We're out of time, Mindy, but you're amazing. You're so brave. And just know that what left is gone. And then it would be good to get some mindset coaching on creating the loop, because it's been used to a certain loop, right? So guys, I am so pleased and thankful to be here. I have a book launching September 25th. I'll put my information in the chat. If you want to be ambassadors and buy it for only 99 cents and leave a review, I'd be eternally grateful.
Oh, God.
My heart and my joy is to get this into the hands of especially domestic violence survivors, so that they can reprogram themselves and choose differently and live differently and feel differently. I love you. Thank you. Mwah, besos.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was absolutely tremendous. Wow. Thank you, both of you. It was really, really so incredibly powerful and such a great illustration of the possibility of magic that can happen in just a short period of time.
And
Amy.
thank you all of you who chipped in and helped. That was a team effort. I felt you and you did too. Amazing. Love you guys.
And now I would like to bring on our next speaker. This has been a day filled with incredibleness. And yes, if we can get Mindy off, can someone put mute Mindy, please? Our next speaker has been a coach of mine for the last, gosh, has it been 3 years now? I don't know, 2 at least. And let me just tell you about him. He's just truly phenomenal. And I'm just going to share what he has written for us, and then I'll tell you about him. Okay. If we all changed our frequencies right now, he says, we would radically shift the world's problems in this moment. Tony has a unique background that brings together real life results in the offline and online business worlds. For over 25 years, he has owned businesses ranging from furniture stores, real estate, online education products, and performance coaching. And he helped build and sell online publishing businesses that had a social media reach of over 100 million views during its peak. He has spent over 11,000 hours deep inside the inner world of CEOs, executives, attorneys, athletes, artists, and world changers. Tony specializes in helping people re-regulate their nervous system to overcome self-sabotage patterns, connect more deeply, and welcome luck back into life. And wow, is this absolutely perfect for today's topics to just segue right into this particular topic. Tony currently lives between Idaho and the Dominican Republic with his wife and 5 kids and is practicing growing a beard. Tony is speaking on change your frequency, change your problems, which is exactly aligned with my book, isn't it? Where he will share the practical tools to release these energies from the tissues of our bodies and get out of our own way. I couldn't be more blessed to present to you a man who has made a significant difference and impact in my life. My transformation coach, Tony Litster. Tony, are you there?
Thank you so much, Rochel. Super excited. So fun to see so many of you that I know and I've gotten to spend so much time with over the last few years. So I just have a little tiny window of time. The purpose of that introduction is simply to say, I'm not a newbie. Doesn't mean I have it all together, but I have been able to not have a job for 20 plus years. So I had to figure out something, in the world of entrepreneurship to stay an entrepreneur. And on the other side of this, in the world of healing, I didn't understand exactly what I was looking for when I started the path of healing. When I went down the road of personal development, what I was ultimately looking for was to just feel like it was okay to be me right now, instead of being in this perpetual dissonance inside me that says, I need to have more money and then I'm going to feel okay about me. I need to have more sex and then I'm going to feel good about me. I need to have a different kind of business, or I need to have more reach, or I need to have more impact, or I need to have done more in the world, or my body needs to be shaped differently than it currently is shaped. And then I'm finally going to arrive to the place of going, oh, okay, it's just okay to be me. And when you think about this, Rochel and I were having this cool conversation a few weeks ago and talking about that, this idea that if we change our frequency, we change our life, right? If we shift out of this shame, or we shift out of the energy of trauma stuck in our system from a little kid that got hurt, or a little kid that was told they weren't enough, or if we shift out of the frequency of, oh, I don't have enough, or if we shift out of the frequency of dis-ease into a frequency of wholeness, into a frequency of feeling like we have enough, then our life changes because our experience of life changes. And this theory, it's this idea that we could talk about of hey, just change your frequency. That's easy. So there's a massive challenge to this, that in the world of personal development, there was a missing piece for me, a gigantic missing piece. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen here. Let me just share this little diagram. So there's this idea that goes, oops, wrong diagram. Hold on. It looks kind of like that. There's this idea that we have our head brain, we have our heart brain, and we understand those. It's funny that this is what's sharing. Okay, well, we're going to go with this one. So we have our head brain, right? This is our thinker brain. This is where we process, we analyze, we strategize, we shame ourselves. Then we have our heart brain. This is where we feel, right? It's stormy, it's emotional.
Tony, we're not seeing anything on the screen, hon.
Okay, hold on. I'm having a little technical difficulty. So I'm going to try something else. How about this? Can you see my screen now? Yeah, okay. And you can see this little guy here?
Yes.
My little diagram? Okay, cool. So this is the simplest. Obviously, this process of rewilding I teach has lots of pieces to it, the puzzle pieces. So I'm not going to talk about today. I'm talking about head brain. This is where we think about the future and we think about the past, and the superpower of the head brain is it can imagine something that hasn't happened, right? We can think of a fear that hasn't happened and feel it in our body. We can think of a fantasy that hasn't happened and feel it in our body. It's incredibly powerful, but most of us get stuck in the world of trying to change our life by changing our thinker brain, and it doesn't do the trick. Some of it helps, but it's missing a piece. And we have the heart brain, right? We have our feeling brain, and the heart brain is this stormy thing. It's sorrow, it's joy, it's anticipation, it's anxiety. It's like back and forth and all these different things, and we can't necessarily trust it fully for what we want to create in our life. And then we have this part we don't talk about, the gut brain. This is the lizard brain. And the lizard brain is all about one thing, which is survival. It's eating and mating and fight or flight. And it's reactive. It happens in about a third of a second. But this lizard brain is where we store our trauma. And trauma is experiences of when the lizard brain said, wow, I'm feeling threatened. This is dangerous. Do I punch? Do I kick? Do I run for my life? Or do I take enough energy to fight to the death and collapse it down inside me like a little time bomb waiting to go off, just in case I get another chance? And then we get into life situations and it comes out in these like really inappropriate, well, I don't know, inappropriate, but inconvenient moments. Like how many of us have been in a moment where we're like having a beautiful experience and then a song comes on the radio and it brings up some kind of like anxiety in our body, or we're like having like a loving moment with somebody and we like some memory of something else, like or the way we're touched brings up some memory, and the lizard brain comes in and hijacks the entire system. So in the world of changing our frequency, if we don't address the lizard brain, if we don't address this non-language based part of us, the body brain, in causing it to feel safe, then we can't stay in the higher frequency, because the lizard brain will pull us back into danger, into fight or flight, and all these things. So it's non-language based. It's not going to respond to our thinker brain. It's not going to respond to our good intentions. It's not going to respond to our spiritual ideas of us, in the Global Healer Summit, we're spiritually inclined, right? And we often have this challenge as spiritual people where we might have a vision, we might even feel it in our heart, we might feel drawn and excited and lit up, and we might feel inspired. But if we have not addressed the danger in the lizard brain, we can't hold the higher frequency, because the lizard brain is going to pull us back down into survival. So how do we do this? It's non-language based. This is the trick. It will not respond to us thinking about it, and it will not respond to affirmations program. I did affirmations programs for decades for my clients, where I'm probably listened like, I don't know, maybe 10,000 times to my voice, speaking things to myself. Like one of the phrases that I would try to ingrain in myself was, I'm always taken care of. And the reason that I tried to ingrain that in myself was because I always felt unsafe. And so I thought if I could pound it into my lizard brain enough time, or my thinker brain enough times, you're always taken care of, you're always taken care of. And I listened to it thousands and thousands and thousands of times. But what was actually true was my lizard brain was still locked in trauma experiences that I had as a kid. So the very first time I started to actually work into this, going through the body, I was very triggered in this moment. And this coach talked me into this experience. And she says, well, what if you actually feel this? I said, I don't want to feel this. I spend my life trying to not feel this. And she said, well, what if you just feel it? What if you just drop in? What if you actually let yourself feel what you're feeling? And so I dropped in and I felt it like in my chest. And she's like, well, like, is there a voice? Like, listen to this. Does it have a voice to it? And I was listening, and this voice was really dark. It really startled me at how dark it was, because I wasn't suicidal. But the voice was saying, I just want to die. I just want to die. It was this really like dark place that it was coming from. And I was kind of startled by it. And then she says, is there an age associated? And I dropped in, I felt into the age. And that's when I came right back to that moment. And I was 13 years old. I had run away from home, gotten in this argument with my dad, and I didn't feel safe. And I was riding my bike. It was dark and it was cold and I was crying and I had no place to sleep. And there I was, just like riding along. There was no safe place in the world for me. And that energy was still stuck in me in my 40s as a successful entrepreneur that looked like I had accumulated a bunch of stuff in the world. And I had accumulated a bunch of stuff to try to offset that I actually felt terribly unsafe, and I didn't understand why. So then I learned how to start to move this energy through my system, because that 13-year-old was still in there going, it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe. Everything was a threat. Everything was fight or flight. Everything was survival. And it was exhausting me. And it kept hijacking all the good things I was creating in my life. So today, the rest of the time, we just have about 15 minutes together. I don't want to workshop this with you instead of talking about the theory. We can get deeper and deeper and deeper into the theory. I showed you my picture of my slide with the 16 puzzle pieces of how to fit all the pieces together. That's just for your thinker brain to go, oh, now I get it. Now I know, right? But what we're actually going to do the rest of the workshop today is just do a little bit of practice. So the animals have this figured out. We're the only animal that forgot how to do this, how to move this energy of fight or flight out of our system. I used to sit in my yard and watch deer, and we'd get like 4 feet of snow when we lived in northern Idaho. And I would sit underneath the trees, and the deer would come in and eat right in front of me, like 2 or 3 feet away from me, because they wouldn't see me all bundled up watching them eat. And about every minute, the deer's ears would go, whoa. Their ears would go, and they'd look up, and they'd be looking around in this, like this super vigilant, completely present, feeling self-attuned to the environment thing the animals do that we forgot how to do as a human. And they would all get into the same stance together. And then when they would smell, and they'd listen, and they'd watch, they'd do all the things. And then when no threat emerged, they always did this. And I want you to remember this. This is as simple as this little thing is. This is the access to your healing. And it was that they would do this 100% of the time. After their moment of like, after the startle, they would go, and they would shake it off. They would let out a sound. They would physically move, and they would breathe, and they would go, and they would release it out of their system. That is the secret to calming the nervous system. If we want to be spiritual, if we want to be at a higher frequency, if we want to be at a high vibe thing, and we don't want to just be in an endless cycle of spiritual bypassing, of bullshitting ourselves and being like, feeling tension, feeling fear, feeling anxiety, feeling pain, feeling shame, and being like, oh, no, I'm just going to focus on love. But actually our body's like, no, there's danger. That's spiritual bypassing. And it doesn't help us. It just leaves us in a place of actually internally going, man, I suck because I can't figure this out. What is wrong with me? Why can't I figure this thing out? Here's how you figure it out. Do what the animals have done. So there's 4 things. I'm gonna focus on these, and then we're gonna go through a little mini exercise where we do this. And you can take this wherever you want to take it at becoming the wild animals. Why I call it rewilding. 4 things: presence, breath, movement, sound. Write those down. This is the access. To me, 20 years in personal development, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on workshops and coaches and reading hundreds of books, searching for something. Searching for coming to a place where I could just feel good being in me, where I was. And the solution was this: presence, breath, movement, sound. Presence means feel what you're feeling. Now, sometimes that's uncomfortable, especially if we're like intuitive and we're clairvoyant and we're empathic. We feel what other people feel. That's a lot of stuff to feel. Yep. But the only alternative is to numb yourself and anesthetize yourself and spend your life avoiding what is actually so. So the first is presence. It's learning how to just feel what we're feeling. I'll take you through a little exercise here in a moment. The second one, breath. There's so many ways to breathe. There's the hyperventilation breathing of like, there's the priming breathing where we go, right? When we do this, there's the little tiny gulping breathing where we go. There's breath holds where we can push ourselves until our body reaches the freak out point. It's called hypoxia. It's really good for our system to go to the edge where our body thinks we're going to die just for a moment. And then there's box breathing where we can breathe like in through the nose for the count of 5, hold it for the count of 5, out the nose for the count of 5, hold through the count of 5. There's so much creativity we can bring in. And if you start to manage your breathing, you will manage your nervous system. You think of your nervous system as this spring that gets wound tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter until it's so wound up that it has to find a release or it thinks it's going to die. And so what the brain does is it creates adrenaline. And we have these bursts of adrenaline and it releases some of that tension out of the nervous system, but it becomes this addictive relationship with our own tension in our own system and our own adrenaline. So then we're seeking adrenaline through watching, intense things on TV. We seek adrenaline through watching the news. We seek adrenaline through music. We seek it through different activities. We seek it through highly refined foods and sugars, right? But instead of just having this adrenaline release experience as the only way to offset, you start to decompress your nervous system through breath. Third one is movement. I want you to think about the movement. Simplify this for yourself. Where does fight or flight happen in your system? It happens in your hips. It happens in your shoulders. And then it's stored, the emotional memories are stored in the vagus nerve, which runs from the back of the head down to the tailbone on the inside of the spine. So if you think about this, we have all this bound energy in our hips, we have all this bound energy in our shoulders, and we have all this bound memory in our spine. And so when you bring movements in that move your hips, that roll through your shoulders, and that start to move the energy side to side, forward to back, waving this energy, moving this through your body, you start to bring this in, bringing in your own version of this, either laying in your bed or dancing or flopping on the grass. Think about what, like I have this dog, I can't believe she's not in here barking. She barks during all my presentations. When she gets upset, she can't use her thinker brain to process it. She can't talk through it with a therapist. She has to just be like, she lays on her back and she freaks out. She does all this stuff. She moves it out of her system. We're the only zoo animals that aren't allowed to move. And we've been taught to be like so rigid and stiff, right? And live in our little boxes. And let the birds get to go and visit the zoo. They like they come outside our window. They're like, look at the zoo animals in there today. We've become like these numbed out creatures because we haven't given ourselves permission to be in this thing that we're in. So then the last one is sound. And I'm going to invite you to get super creative with the sound. Pulsing sounds like wow, 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 zzz, zzz, zzz. Going up and down the scale. Have some fun with this. There's a practice that I call wild yoga that I do. So I'll be doing yoga poses and I'll start to move in my hips and my shoulders and my back. And I'll start to make sound while I do it. I'll just be like, I'll start to move in this experience. And it was funny, I was doing this in the backyard and the neighbor was having their dog pee. And they're like looking, they're like peeking around the corner. Like, what the hell is that guy doing back there? I was just doing some stretching. I have to make an excuse for why I'm just being an animal that's really healthy. Because everybody else is like, that's weird. Why aren't you stiff and rigid like us? So we're going to take the next just few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. I'm going to take you through a process where we practice this. We're going to play some of the scales on the piano. But give yourself permission. Your nervous system knows how to heal if you will do this. If you'll feel through you, if you'll move through you, your nervous system will heal. It will let this stuff out, but you have to uncork this. You have to let some of the steam out. All right, so let's just do this as an exercise. Enough talk, enough theory. That's what's so rad about this is in like 7 minutes, I can give you the whole theory and your thinker brain goes, wow, that actually makes sense. I actually am an animal and there is a lot of tension in my body and movement and breath and sound and presence actually moves it. Wow, this is incredible. It's not that complicated. All right. And I know I'm doing this kind of in jest. This has given me my life back. This has unlocked traumas that I was stuck in and abuses that I was stuck in that I didn't know how to move. That coaching wouldn't get me out of, and therapy wouldn't get me out of, and plant medicine wouldn't get me out of, and going and trying to have business success wouldn't get me out of. This unlocked out of my body the things that were keeping me from being my express self and has given me my life back. So to me, it's the greatest gift that I've been given in my life. So we'll just do a little quick exercise. So go ahead and close your eyes and just get in your body. Just let yourself move a little bit. You can either be standing or seated to do this and just move energy up and down your spine, kind of snaking it side to side. Let yourself feel. And you'll feel when you find your edges, when you stretch to one edge and you feel it, and then you stretch to the other edge and you feel it. Let yourself just be in this moment. And we're going to take in some deep breaths. This is not complicated, just breathing in deep from your mouth. And as you exhale, start to let out kind of the natural sound of the yawn. It's stretching a little bit and go, stretch through it. Feel how that wants to just come out already. You're just getting out of your own way. And now the way we have presence is we notice the sensations we're feeling right now. So just feel the weight of your body. Just feeling the space that you take up. Feeling your skeletal system. Just kind of move all your bones around. The bones in your legs, the bones in your arms, and move up and down your torso. Feel your skeleton. This is here. We're just not paying attention to it. And feeling your skin. Noticing the sensations of clothing on your skin. Notice the air on your skin. All this is just becoming present. You see how easy it was to become present? I had somebody tell me the other day, oh, I can't go within. I don't know how to meditate. Just feel. Oh yeah, I can feel. And now what we're going to do is drop in. We're going to feel your energy center. So feel the space behind your eyes. Feel the space behind your mouth. Feel the space behind your throat. Feel into your heart space. Feel down into your solar plexus at the base of your ribs. Feel in your stomach behind your belly button. And then slowly lower down into your hips, just gently alternating each hip, feeling down at your pelvic floor. This is where the safety happens, is down here. And we're going to just do a little bit of stirring. Imagine you're stirring through peanut butter. So making a counterclockwise circle with your hips. And now we're going to bring in the sound, right? We have presence. We're noticing the sensation of what it feels like to stir in our hips down at our pelvic floor. And we're breathing in and out. And now we're going to bring in some sound. I'm going to invite you to make kind of a pulsing sound, like a whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe a VR sound, like a vrr, 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 vrr. And feel the frequency that shifts as you move around in this vibration. And now we're going to because we just have a couple of minutes to do this, we're going to try some different sounds, and you're going to find where the sound vibrates in your body. We're taking in a big breath. And we're going to start really high pitch. You're going to go, ooh. Feel it come down into your throat, ooh. Now into your heart space, ooh. Now into your solar plexus, ooh. And then you can try different shapes of sounds, like ah. And I'll get down into your belly, ah. And then all the way to your pelvic floor. And try the different shapes in your mouth of like ee, ooh, oh, ah, ooh. And then have fun. Make like your Star Wars here. Give yourself permission to make some noise here. Just be a crazy animal you are. And notice, just tracking your body, how the sound moves things up and down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just gently come out of this. All we got to do is drop in and feel our way through for a minute. So the way we come out is we create sensation in our body in the present moment. So rub your hands on your legs, feeling into your legs. Rubbing your hands on your arms. This is the present. This is what's actually right now. This is the music of right now. Rub your hands together, generate heat. This heat is happening right here. This is how you come back into the now moment. And then take your hands and cup your eyes with your hands and just feel the warmth. This is the present moment. Safe to be in your body right now. Slide your fingertips down your face, down your body. Cup your hands and clap on your shoulders. Clap on your arms, up and down your torso, up your back. This brings you into the now moment. Snapping a little circle above your head. And take your index finger and your middle finger and just press gently in the center of your forehead. Make a little circle. This is right here. This is the only thing that's actually real, is right here, right now. Slide your fingertips gently down your nose. Pinch and wiggle your nose. Lick your lips and swallow. And then while you're feeling on the inside, gently open your eyes, feeling in you and being around you. This is the wild animal. The wild animal can be present to self and present to its own surroundings, and just be in this moment. The more you do this as a little daily practice, 10, 15, 20 minutes, not more than that, you will unpack all that energy that doesn't serve. And it allows you to more naturally stay at the higher frequency, more effortlessly stay at the higher frequency, because there's not a part of you that's going, it's not safe. You actually let it be safe by feeling your way through it with presence, breath, movement, sound. Thank you for inviting me to come play with you today. I know I spaz out a little bit, so I appreciate your tolerance of my, my extreme form of presenting, but it's always beautiful to witness you. And I just encourage you to explore this, have some fun with this, discover this in you.
Tony, that was absolutely amazing, as always. And I think you can tell, for those of you who are not familiar with Tony, that he makes you laugh and he also makes you cry, and not because it's sad, but because he's dredging up the stuff that is holding us back. And Tony, that was exquisite. Thank you so very much for being a part of this honoring experience for the world. You are absolutely integral in this movement, and we needed you. So thank you.
You're welcome. I love sharing this. So thank you for
We
letting me
love
share
you,
these skills.
Tony. Thank you,
Thanks,
Tony.
everybody.
Yeah, you're getting so much love in the chat, Tony. Great work, Tony. Love the exercise to be present in my body. That was, oh, Rudy's here. Hi, Rudy. Let's see, Nancy, we have missed you. And who else is talking here? Great work, Tony. Let's see, just so much love in the chat. I love this. Love you, Tony. Tony is the best. The works. Good. Yeah, so much. You need to check the chat when you get down there, Tony. Just so much love coming in. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Well,
I just want to say, Tony, that was amazing. Thank you. I'm glad the forest is my backyard, because when I make those sounds, the wildlife can just come out.
All right. Well, we're nearing the end of the day one, and it's been fantastic. I hope you guys all agree and have learned some new things. I know I have. And we have one more presenter, which is my fellow co-host, Anne Fernandez. Her real name is Yasmine Anne Fernandez. She's a published author and a speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, a meditation guide, Reiki master, a medium, and she channels from the non-physical world. She's also vice president of the board at our local Yucca Valley Spiritual Center here, Center for Spiritual Living. And she studied with shamans and worked with renowned psychics, Chuck Bergman and James Von Prague. She has a private practice as an intuitive life coach and has been working with thousands of clients for over 40 years. Her work comes from her heart and her desire to heal humanity. And there's a quote from her book, which is called Moonlight Pawn Wire, and I'll put the information in the chat box. The quote is, "Each person's growth affects the growth of the planet. You matter." She, as I mentioned, is one of the hosts of the events. And today she's going to be talking about who are you and what defines you. So Anne, on to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Jody, for that introduction. Thank you. My God, I get to end the day, and this energy and frequency is just amazing. Everybody's been so amazing. Today, I got the download to speak about who are you and what defines you. And on Saturday morning, I'll be speaking about we are multidimensional beings. I'm going to give you guys 5 or 10 seconds. I want you to grab a little mirror, maybe a compact mirror you keep in your purse, a little hand mirror, but 5 seconds, grab a mirror and come back. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Somebody told me I was frozen, so just want to make sure.
Yeah, we can hear you now again.
All right. Is everybody?
But
you can or you can't?
We can hear you, but you're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. All that frequency. Let's see, I'm not sure what I can do. How is this? Is this okay? It's okay? Thank you. Okay. So if you guys all have a little mirror, hand mirror, something like that, just hang on to that. And so who are you and what defines you? So from the moment of birth, we're gathering and taking in information and filing it in our hard drive. So whether it's negative or positive, it gets filed in the hard drive. And just so you can age me, I used to, when I gave this talk in the past, I used to say, in that filing system, the filing drawer with the files. So, but now it's the hard drive, right? And so we then act out and react to our outer world from this information that has now become our beliefs. I love analogies and metaphors. And one that I always use is that when we're born, our mind is like that of an artist with a blank canvas. And we can paint whatever picture we want. However, the artists or painters in our lives, which can be in our formative years, can be family, friends, our community, just our outer world. And we are influenced by all these experiences and either become a centered, happy adult or one who struggles and suffers trying to decipher who you are and what truly defines you. So we come into this world as pure light and love. And as we gather information and have experiences, we form beliefs about ourselves that separate us from that light. And I think a lot of us, we heard that today about this separation, right? There's this constant feeling of separation, but I have a feeling that we're moving into this new phase, into a new way where we are coming back together, not just with each other in the world and in community, but just within ourselves. So hopefully that separation is just dissipating. So whether our journey is filled with traumatic experiences or simple life challenges, we create layers of beliefs that can cover that light within. I always think of it as, just wearing a jacket, a coat, a sweater, just wearing layers and layers of clothing. And each one of those things represent, some challenge, some trauma, something in our lives. I even do lead people in nature. As you guys know, most of you who know me, that I'm a nature lover. And so I lead people into nature and I do something called Inner Vision Quest. And I have them wear a backpack. And we start out and we start talking about, what are your challenges, why you're here, what are the traumas you're dealing with. And then I have them just pick up rocks, so they pick up a rock that pertains to that particular challenge or trauma or pain or whatever they're going through. And so they have no idea what's going to happen at this point. So they're, putting these rocks and someone will pick up, with two hands, a huge rock and put it in the backpack. And so then at some point I go, okay, now I want you to put that on your back. And then of course I hear all the sounds like, oh my God, that's too heavy. That's, and so then we start talking about that's what it feels like when we walk around in our lives with these layers and layers of beliefs that we have been carrying around forever. It's a weight. It's a weight. You feel it in your body. And at some point throughout the journey that I take them through, and then I have them do a little ceremony, take out a rock, that represents a certain trauma, and then I have them drop that. And by the time we get to the end of the day and the backpack is empty, and then I hear, wow, that feels amazing. I feel light. And so I just wanted to share that analogy with you because that's what it feels like when we walk through our lives, holding on and carrying all these traumas and beliefs that just no longer serve us. So when I was a young girl, the kids would tease me and they'd call me Shorty. And I remember yelling back and at the kids and fighting with them. And then I'd go home and cry to my mother. And I said, Mom, am I short? And she's like, why are you asking? She's busy doing chores. Well, all the kids call me Shorty and they tease me. By the way, I'm 5 feet tall. So being the wise woman that she was, my mother said, next time the kids tease you, you tell them little axe cut down big tree. And do you know, it's amazing the things that we've heard from grandparents and our parents that has an impact. And I've always remembered that. Little axe cut down big tree. Of course, she said that with the lingo. I grew up in Trinidad on an island in a small village, in a small community in poverty. And so my mother being the only white person that came from England, and my father being from India, was this poor taxi driver that picked her up, and she never left. So she actually picked up the lingo too. So little axe cut down big tree is the way we would say it there, right? So these words, you know, spoken by an important, loving person in my life, changed my beliefs about myself. And just a few years ago, I was working with some inner city kids at a camp, and I stood next to a 12-year-old who was taller than me. That's easy for anybody else to, anyone can be taller than me. And I laugh when I say that now because I love who I am. So, and he said, you know, I said, wow, you are really tall. And he looked at me and he goes, oh no, you're just vertically challenged. So that's what I tell people now. I'm not short, I'm just vertically challenged. But I want to share a quick story with you guys about how no matter what it is, we can always find the positive, right? And things, it just depends on our perception. I scuba dive all over the world, and I was in the Sea of Cortez on a dive boat for 5 days. All of a sudden there was a storm, and Amy probably knows this in Mexico. All of a sudden you can have these storms that come in, lightning, thunder, you know, and then rain, heavy rain. And so everybody was standing on this open boat and they were getting soaked. And there was a small little table, and I was the only person who could fit under this table. So I crawled under the table. And in that moment, I remember in that moment thinking, wow, it's great to be little, you know? So again, it's all about perception, right? Too tall, too little, too short, too whatever. So many opposites of what people might say to us in our outer world. Like there's always an opposite. You know, you're too short. No, you're vertically challenged. You know, you are to this. No, you're to that. There's always an opposite. But it's human nature. We just sort of go down the rabbit hole with the negative, right? We just tend to do that. But I just want to remind you that there's always an opposite. There's always an opposite. When you're feeling sad, there's always joy. And here's the key to that. We, at some point in our lives, I don't care who you are or how many challenges you've had in your life, I know that each and every person has experienced joy at some point, some happiness on some level. So when I'm working with my clients who are talking about depression and what they're going through, that's where I take them. I say, I want you to recall a time in your life when you felt joy, because guess what? We can never unknow or forget an experience. Once we have an experience, whether we remember it on a conscious level or not, it's in there. All we have to do is get into that quiet space and call it up and bring that to the forefront. So let's see, where am I? So in this particular scenario that I just shared, you know, with this young kid, others in my outfit made negative comments, which I believed, but I was able to transform the negative feelings to a more positive outlook because of the loving words of someone who loved and supported me. In so many ways, we are influenced by our outer world, and what we take in and file in our hard drive becomes our truth. And the real truth of who we are gets buried underneath all of that. And I won't say the word, but it's SH. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. I think Amy would support that, right? It gets buried under all that SH, right? And You know, my childhood experience was a mild example of how we're affected by our outer world. And I've heard so many stories, you know, from clients and friends who were told things like, you know, they're overweight or they're not good looking enough or not smart enough, and just on and on and on. And it became their story. It became their story, their belief. You know, the story they kept telling themselves throughout their lives. And as adults, we intellectualize and may understand on some level that those negative comments was simply someone else's opinion. However, I think pretty much all the speakers covered this. We still act and react in our lives from that filed information. You know, some of my clients who shared their stories still believed and behaved as though they were just not good enough, and developed eating disorders and didn't become successful, and just so on and so on. I know you guys have heard those stories. And yes, those were just words, but the emotional impact was deep and intense and found its way into their hard drive and deep into their physical bodies. And yes, everyone has mentioned that today. That's where we hold on to a lot of these things deep in our bodies. You know, I've even worked with clients who experience physical and sexual abuse, and the path towards healing had to include a holistic approach, you know, working with them on a mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual level. It has to be on all levels because we are all those things. I found that the emotions of such traumas can be buried so deep within their bodies that it took actually having them get up and make some movement. And like Tony was doing, making sound, you know, shaking it off as I was guiding them through a process. So through my own challenges and traumas, I discovered that buried beneath the layers of life experiences that created those negative emotions was a pure light of love. So I began guiding my clients to rediscover that light within so that they could realize that they had the power to expand that light and shatter the darkness of their painful experiences. So myself having gone to, you know, therapy in the past and going through all those things, and they all have their place. What I had discovered that if I could lead my clients directly to that light within and start from the inside out, that they could then, especially the ones that had things buried so deep within, that they could expand that light and that light could shatter the shadows. So that's a lot of the work that I do, not with everyone, but the people who are ready for that. That is what I do. I go directly to that light so that they can remember who they are. So this method began to work more efficiently than focusing on all their negative and painful experiences. And yes, it was important to talk, acknowledge the traumas. They raged and vented and cried, and that was super well. But as soon as they experienced the light within, there was a calmness and a recognition that they were no longer victims, but beings of light who were having life experiences. Just saying that makes me choke up because I've seen it so many times when people realize that they're no longer victims, but beings of light who are simply having life experiences. So if you are ready to peel away the layers of who you think you are and what defines you, I'd like you to just go through this process with me for just a few moments and hang on to those mirrors. We're going to use them. So I want you to take a deep breath. And I always start my day before I get out of my bed. I take a deep breath and I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. Just thank you. And if that is your meditation, that's wonderful because that can change the rest of your day. So take that deep breath in now. Follow that breath of life into your body. and say, thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. And knowing the power of your thoughts and intention, as you breathe out, allow that breath to release what no longer serves you. Just breathing in normally, breathing out normally, but setting that intention, the power of your thoughts. So as you breathe in, you can say, with each breath, I'm becoming more calm and relaxed. And as I breathe out, I am releasing from my body, my mind, my soul, what no longer serves me. I am letting it go. I'm letting it go. Take another deep breath in now. I'm breathing in calm relaxation. And I'm breathing out from every aspect of my being, what no longer serves me. I'm letting it go. Wonderful. And just take a moment and scan your body as you breathe in that calm, relaxing breath. If there's any space in your body, any place where you're still holding on, emotions, physical pain, just let it go. Breathe it out. Breathe it out through the soles of your feet and give it to Grandmother Earth. What we're doing now is creating space so that as you fill your being, your body, with that calm, relaxing breath, and as you release anything that no longer serves you, you're creating a space now so that it becomes easier for you to recognize, to acknowledge, and to experience the light within each and every one of you. Wonderful. So I am going to count from 10 to 1, and with each count, I invite you, as though you're walking down some steps, to go deeper still, to allow yourself to drop down deeper within yourself, going from 10 to 9, all the way down to 8 and 7, deeper now at 6, all the way down to 5 and 4, more relaxed at 3, deeper now at 2, and all the way down to 1, completely and deeply relaxed at 1. And in that place of no time, no mind, notice in your heart center, notice a light in your mind's eye. Maybe you feel it, maybe you see it, but there's that light within each and every one of you. It's like that seed, that place where we began. And in that point of light, everything is contained within that point of light. Everything you need to know about your purpose here, about who you are, about what you are meant to be doing in this present lifetime. In that point of light, there's everything. You came into this world, into this present lifetime, with all the information that you need to walk your path, to find your purpose, to know who you truly are. So that right here, right now, as you experience that light, I want you to expand it within you. Feel it expand out into your body and even beyond into your quantum field, because that is also who you are. But here's the cool thing about understanding, experiencing, and recognizing that light within. Whenever you begin to define yourself by all the challenges from the outer world, all you have to do is breathe and come back to that point of light within yourself. And that allows you to take back all the energy that you have given away. You take your power back. Wonderful. So in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 10 and ask you to bring your awareness back. But as you stay in that calm, relaxed space, in that place of knowing that light is within you, allowing your energy now your awareness to come up to 1 and 2, very slowly up to 3 and 4. Bringing your awareness up to 5 and 6, still feeling calm and relaxed at 7. Coming all the way up to 8 and 9 and all the way up to 10. Open your eyes. And if you have those mirrors in front of you, I want you to take that mirror. Grab that mirror if you have it in front of you. And I want you to look into that mirror so that you're looking past your nose, past your mouth, past your face, past your skin, and you're looking deep into that mirror. And I want you to say, I love you, and say your name. I love you, Rochel. I love you, Jody. I love you, Emmy. I love you, Rodolfo. I love you, Nancy. I love you, Tony. I love you, Mindy. I love you, Cornelia. I love you, Michelle. I love you, Sharmini. I love you, Kathy. I love you, Anna. I love you, Nancy. Vera. I love you, Lida. I love you, Carolyn. I love you, Carolina. If I missed anyone, this is the exercise that I'd like you to do every day. This will remind you of who you are. Whenever we look in the mirror, I know I do it, it's human nature. I'm looking at, oh, look at my hair, or, look at my eyes or my nose. But every day I get as close as I can. And when I look into my eyes, I can truly see my soul. And each and every one of you are souls and love. And that is an amazing way to connect every single day with the deepest part of you. Thank you. Namaste. Blessings to you all. Pardon me for getting teared up. I have so much love in my heart. Just so much love.
And how absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for bringing us back to who we really are at this final moment of our speakers for today. Wow, that was incredible. So deeply heart-centering. Oh, magical. This day has been so magical, and we are going to, between the three of us, going to do a little wrap up of what we've experienced today. And wow, I would just like to have you get open the chat, you guys, and let us know how many of you have stayed throughout the entire day. I know we've had a bunch of people that have been here through the whole day, and this has been absolutely powerful. And Anne, you are receiving all kinds of love in the chat, so be certain to look and read that too. Wow. Yes.
Jody, would you mind putting my website and my book? I would appreciate that.
I would love to.
Yeah. My website is right there. It says
all right here.
Rising Awareness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look at all the people that have been here all day. You guys, this has been fabulous. And what I want to invite you to do, if you have enjoyed today, if you have found it to be valuable to you today, we have 2 more full days of this going on. And I would ask you to reach out to your friends, to your family members, because this is huge. This is huge, energetic stuff. I can't come up with
energetic abundance. Energetic abundance is what just came.
Right, abundance, outstandingness, wowness. It's significant for the planet, and we need your help in bringing more people to bring their energy into this circle, so that it can influence even more out into the world. And it doesn't mean that everybody that is here are the only ones that experience this influence. But energetically speaking, the collective, as we get more people in this window, in this container, the collective energy that we create, according to Dr. David Hawkins, which a couple of people spoke about today, the collective is expanded even greater. And so what we want to do is increase the numbers in here so much that we touch everyone in the world. And if you can share this with others and really encourage them to come in, I can't imagine a better place to be today. How about you, Jody?
Yes, I would like to just give a little taste of what's coming tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have one of our favorites, Dr. Clinchy Rogers, who is presenting on 3 life-changing ancient secrets for having all 3: health, wealth, and happiness. You do not want to miss this because we all know Dr. Clint, and he has a very powerful presentation that has changed all of our lives. And then after him at 9 o'clock, so he's at 8:15 for 45 minutes. And then I will be presenting the science of mental physics, a little bit of the ancient Tibetan breath work that I teach. It's just going to be like a little taste because of time. But this has helped me heal myself from stage 4 cancer to go on to regenerate my endocrine system and have a baby at 41. So I always love every opportunity I can to share. And then we have Ruth Mellor Barclay, who was a part of our summit in 2020. And she has a very interesting presentation. She is an oracle and a medium and an animal communicator. And I personally had the most profound, talk about weird and wonderful, Amy Joy. It was a weird and wonderful presentation, and I had a lifelong fear of snakes, and she had this giant snake of hers up at the screen, and I was looking at it thinking, I swear this snake is communicating with me, and I thought it was the craziest thing. And then she said, yeah, he's communicating with someone out there. And I have no fear of snakes since her presentation. She has a lot of different animals and things that she does. Do you guys want to go?
She's bringing her snakes in. She's got a couple of new snakes too. So she's bringing them into the talk tomorrow. So you don't want to miss this. You want to definitely be here.
Do you guys want to go talk about some of the other ones for tomorrow? We have Joan of Angels.
Yeah, Joan of Angels. Joan is absolutely amazing. I think you've met her too, Jody. She's a channel for angelic energies, and she was inspired at some point to paint, I think it was like 33 angels in 33 days, and she had never painted before. She was not an artist, and her work is just beautiful. It'll be on tomorrow as well. And then we have Charles Bergman. He used to be a cop. He was a motorcycle cop. And in his later life, he became, having gone through his own traumas, he actually became a medium, and he has got his own shows. He's written a book. He was on a Psychic Search on television for a while. So that's another one not to miss. You want to talk about James Gilliland, Rochelle?
Yes, James Gilliland is going to be here
Rochelle,
tomorrow.
would you like to mention James?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me,
Yes.
everyone? Yes, okay. James Gilliland is going to be here tomorrow, and he's been the caretaker of ESETI Ranch, I think, for 32 years now. ESETI stands for Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and he has had 3 near-death experiences. He travels to all different dimensions. He talks in a way that no one else talks, in a cavalier way about, chatting with all the different dimensional people and calling them by name, and a variety of different inner world people. And so he is going to expand our awareness with regard to the varieties of intelligence that perhaps we don't have the eyes to see and the ears to hear at this point in our lives, but he will introduce us and expand our consciousness in that way. And he's got some amazing ways. He brings an incredible way to personal healing as well. So James is really exciting. And we were actually on, Ann and I were on his Talk Radio, As You Wish Talk Radio show Saturday night. So fabulous man.
And just briefly, I'll say Faith Chinook, who I've actually studied with her. She teaches liminal somatics and nonviolent communication. She's a life coach and energy worker. And also I've taken some of her parenting classes using NVC, nonviolent communication, which is phenomenal and changed the way, it is changing my relationships and how I communicate. And then another lifelong friend of mine, Angela Montano, she studied under Michael Beckwith. She's an international spiritual practitioner, and she is devoted to sharing the transformative power of prayer. She has an international podcast called Prayer on the Air with regular listeners in 32 countries. And I absolutely love her. Her talk is called Is Prayer Medicine? And so you don't want to miss that. And then we also have, at the end of the day, we have Christine Gautreaux, who is dedicated to the pursuit of play, art, and social justice. So her presentation is going to be a lot of fun and probably a lot of movement if I know her. And then we also have Carolyn Renee at the end of the day, who is a teaching and healing artist as well. So,
and don't forget about my second half.
Oh yeah,
because tomorrow at 2 o'clock Pacific time, the second half of Manifest Your Destiny is going to be in place. And even if you weren't here for the first part, we're going to do a little catch up. So make sure you're here, and we are going to deep dive into a healing process. So helping you to release maybe your biggest seed of your life. And we would love to have you join us there and bring your tissues and your journal. How about that?
We really appreciate all of you showing up today and sharing it with people that you love.
Yeah, this has been such a powerful day. I just wanted to recap. And if anybody has some comments or thoughts about anybody that they have experienced today that just really put them on a state of wow, put that in the chat so we can have some activity going on in the chat and keep you guys engaged as well. But if you'll remember, we started with Gary Malkin this morning, and Gary is always incredibly stunning in his presentation. His words and his wisdom is fabulous, just fabulous. Yeah. Any thoughts that you wanted to share there, Jody or Anne?
I loved every presentation today. I'm thrilled with everything that everybody's presented today.
Yeah, Janet. Oh my gosh,
I'm just
Janet. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to go see everybody. Amy in Mexico, Sedona, all these places presenters are from.
And wasn't it fabulous how every talk built on the talk prior to that? It was like it was a divine thread or a divine geometry that was pulling it all together. And we didn't talk or discuss anything in advance. We didn't know what anybody was talking about. And yet it felt like it was all coming together just as it was supposed to, as guided by the divine. So excellent. Yeah, just excellent.
It was really random scheduling as well. I mean, we just put people on the schedule when they were able to speak, and it blew me away today how it all went together.
Yeah. That's how Source works, right? That is Source works. Anybody else? I mean, I just was so touched by each and every speaker, and at the lunch break, I thought, how can it get any bigger than this? And it just kept building from there, and it grew into this massive expression of wowness. I'm lost for words. My vocabulary is limited for this right now. So
you know that things are perfect and amazing when we don't have the words.
Yeah,
I love that. So my go-to word is wow. Just wow.
Exactly. So we just want to thank everybody who has spent their day today. We want to thank you for your heart, for your frequency elevating energy, and for doing the courageous work that it takes to be here and to show up in your most authentic self. This has been powerful. Every aspect has been powerful, and it raises the frequency of the planet every time. Thank you. Anybody else want to have some final words before we bid adieu to our beautiful guests?
I just would love to give a thanks to Cornelia, who holds down the tech on the back end, the unseen hero of all, who keeps everything moving along. Thank you, Cornelia, for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Exquisite work, exquisite. We did not have a single glitch today. It was amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, Cornelia. Your magic is always, always important and appreciated.
Well, that's because she lives in paradise.
That's right. Somebody mentioned paradise, didn't they? Didn't Peter mention paradise?
Yeah.
Paradise Island, he called something Paradise Island. And I'm like, that's where Cornelia lives. Yeah. Rudy, did you have something you wanted to share, dear?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Rochel. And what I want to do is acknowledge you and Jody and Anne for your leadership in facilitating this. I actually attended the first Global Healer Summit a few years ago, and so impressive how far it's come, and it's impressive how the three of you have stepped up and have led it and organized it. Like, I'm really impressed. So just thank you for all the effort. Like, it's been actually quite valuable today. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. We received that fully, Rudy.
Rudy.
Taking it all in. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an absolute labor of love, and we, as you know, Source has made it happen very easily for us. So it's been great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rodolfo, because we've been working together for 6 months. When we first stepped into this, we were like, what are we doing?
It's so true.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Just
and
last night we were like, what are we doing?
You know, I have to say, all throughout the process, there was laughter. We all have a sense of humor, and I think that is one key to just living with joy.
Yeah.
To laugh, not just at other things, but at yourself as well. And we certainly did that.
Yeah. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that
Amy, Michelle, anybody have any last words they'd like to share?
Yeah, and you have, can you hear us, Anne? I would just like to acknowledge the fact that the speakers are over and we still have the entire crowd still here. I love it. This is so wonderful. It's like you guys still just want to hang out in this amazing elevated energy that you all created. So thank you for continuing to be here and holding the space for the beauty that this is, and continuing to hold the space for elevating this frequency out into the world. So your homework for tonight, besides what everybody has taught about today, is to continue to radiate your beautiful heart energy out into the world, raising the frequency of the planet. You can do it intentionally, and the whole planet can be wrapped up in love. And so amongst us, as we are spread out through the planet, we can all touch everybody with love from today,
Come back tomorrow.
Yes, and come back tomorrow. Yes, we'll be here starting at 8 Pacific time, right? And Dr. Clint will be our first speaker. We'll hold a morning meditation, the first thing in the morning that Anne's going to lead, and then we will have Dr. Clint, and he is astounding. If you haven't met him, you definitely want to be here for that. Yeah. So thank you all. We love you. In the words of Ancient Secrets, you want to help everybody? All right. We love you.
And we're with you.
And we are with you. Everybody open your microphones up and just say in unison, we love you and we with you, and just keep sharing your love to everybody here. Okay? You ready? We love you and we're with you.
And we're with you.
Love you. We're with you.
Oh, beautiful love. Yes.
Everyone.
Just feel that. Just take that in. Everybody receive that. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful rest of your day, evening, wherever you are, and we'll see you in the morning. Okay? Bless you all.
Thank you.
I don't want to say bye.
Love you guys.
Amazing. Love you guys.
Thank you, Amy.
So beautiful.
All right. I guess we should go. But I don't want to.
Or get some sleep tonight, girl. We've got another full day tomorrow.
Jody, do you
That's
want
right.
to do it now here, or do you want me to call you, or what do you want to do?
Well, whatever you think. We could do it now here.
Cornelia,
Okay.
will we see you tomorrow or now?
I will be there in the morning until lunch break, and then I have to go.
And
I
then
will talk to Jonathan and hope that he will be
thank
there.
you, Cornelia. Thank you, thank you, thank
so
you.
much. Yes.
So
Amy, maybe call
I'm
me.
the host. So if anyone, Jody, if you want to take over, then I need to make you host. If you want to stay on
Okay.
here.
Actually, Amy, do you want to call me and we'll just end the video? And you want to give me a call?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Bye, everybody.
Let me just end the recording and everything, and then you can just do it privately.